Welcome back. This is Sethikus Boza, blackearthproductions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts, and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. I'm going to be getting ultra controversial with this segment. And you're going to want to strap in, because when this ship takes off, the Magi, Grail, Shaman, Occult Secrets of Carpathia, Volume 3. This is also going to be called Negofar and Heimdall's Galderhorn of Omniscience. If you have not seen the first two volumes of the Magi, Grail, Shaman, Occult Secrets of Carpathia, we're going to want to add this now to those specific equations and dissertations with the Magi, Grail, Shaman series. Everything is connected with all of them, as with other segments here on Black Earth Productions. But these ones specifically includes the Magi, Grail, Shaman segment, The Riddle of Gleipnir. That segment was a precursor to this one. So with all of this now, I'm going to be getting into the Occult Secrets of Carpathia, Volume 3. Negofar and Heimdall's Galderhorn of Omniscience. With everything already, there's about 13.5 hours of content that is going to correlate very powerful timestamps with this one, which you're not going to get like it is with Black Earth Productions. So, to get started with this segment, I first have to ask you guys a question. I want to ask all of you a question that needs actual answering. And it's going to recap on some of the things I touched upon in the most recent segment before this one now, with Magi, Grail, Shaman, Didar, and Mimir, the 7 dragons of Hathor's Wrath. This question is going out to all of you in network, and I want to know what all of you think, to assume otherwise as well. As I keep observing, question. Just where the fuck does all of this controversial shit even come from in the first place? All of these debates and wars in terms of religion, let alone all of the assumptions otherwise about the inner workings of secret societies, and all of the questions surrounding Jesus or Christianity and Satan or Satanism, which are only a few at the top of my list here in question. First of all, before I add others to this, it's going to be all the same fucking thing when you come to know the truth. To all of its double to triple sides of the triangulated trapezoid equations, the fractal out on themselves like a virus that has no cure within its equations, having been infused by every single kind of Metatronic mathematical reversal technology within the tesseract of these belief systems. Just where the fuck does all of this actually come from? That need a ruthless answer in terms to them. And if you don't know fully yet, because of certain assumptions otherwise, most still don't know the actual terms that I am using. You don't know the fucking occult, let alone our occult histories in terms of religion and its actual origin. Why religion and secret societies were invented in the first place, along with its evil twin called government, indoctrination, and false education. All have literally served the same purpose within the framework crafted over centuries to them. And as for those that are in control of these institutions, on and on all the debates continue on whether Christianity is white or whether it's European. First of all, the true animist traditions of Europa go well into prehistory, millions of years to their occult traditions, to the hour that we are in now. And when it comes to the universal laws of metaphysics, the eternal axioms, and how things actually work, reality on a multidimensional level, as with so many other mysteries in context, flying out of the shit can all across the board to a certain amplification otherwise to what has been instituted against our kind. And I know why it's been like this. However, this is very different when it comes to these alleged quote-unquote end times prophecies and all the fears surrounding those ideas. Then come their interpretations and all the controversy and all the arguments and all the hair splitting and debates and war and bloodshed that literally go nowhere but an endless whirling drain to what J.R.R. Tolkien spoke of himself in context to Ungoliant, which according to Tolkien's lore even terrified Morgoth and Sauron themselves, fueling the very pure essence of evil that these things all claim to be opposed to when it comes to any of this. This is what Catholicism and Orthodoxy brought to the realm. Fear. And there is nothing in Christianity that never did not come from that, even as it's been with Judaism or Islam or just about every other fucking so-called religion and denomination to these religions that have ever existed within these specific gridworks of consciousness, which, yes, includes Satanism and Dark Luciferianism, along with all of their many factions and denominations, with everything else. There's also other religions that most people don't even know exist because they don't know the occult, and how literally all of them are utterly fragmented to their foundations. That's why nothing is getting anywhere. And it's all been on purpose. And this especially happened in terms of the New Age movement and all of these pseudo-spiritual systems that have all been designed to do one major thing. And it's something I'm really going to dive into and expose further and explain why it has happened on the levels that you may or may not have heard before, given the actual warning against it all by my ancestors in terms of the original teaching and the true traditions that existed before any of these were ever invented by those that betrayed this entire fucking realm. Total domination and control. That has always been their goal, so that they could literally be the one God over all, and then to go to war with it. Because my God's the true God, and this guy's God over here is the true God, and this person's God over here is the true God. What the fuck? Just where the fuck does all of this actually come from? That's my question. That's my first question here. There has to be an origin, right? And that origin is the actual scriptures themselves. See, you need to know and understand, first and foremost, as most still don't know and are in denial when it's 100% proven otherwise in terms of a plausible deniability and cognitive dissonance that all of these other motherfuckers are dealing with. And from a certain vantage point, I get it. It was even very hard for me breaking away from all this and having to deal with the same things in terms of my own progression with it. I get it. I've been there myself. But when you actually see for yourselves the actual truth, that all of these things were crafted by the hands of extremely intellectual psychopaths and corrupt individuals who first and foremost had compiled everything over the centuries in order to make this happen, also concealing, but for the most part utterly destroying the true records and burn them to ash. And that there's no other recipe of ruthlessness that exists quite like this to the combination of genius and psychopathy, as it's literally been thousands of years. Another question I ask myself quite often, is any of this ever going to really change? Because from there, especially now, with the AI shit, everything is coming to a major apex to a long, drawn-out plan, with those who have continued to modify and rewrite these things to suit their agendas in terms of domination and control, let alone twist and conceal and make occult the actual history so that no one can actually arrive to the truth beyond it all, which is the actual truth that they are most terrified of. Anyone coming to truly know otherwise. On top of the fact that most, for whatever reason, don't even care to know, even as most of what people are working with are torn fragments and shards of parchments. And this is the one major factor. Most have never activated their blood codes, let alone have access to the Hall of Records when it comes to Amente whatsoever. And that when you actually take it deep enough, most haven't still, to the fact that they've also not taken actual initiation into the Great Mystery. They might know about it, but they're not actually initiated in context. Speaking of actual initiation beyond any of their schools or lodges or temples or institutions. I'm speaking about actual initiation into the real occult shit that is even more occult than what most could even conceive has actually been occulted and hidden otherwise to be discovered, let alone known, or will ever be found within their libraries. That's why I created the Black Earth Library otherwise with the Mystery School, so that our students and initiates would have legit occult reference material that everyone gets full access to. Also on more advanced tiers within the Black Earth Library to be accessed as things progress. I withhold nothing from anyone. And is also all of my source material, which I've utilized in terms of my position, doing research and study, sharing things in segments, and things that I've made public here on Black Earth Productions. And I can gauge whether or not someone is actually ready for more advanced material to get into. And all of this runs far deeper than anyone could possibly imagine. Who has ever come into what is beyond what they assume the occult to even be. And most never get that far within the labyrinth the Dark Ones pull everyone into otherwise in terms of hyperdimensional warfare. Even as the Greeks knew in context to Phobator and the realm of nightmares, which is also known as HAILZ, as to its semblance. This is also known by the gods, for he is the son of Hypnos, which is where the very word hypnosis comes from. And Phobator, the HAILZ, is one of the Onyari, which is the personification of dreams, and his name means frightener, from which also the word phobia comes from. And Phobator is responsible for appearing in people's nightmares in many horrific forms and linked directly to sleep paralysis, which is associated with what's known as the Ivory Gate, from which false and meaningless dreams emerge from. And everyone, from my observations, except very few compared with the collective yet, are still floundering therein, caught with that net, which was cast in terms of the inverted web of weird, as to a past that still has not been fully revealed to the paradox of this present hour, and to what the true tradition of my ancestors warned about in terms of the dark goddess Gulveg, Angar Boda, and Hyrrokin, and how the spindle of the energy force itself, in terms of reality, was hijacked by them. It was hijacked from the Norns themselves, even before it was ever assumed to be hijacked otherwise. See, there are multiple things that don't add up to the equations of what the institutions of religion have given the slave class among the collective to believe in. The contradictions are insane once you actually see them. And as things have progressed, it's all been planned and has been rolled out systematically for over the last 2,000 years now, in context to Judaism, Islam, Christianity, which are the threads and gridworks woven within the inverted web of weird and context. And all these narratives continue to be overtly amplified in the realm to their very purpose. The real question is why? Why all of the fucking obsession? Why all the amplification in terms of obsession? Even more than it was, especially since what hit the world in 2020, like clockwork, this is how it's all fucking been set up against mankind. And that's its actual design, order out of chaos. And see, again, I fucking warned with what was said to be written by Albert Pike going all the way back to the 1800s. And that, my friends, cannot be refuted. I'm going to share it again here in this segment to make the point very fucking clear again otherwise. And whether people want to argue what the source of this is, that's not the fucking point. Because we're literally seeing all of this shit play the fuck out. So here, I'm going to share this again now on this segment. State it again, quote, "The Third World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences caused by lesser agents of the dark priest class." Okay? The actual vampires, you guys. This specifically, pay attention, this specifically with the political Zionists and the political leaders of the Islamic world. The war must be conducted in such a way that Islam, in terms of the Muslim Arabic world, along with political Zionism in terms of the state of Israel, all mutually destroy and annihilate one another. Meanwhile, nations across the world are going to be divided on the issue. We'll just stop right there for a second. They will constrain to fight those pulled into this meat grinder to the point of complete physical, moral, spiritual, and potential economic exhaustion. Indoctrinated with Christianity, along with the increased propaganda directed by political Zionism through Christianity, along with Islamic invasions all across the world, are how World War III begins. Further, with all of this, after a certain point, they are going to unleash the nihilists, which has already started to happen, and atheists to provoke an even greater formidable social cataclysm worldwide. And in all of its horror, will show clearly the nations of this world the total effect of absolute nihilism and atheism and savagery, and will be potentially the most bloody turmoil that the world has ever known. Everyone everywhere worldwide will be obligated to defend themselves in terms of these conflicts. Though the outcome is still uncertain, most will be so disillusioned by these program ideologies that they will be without any real compass or direction whatsoever, and will be overtly so anxious for an idea that they will, without knowledge of where to render their adoration, willingly bow to these assumed authorities through the universal world manifestation of the dark Luciferian covenant and doctrine, which will then fulfill their plan for total world domination. End quote. And it's been since the 1800s that the Rothschilds have been working to essentially master their war machine. And it was the Zionists at the International Congress at Basel, Switzerland in 1885, where they came up with the idea of these three major world wars. And it's the point that at the end of the Third World War, they controlled the entire fucking realm. And as I was saying, they're caught to 1 billion fucking Judeo-Christian Zionists that are fighting a war against 1 billion fucking Muslims. It's all designed to leave Israel, in terms of the Greater Israel Project, in charge of the fucking realm. And again, all of this goes back to the Sumerian Draconian Empire. And all of this was then formulated at the 6th International Zionist Congress in Basel, Switzerland in 1896. And so after this conference, going into the 1900s, came the First World War, World War I, and then came World War II, along with all the proxy wars in between. And now in terms of where things are, we have been in World War III. And see, at the end of World War I, the Rothschilds organized a number of groups. One specific was the Royal Institute of International Affairs in London, which in other terms is called Chatham House, and is the actual fucking dark occult think tank on the highest levels in context. And although its alleged headquarters have been in London, the real headquarters are in Brussels, Switzerland, which is also the headquarters of the Lambert family, who've been a part of the Rothschild family dynasty. And it's been from the Brussels command center that everything is dictated in terms of all international affairs, directing the course of geopolitics as long as it's been going on now. And all governments in this world are subject to them, especially since World War II. One of the most controversial subjects that we have ever foreseen being unraveled and revealed in our faces now in terms of actual fucking truth, especially when it comes to Germany. And what really happened in Germany, and what Germany really was otherwise, that 99.9% of the world still does not know or is even meant to know. And no matter what's assumed, if Germany would have actually won the war, our world would not be the way that it is right now, which of course is going to go into speculation and many assumptions otherwise. But that is exactly what the fuck happened to our world since then. What you have been conditioned to assume was the fucking goal of fucking communists, and is what the Germans warned the entire world about. People want to argue in context of geopolitics, and I don't disagree with this. There's no difference between communism and socialism. It's all a part of the same goddamn fucking meat grinder. But what I'm getting at in context of Germany is that people do not know what Germany actually was, and why all of this shit started to happen during World War I, leading up to World War fucking II. It's what existed before. All of these things manifested geopolitically speaking. What did I just mention about Brussels fucking Switzerland? You think the fomentation just came out of fucking nowhere? And see, this is what people are being tricked into assuming as far as any political fucking regime that's ever rose to fucking power otherwise. There is a hidden hand that has been directing all of this geopolitical fucking bullshit and was all fucking crafted prior in the 1800s. It was all a part of the fucking plan. And all of this controversy, it's going to fuel the manifestation of a continuance in context of World War III and all of this shit that people are fucking divided on, and they don't even know the real fucking game that's been played against their fucking minds. Again, if Germany had actually won the war, our world would not be the way that it fucking is. And the Germans warned the entire world. Also to the fact that what we are actually dealing with is an enemy that is extremely ancient, and its goal has always been the total eradication of all race tribe cultures to ultimately pull this entire realm into the AI timeline trajectory and parallel Earth timeline. And that's what you guys don't fully fucking understand, that this has already happened. It's not coming in terms with our mortal enemies. It's already fucking been here. And most of us who incarnated at this hour, who know the difference, knew exactly what we were getting into on a very high, spiritually mature level. And it's better to own your existence as it is. Otherwise, you're owned. You're going to be owned. No, we knew before we even got here on a soul level that all of this happened centuries ago to the paradox of the dark magician's techniques when it comes to time sorcery in terms of black magic. And again, as I've said before, it's on a repeat of a repeat in terms of programming, and will thus continue before it washes over literally everyone in the entire fucking realm. And World War III is nothing but a continuance of what has already taken place since World War I and since World War II, led up to the moments that we are witnessing now in context. And see, most humans anymore, they are actually cut the fuck out. They have been fucking golemized and castrated in terms of higher consciousness capacity. And you don't have to like what the fuck I'm saying. I don't even like what the fuck I'm saying. God damn it. Most continue to be nothing but consumers looking for their next false lift and distraction, trying to fill an empty void to a meaningless bullshit fucking existence. Not only just trying to survive, but they still don't know the game that's been played against them, even at the most basic fundamental levels. And they sure as fuck were never meant to know it on a higher level in order to keep the wheels of this machine turning and running with all the blood, with all the sweat, with all the tears given to it in all the years that people have lived wasted for all the wrong reasons otherwise. And it's no fucking surprise to me why motherfuckers crack after a certain point. Even as hard as it is knowing the difference to hold a certain level of patience, being a leader in this realm, as far as alchemy is concerned, this concept of solvate, coagula, and what has been going on, we've been breaking this shit down for fucking years now. Now it's time to start putting it back together in alignment. And in contrast, in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration, when it comes to most I come across in public, it's been fucking horrific to me. It's been pretty goddamn fucking horrific. And I don't like saying it, but it's the fucking truth. And all this on top of it otherwise is why it's happened and why it continues to happen. Because the dark Luciferian doctrine and covenant already took this fucking realm in terms of government and religion centuries ago. And so you can't get it twisted in context to Lucifer otherwise. Because that's been the trick. And to what Lucifer actually is to animists is not what's been promulgated, let alone exposed. Because Lucifer is not what these fucking religions, let alone secret societies and lodges and so-called magic orders even claim. No. Lucifer is much more than any of this shit, and is only yet a small part of a much, much greater whole, and is not what's been present in terms of the great inversion and fragmentation of all things to the great betrayal. And so here comes the paradox, and what this entire realm has been up against for centuries now in context to the dark ones, the void and profane. And that's my main point of bringing this up again in terms of this segment, going into the end of 2025, moving into 2026, on top of generations that never knew the difference, save those among our generations. We are holding the fucking torch of Aldar shit now. This is a cosmic responsibility, and we're still just only getting started in terms of the great remembering. And everything makes sense to me otherwise. It's not only my upbringing with it all, in contrast, reflected the origin of where all of this shit actually comes from, but with my actual direct involvement, actual ministry with the assemblies of God, and what I witnessed and experienced and saw within the inner sanctum, how these dark Luciferians operate otherwise. And as I've gone the way of my father and forefathers in terms of my actual lineages, this is only part of my experience otherwise. But it's the entire crux of what's hit the realm on fucking levels that we have never fucking seen before. Okay? It is red fucking hot right now. And I've been literally pushed by the higher force to address these things from my vantage point. You can take what the fuck I say or leave it. That's not the point. The point is that I get it out. Because I am a way shower to what is beyond all of this shit. And it only shows me one factor, as it's always been. It's time on my end now to really fucking expose this. And it's programming to the enslavement and psychological narrative of the entire realm otherwise. And I'm doing this to set the actual fucking record straight with Black Earth Productions. After we cross this threshold, there is no going back after crossing this threshold now. Instead of placating the lie, all this shit continues to be circulated and literally goes nowhere except to drive everything into the Shadowlands, driven by what my ancestors warned against, Loki's chariot. Now, his chariot is called Naglfar. And it's goddamn Naglfar that you've been taking passage with your entire lives. Whether you have come to know the difference or not, things will be forever split, going into total fucking evaporation if you continue its voyage, and are going to go down with this ship in terms of the procession if you do not heed these things to Loki's chariot. What exactly is Loki's chariot to begin with? Now, according to the language of the mythos, Naglfar literally means nail farer, and is a boat or ship that is made up entirely of the fingernails and toenails of the walking fucking dead. And that's within our universal world in context to Midgard, because it's speaking about humankind. And this in context to human fingernails and toenails. This is what makes up the framework of Naglfar itself. Its boards, its sail, its oars, everything. And during the events that unfold when it comes to Ragnarok, Naglfar is foretold to sail the Vidrega. And as for the Vidrega, this is a large field foretold to host the very battle between the forces of the gods and with the forces of Surt as a part of the events that unfold in terms of Ragnarok, where terrifying hordes of monsters go into battle against the gods. And as to the Nordic term, this is nothing but a burning in context of what the battlefield of the mind actually is when it comes to our universal world. And this is how it works in context. Again, it's all about your state of mind. And this battlefield is designed upon a checkerboard mutation that literally goes nowhere but endless downward spirals to be devoured by the forces of Loki, Angarboda, Hyrule and Surtr, and everything else that manifests and unfolds in context to Ragnarok. So as it's been with Loki's chariot, I will explain more to give actual definition to this and context to our reality field and how this reflects everything in context, even long before the Council of Nicaea did what they did at 325, sanctioned by the Christian Roman Emperor Constantine. Even before the time that the ancient Sumerian Draconian Empire rose to their pseudo-power in the realm. And during before even Atlantis and Lemuria themselves. In the very beginning of ancient Egypt, going all the way back millions of years into the Hyperborean and Polarian timelines. That time to our actual history, and in context again to time sorcery. I'm going to pull this segment into a break. Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame Healing Arts, and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. I'll be right back, right after this. Welcome back. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame Healing Arts and Occult Science Temple of the White Dragon. What was crafted, having been pulled from multiple sources, mainly in terms of the Sumerian Draconian doctrine, with what my ancestors warned about, all goes back to the Svartalfar. And this reflected the Anuna, which is another term, modern term, in reference to them, as to what these fallen angels actually are. The fucking orcs, if you will. And further, to the actual Drugar, the goblin fuckers, and also the parasitized Jotun in context to actual giants. And see, if you actually look at the history of all of this, all that's come forward is seemingly dismissed as a fiction to be discarded. People out there have been bringing certain things to the forefront, even since before any of us fucking incarnated. This entire dynamic, however, reveals the entire outline of what is unfolded within the three middle worlds of the spindle of the true universal tree of life, which again is what Yggdrasil actually is. When it comes to the universal worlds of Svartalfheim, Jotunheim, and our universal world, Midgard, all three of the middle universal worlds, where all 9 universal worlds converge our physical universe. And Midgard is the spear tip when it comes to actual fucking evolution. And when you see it, you couldn't make this shit the fuck up even if you wanted to. There's no way that all of this shit as to what the inverted, twisted mission to enslave this entire realm has been when it comes to the cult of Aton. Speeding all of this up to what our modern history still needs to catch up to. And remember, during the 19th dynasty of ancient Kemet with Akhenaten and Nefertiti. Also, again, what 99.9% of what anyone knows about ancient Kemet is only, again, from the 19th dynasty onwards. You don't know what existed before that. We do. And to the legacy of what this mystery school represents going all the way back to ancient Kemet, as with the subject of what the Dark High Priest and the Dark High Priestess classes actually are, and where all that shit comes from, reaches also further back into prehistory and context to all of this. Further back than what most can still imagine. Catching it up again with Ramses and Seti I, the rest from there was history, as most people know it. And how it's always been with the you. And the mysteries of the ancient druids, when it comes to the doors of wisdom and context, to the sacred tree otherwise, and what all of this is to the you in Midgard goes back to the Brotherhood of the Snake, the cult of Baal Lilith, the cult of Belial, and then with the Thothian sect that betrayed the ancient wisdom councils along with betraying the high priest of Amun-Ra by way of the Hyksos-Sumerian invasion. This is where the fucking pyramid war shit started to really fucking take place. And its plan was forged in secret to first take over the office of Tahuti. And that is where the secret covenant was fucking forged. Okay, this dark Luciferian covenant that was established the House of the Net. This again is when the betrayal of Thoth took place among the brotherhoods and sisterhoods, and the manipulation of timelines and time sorcery in terms of extremely dark rituals that were performed in our ancient past, which culminated the manifestation of what hit this realm in 2020 in terms of certain timeline trajectories and all of the other agendas that have unfolded from that to fuel line the actual purpose of why these rituals happened in ancient times to manifest in our time now. And the reason why it's manifested in our time now, we are at that point of the procession of the grand fucking cycle. All of this has literally been in one ear and out the fucking other, when this shit right here should be at the fucking forefront of what needs to be exposed on a much, much greater fucking level yet still. And with all these main factions, along with others I could add to the equation, it's all been part of this agenda, held within the framework of Loki's chariot beyond what other so-called institutions that from my vantage point could have ever conceived was its actual origin as to what their true purpose has actually been. The Dark Priest class has only ever mixed and laced their upgraded doctrines with appropriated versions of multiple scraps of things from many other traditions that existed long before they were torn to shreds by those that preceded them in context to all of this. Even as Manly P. Hall stated in his dissertation, The Secret Teaching of All Ages, which I will expound upon here with this segment. He himself stated, quote, "Ceremonial magic is the art of invoking and attempting to control spirits by a scientific application of a certain formula. And a magician, this in context of how the Dark Ones have operated, enveloped in sanctified vestments, holding a wand inscribed with Sumerian and hieroglyphic figures, could by the alleged power vested with certain words and symbols and sigils control the invisible inhabitants of the elements and also the lower astral world. And while the elaborate ceremonial magic of antiquity was not evil in context, going back to what the original teaching was, there arose from its perversion several false schools of dark sorcery and black magic. And again, I've mentioned what the ultra-ancient schools in context here actually are, which hardly anyone even fucking knows about or is even acknowledged. And they didn't just go away. They still exist. Into what people want to go on about in terms of the Knights Templar or Freemasonry, or go on about things in terms of the Bavarian Illuminati, all of that shit is ultra late compared to what I've already exposed and what I just shared again. They didn't just go away. In fact, it's even more concealed in terms of the occult than anyone could possibly imagine. Because I don't know anybody else out there that is addressing these factions specifically. And this is beyond the assumed suborders that are all subject to them on the front in terms of who stands at the threshold to them and the outer court of Solomon's fucking temple. Manly P. Hall further states, Egypt, which existed before the rise of the Sumerian Draconian Empire, was ever meant to be a center of learning and was the actual birthplace of many ancient arts and sciences, which also furnished the ideal environment for not only transcendental experimentation in context of the art and science of alchemy, but for every office and occupation in the realm otherwise. Here, however, the dark sorcerers and black magicians of Atlantis continue to exercise their alleged superhuman powers in secret, until they had completely undermined and corrupted the morals of the primordial mysteries, which goes back to the original teaching. And by establishing a sacerdotal caste, they went to war and usurped the position formerly occupied by the high priest of Amun-Ra. And from there, in terms of the great betrayal, the betrayal of Thoth, they seized the reins of spiritual government. Thus, black magic and dark sorcery dictated and instituted all state religions ever since then across the entire realm, and have thus paralyzed the intellectual and spiritual activities of the individual by demanding their complete and unhesitating acquiescence in the dogma formulated by the Dark Priest class itself. And this also includes all of this alien cult shit, as I said, in context to the 19th dynasty of ancient Kemet. The pharaoh became a puppet in the hands of the Scarlet Council, an actual committee of arch sorcerers elevated to power by the Dark Brotherhoods and Sisterhoods. These sorcerers then began the systematic destruction of all keys to the ancient wisdom, so that none might have access to the proper knowledge and wisdom necessary to reach adeptship without first becoming one of their order. They mutilated the rituals of the mysteries and nullified the original teaching while professing to preserve them, claiming that their teaching is what actual hermetics and so many other things go back to, which could not be further from the actual truth here. So that even though the neophyte, having passed through the gates of actual initiation to become an apprentice, they were not allowed to secure the knowledge necessary to even know the difference, let alone would they ever become potential masters of the original teaching. Idolatry was introduced in terms of another major deception, by encouraging the worship of images, which in the beginning the wise had erected solely as symbols for study and meditation, especially in terms of the gods and goddesses, that were then eradicated in terms of the fundamentals and principles of nature and the universe and how things actually work by the cult of Aton. You need to ponder that shit for a second, because it's all bullshit otherwise in context to what they did. And that is what the fuck the world is enthralled to. And that is what they did for this very reason, to flip it on everyone otherwise as to demonize the gods and goddesses, which we all know here with our mystery school goes back to the actual ancestors themselves. And any people who do not acknowledge their own ancestors and their own gods have forever become the abject slaves of these fuckers. False interpretations were given to the emblems and figures of the great mystery. And through myth-mongering, they crafted elaborate theologies for the purpose of mind control to confuse the minds of their devotees. The masses, then deprived of their inherent birthright, have all ended up groveling in ignorance, as they continue to. The abject slaves of these spiritual impostors, as stated, superstition universally prevailed, and the dark priest class have forever since then completely dominated national affairs. And it's no different right now in our world at this moment. And with the result that humanity still suffers from the sophistries in context to Gnosticism, which also came forth from this. This was all formulated again by the dark priest class, by the cult of fucking Aton. And then various factions that fractured and fissured out from that. People have been brainwashed to be fully convinced that the scriptures sanctioned everything. And after all this shit began, in terms of its corrupt development of the systems of black magic and dark sorcery, numerous medieval Kabbalists devoted their lives to this specific practice and reflected the Qliphoth, as to invoke and summon lesser spirits and entities, which was also later founded upon the ancient and magical formulas of King Solomon, the greater key of Solomon and the lesser keys of Solomon, who has long been considered by the U as the prince of ceremonial magicians. And that right there proves that Kabbalah comes straight out of the Sumerian Draconian Empire. It cannot be refuted. And so what? See, much of what the U had taken from the Gaionim in context, people think that they're going to be able to go up against this, let alone Manly P. Hall, who is one of the absolute greatest occult scholars of all time. And here in terms of what I'm sharing, that's not going to happen here. So to this, as he goes on to state, among the Kabbalists of the Middle Ages, a great number of them were black magicians who strayed from the alleged noble concepts of the Sefer Yetzirah and said to have become enmeshed with demonism and witchcraft. Now, how was that? How would the quote-unquote noble pursuits of the Sefer Yetzirah even lead to this? This is how the false cold light operates, which was always the trick. And this is how they were caught into the nets, traps, and snares that were laced out within this system of twisted magic, because there is no difference between angels and demons. There is no difference whatsoever. There's no difference as to what people claim that don't know the actual occult and they have not been initiated into the great mystery. It's the same with Kabbalah and the Qliphoth, as I've mentioned before. All of them have their 73 correspondences within the gridwork host fields, the Hall of Mirrors itself. I actually bridged the goddamn fucking abyss in context to all of this shit years ago, which is why I know what I know otherwise. In fact, it was Raziel, the keeper of the mysteries, that was my patron in terms of these specific gridworks. And Raziel had to literally hand me the fucking keys to the gates beyond this shit over to me, and literally told me, you have transcended and more is going to be revealed to you past all of this, which in fact it has. And that is what a lot of people still do not understand about me and who I am to my actual position otherwise. This is an actual fact in terms of my experience. And to my actual experience being a magician myself, I know how the false cold light has worked and inverted the principles of Lucifer in context to the dark inverted covenant to it all otherwise. Let's speak about Lucifer here for a bit. When it comes to the creation of matter and all energy on a multidimensional level, it's like a ball, it's like an apple. And if you cut open an apple, not from the top where the stem comes out, but if you turn it sideways and then cut an apple in half, you will see the pentacle star geometric pattern manifest within and around the actual seeds of an apple. And if you look at the Rodin, or in other words, Odin coil, at the center of the diagram within the vortex that must exist, no matter what system of mathematics you're working with or don't even know about, the system of mathematics that we work with is the base 3, base 12 system. We do not work with the base 10 system, and we sure as hell do not work with the base 2 system. So as to make everything clear before I continue, it's within the vortex that all energy emanates through the apple. See this as I'm explaining this. It moves through the vortex and then surrounds everything in terms of the morphogenetic field in context to physics and also metaphysics. And as to all of creation and matter and energy in terms of frequency and vibration, all matter is condensed energy, which is forever emanated first from the primordial, primal sound, and primal light fields, which again are the actual gridworks of the higher force itself. Sound came before light in context to how things actually work. And see, sound actually creates light codes, let alone distorts and twists them, depending on the frequency and vibration of the energy that is emanating and coming through the center of the fucking vortex. This also everything to do with the high art and science of the circle of the magician. It is the creation. This is what the goddamn Ark of the Covenant actually is. And if you have access to the actual Ark itself, which is first and foremost the knowledge, the actual Ark codes, it is the literal generator. It's the generator of reality. And if the dark ones that control this quote-unquote machine in terms of thought and control the energy levels of reality, which absolutely exists regardless of anything, if that's the case and it's put into the wrong hands, then the reality is going to end up being absolutely horrific as fuck, as we can see in terms of cause and effect. And see, that's the key here in terms of Lucifer and what's really going on with who and what Lucifer actually is. The reality itself cannot exist without Lucifer. Even mathematically, the essence of the energy that is Lucifer, that created this realm, Lucifer is both the positive and negative charge of the energy force itself, and is essentially neutral in terms of nature in the universe. It's a neutral energy. And it is we who are meant to command it and tell it what to do. That's a part of the secret here. And if you put that into the wrong hands, it can be observed to operate like an actual fucking machine otherwise. And there's a certain mechanics to this in context to actual templating that's being manipulated against you. And if you don't know what your template yields in terms of actual mechanics, that is how you become pistons within the machine otherwise. And that's the world that you see around you, quite literally in context to the simulacra. And is the sim or the simulation where you lack the raw. You lack raw. You lack what emanates from the very Eye of Hathor itself. You lack the rays of Ra in terms of the gold of consciousness. What the fuck do you think it is that activates core intelligence? However, everyone is still dealing in surfaces, and how the trick in terms of the false cold light operates within it. See, it has the essence of the creator within it, and the essence of the creator is what's creating it. And the essence of the creator is what created us in terms of co-creation to reality. We are all essence of the creator, our individual eternal spirits, unto then the soul codes, the blood codes, and all that we hold to who we are within the actual creation. We are all quite literally given free will to do what the fuck we choose. It's called free will, right? and determinists that would argue that there's no such thing as free will and drive that bullshit narrative even further to the twisting of reality when it comes to actual fucking nihilism, among other things. Lucifer, according to religion, is said to want to be like God, but he can't. And this has been the trick of the false cold light this entire fucking time in context to this topic. And it's also to say then, okay, what is Lucifer? Is Lucifer just doing what he's forced to do because he lives in a reality that's triangulated and creates an illusion of duality, even as it is with demons, angels, and the demons, according to their description within the Sumerian texts? And see, that's the illusion, to the optical illusion that skews the gauge of our perception in terms of light and what light actually is otherwise. This is where Lucifer actually operates in context to perception and to actual fucking optics. And it's the gauge of your perception that has been mapped in terms of geometrics within the human eye when it comes to the actual sigil of Lucifer itself. Think about what I'm saying now in context to the third eye, let alone the first eye. Things are coming through the vortex of the circle of the magician, which again must exist, and they're going through the apple and are coming out into the lockdown equations of triangulation. And that is where they throw the equations and ratios of the trapezoid within the tesseract that lock down this entire fucking reality field within the cube, which is the actual womb gate of reality that was otherwise hijacked. And from here in context, it's all triangulated. All of it. How things manifest, as above, so below. As within, as without. All of it. And the dark ones, they fucking know it. And they got their people in those positions to control the energy force. And through how all of the great manipulations that take place in terms of sound itself, this is how we've all been blinded from the inside out. From there, inside the sphere, is where the illusion of duality, life and death, which is the essential chessboard, checkerboard mutation grids, that's where the energy is being created and created for. And you, as an individual, can create otherwise yourselves. This is how we are remembering how to cultivate our personal power here in this realm, with knowing how to work with life force energy itself. Again, this is what Lucifer actually is. You don't need a ritual, per se. You don't even necessarily need to be a magician, because everyone is doing this all the time, every single fucking day. But it's all been manipulated. It's all been fucking hijacked. And all you really have to do is know that you are. You have to know what you are. And we are all essence of the creator in terms of co-creation with the higher force, taking it to the primal sound and the primal light fields themselves, making connection to that. And this isn't in reference to quote-unquote source and sorcery, dark sorcery, and to all of this new age light worker bullshit that people go on about in terms of source. Exactly what source are you even talking about? Because there's many sources in context to what I'm getting at. And that's how all of this has been manipulated against us. Counterfeit upon counterfeit upon counterfeit. And that is not how this shit works in terms of reality. Again, it's how things have been manipulated in context. Many of those quote-unquote sources that people claim to even be source are only in reference to the machine itself. And it's not just what's manipulated in the physical dimension, it's what's been manipulated in the spiritual dimensions. You motherfuckers do not know just how sophisticated all of this actually is and set against us, set Typhon. No, you have to know what you are and who you truly are here. And here is where we expose the triangulation. See, the illusion of duality is what perpetuates duality. Duality is a factor in this realm. But why? So you have to know why to what its actual cause point is if you're even going to start taking back your power in the first place. And where the illusion of duality is lost, once you realize, okay, let me meet Satan, let me meet Jesus. Let me talk to both of them right here, right now. Let's go. Let's have an actual fucking conversation. Let's go. You have to understand the ultimate evil and the ultimate good meet in the Ouroboros, the symbol of the serpent eating its own tail. And this, in context, all goes back to Jormungandr and what the mythos of my ancestors warns about, as both ends of that equation in terms of triangulation are forever set in opposition. It perpetuates itself forever, ad infinitum. And that is how the Dark Ones trick everyone, by setting the stage, the world stage, the stages of your lives like this. It's us who are pulling our own strings in context to the stages that have been set. Otherwise, deeper occult secrets revealed to how exactly they actually rule your ass. And as it's been with practitioners of the Ouroborean religion, which says that the serpent in context, which reality exists in, that being the Ouroboros, has the ultimate evil devouring the ultimate good, called the diabolics. There really are ultimate good and ultimate evil, and that is what people do not understand in terms of the illusion of duality. And happens when people act a certain way, and then they start acting another way, and then another way, and so on it goes. How the fuck is it that people can act one way when they're really like that? It seems to flip on itself, the whole entire dynamic, which manifests one of the main tenets of chaos magic. Look into the mirror of your own soul right now and see the shit that I'm talking about here within yourselves. Everyone in the realm is dealing with it. I'm fucking dealing with it. I'm dealing with the fucking goddamn illusion and optic manipulation horseshit, how they target the nervous system and all this other stuff that we are all fucking dealing with in this fucking realm. We are so much fucking goddamn closer to crossing this threshold, but still pressed up against everything that I'm saying in terms of how they manipulate the energy force itself. In fact, I make it a part of my personal practice to go into observation with this every single day when it comes to actual alignment. How the fuck is it? Seriously, how the fuck is it that a person can be one way and then another way and then back again in terms of what seems to be an optical illusion? This is how chaos magic operates. And the very definition of chaos is complete disorder and confusion. It's the cause point for confusion. Nothing is consistent. None of you motherfuckers are consistent. You're predictable in context of how you continue to flip and also flip the script and fucking lie, being fake ass motherfuckers that can't see past your own ass, how you are even being triangulated, the gauge of your perception. And then there it comes, what everyone's projecting in denial in context. And see, I'm not in denial in terms of how this shit's fucking with me. I can see it very fucking clearly through the optics of actual alignment otherwise, and the sound song frequency of my actual fucking soul in terms of core intelligence that's letting me know. Seeing the mechanics of how the Dark Ones fucking operate to triangulate and lock down this fucking reality field in terms of the mechanics of optics and how they actually operate. And what we're speaking about is Lucifer. And the fact that the ones that are masters of the dark arts and the false cold light, you can't even see this shit when it's happening. Or can you? Or are they just serpents that are nipping at your mind, that fuck with the gauge of your perception? It can be extremely subtle, and you don't even see it. And here, you really have to ask yourselves this question, because they really did hijack the energy force, and they have the energy force, and manipulate the energy force against us. The proper knowledge and wisdom that you and everyone else was never meant to even know exists according to their dictates, let alone knowing how to wield it in alignment yourself. This is extremely important information and knowledge that I'm sharing here. And a lot of people don't realize that still here with Black Earth Productions, because I'm giving it to you raw, past all the bullshit, right on down to the fucking core issues and core solutions otherwise, in terms of principles and fundamentals that cannot be denied, let alone refuted when it comes to the occult. And everyone goes about their lives vibrating at a certain rate and frequency. And if you've ever seen the symbol for recycling, you can see what they are clearly doing here and what they're working to keep going otherwise. You have to understand that point in terms of creation. You actualized yourselves into existence from the very emanation of the actual isness of the all itself. You 100% exist. And this isn't some kind of bullshit illusion otherwise. You're here. I'm here. You're here. Everyone is fucking here that is here. And the densest form of reality is that fucking apple in context to matter, and is where the pentacle is accessed within the morphogenetic field within the vortex. And that is how all of this is reflected within nature itself, the sequence of the energy force, and reveals how the energy force works, and even deeper, will show you how to command Lucifer. And that is the real occult secret with our mystery school in terms of the original teaching. There's a serpent coiling around my neck, the adoring crescent moon and blazing night, the holy river Ganja flowing through my matted hair in the ancient times before I learned of who I am. If I'm the missing link between the pig and the divine, I shall cast the pearls before the swine. I'm no good shepherd on an ox, but the solitude of the loneliest star, like 1,000 shrines, subsumed into the void, like a dead space in between the suns. Is a god to live in a dog? No, but the highest of us are. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. We'll take this segment into another break. I'll be right back, right after this.
Speculate
Welcome back. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts, and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. Lucifer is the essence of primal light that is commanded and given instruction from the first emanations of creation that came forth, the primal sound fields themselves. That primordial consciousness, emanation of core intelligence, when it comes to energy, frequency, and vibration, and is the sound which guides the light otherwise to manifest what it does. And you have to understand the philosophy that's inside the apple and what the apple actually is to the pentacle star core sequence pattern. See, again, there are 5 tiers total with the mystery school, and only 2 have been instituted public at this point still. And to become a magician and knowing what true high magic is, you must know how to command Lucifer and know what Lucifer actually is. And Lucifer, in context to what I am getting at, is not an entity. Lucifer is not a specter. Lucifer is not a god or Satan or the fucking devil. It's something completely different and far more to what anyone has ever been led to assume otherwise. And with the hijacked philosophy that's inside the apple, it's the actual philosophy that's within the golden apples of Idun. The dark Luciferians continue to recycle your ass. They hijack and use your energy and your essence therein and corrupt the light code codex within your templating, which is why and how you're fucking dying and do so physically perish here in this realm. All of this is the effect, instead of you commanding in terms of being the cause point, and thus become infected. You think that you're ascending, or whatever other kind of phantasmagoric bullshit assumed that has used light as one of its greatest weapons against your very fucking soul. You're fucking lying. You're lying to yourselves. And what's even worse in terms of the AI crystalline technologies, this is what the Dark Luciferian Covenant has always been about in terms of their agendas, where the body is taken over and the soul is captured. And again, as I've mentioned before, the treasury of souls, the gold greed, which emanates from these motherfuckers and entities that we're dealing with here, collecting souls. We are creation. You are of the creation. And if, again, I said to all of you that you've always existed, some even as they have and will to who are ignorant, and how it's been twisted and how it's been manipulated. I can see the alignment of everything past it all. And you would not be here otherwise. And you have consciousness and awareness to actually know the great remembering. You're you. Now, whether you like it or not, you are you and you will always be you. You have always been you. The you you're not is the R they fear. And they fear the Aryan. They want to tell you who you are, that which you are not, and are the Fey essence of the Alpha. What do you think Lucifer is unto the Aryan? What do you think Lucifer was in terms of the ancestors? As I said, all of the original teaching was hijacked. Nothing was crafted with these motherfuckers. And the you're not, is the R they fear. And this in context to the true light code, codex of the primal light fields themselves. Take it to the central sun of core intelligence. And this is one of the secrets that you were never meant to know in terms of the occult. And see, most aren't even able to embrace this fact to self-murder. And only ever happens because you really don't know thyself. You're always going to be you, plus more if you actually come to learn and discover the arts that reveal how to explore the mechanics and the secrets and the mysteries of how all of this works as an individual. This is not out there. This is not out there on any fucking level. And this is what the fuck people don't fucking understand. This is what the dark ones want you to think otherwise. They want you to think the way they want you to think. Because they're the ones with all the assumed knowledge and wealth and assumed power and authority and technology or whatever the fuck. And in terms of the diabolic philosophy they have conjured and have given the realm to operate within, they have to tell you somewhat of the actual truth in order for it to work out in their favor. Again, this is how they play on the codes. This is how they play on the sound codes. This is how they play on the light codes. You have to remember this one fucking fact, that you have free will, which is what Lucifer is, and has been hijacked by the Dark Luciferians to Uranus, and it was Uranus that was castrated by Saturn. As to the Black Sun in context, within which there's many ways to look upon the Black Sun sigil for what it really is, because it's not just what I mentioned. Saturn, though, in context, is the ultimate evil in terms of dark time sorcery. And the original giants, which I will also take this to, in terms of the Jotun, and Jotunheim itself, in terms of the universal worlds, who were benevolent in context, had to be murdered and castrated and cut off what Uranus represents metaphysically on a multidimensional level, which is where the ignitions of our core templating actually happen, in context to even further the art and science of planetary high magic, and to what the outer gates of our templating represent also, where the mind itself is ignited, and it's where Saturn took Uranus out of the equation, killed him, fucked him over, flipped it all upside down, and has tried to take shit the fuck over. And that, as far as shattered consciousness is concerned, all goes back to Chiron. And what you have in place, Saturn is eating his own fucking children, which is why the gates to Mid-Valir were sealed the fuck off in terms of that aspect of the spindle of the true universal tree of life, anchored within the solar spiral of creation. And see, it wasn't just the destruction of Maldek that took place. It's where Saturn was hijacked in order to hijack everything else in context to the cube, which is what the fuck Loki's chariot is. I know this is a lot of information that I'm sharing here, and you're going to want to take your time and try to digest these things, but this really needs to be heard in context to Lucifer, and especially in terms of what Lucifer is not otherwise with everything. Again, they had to demonize and invert and twist and devour everything. And the fucked up thing about Lucifer is that the tribe of Dan is related to the shadow dragon. Understand again here that there are serpents and there are dragons. And I got into this more not too long ago, the alchemical secrets of the dragon and the key. And if the dragon has become parasitized, which it was in terms of the Dark Ones, this is how people have become possessed and continue to be castrated otherwise. Even as we've seen motherfuckers, both men and women, literally line up for this shit as some kind of virtue, and all goes back to the purpose of the Dark Luciferian cults in context. Castration is seen as some kind of holy rite. It's even come out of the mouths of those that are running this shit. They are not of our universal world. And the essence of what's riding the mechanics of their consciousness grid works. These are some of the false light tactics that blind the first eye of core intelligence when it comes to the optics of the first eye, again concealed when it comes to the gauge of our perception. And see, it's not the physical eyes that we are made blind. It's with the first eye. Again, everyone is first eye blind, and how people are conditioned to see the world and to see reality, let alone ourselves and matter itself, as some kind of flesh prison, or that it's corrupt. This is what is keeping us from igniting our templates to the planetary gate of Uranus itself. Uranus is where we ignite our templates. Neptune is where we heal our templates, and Pluto is where we transform the template, as to be traded out, especially with government and the old religion with humanity. And with understanding all of this, you will come to wisdom. And when you come to wisdom, all forms of warfare can be strategically fought at that threshold. And see, that's what the art of war was all about. You have to win before you even step forward onto the front lines, taking right action in the realm. This is not going to be some kind of tie game in terms of reality. The fact is that there's going to be actual winners and actual losers. And anyone that goes around preaching this bullshit concept of equality, it actually means either you must have less than what you have now, or it means all must be treated exactly the same, which are both antithetical to cosmic law. Every sane person understands that no one is truly equal, which is defined as being the same in quantity, size, degree, or value. Occasionally, I assume, though, when people say, quote unquote, equality, what they really mean is that everyone should be respectful. And that's a part of the code that we actually adhere to in terms of tribe and the mystery school via Temple of the White Dragon. It's a major part of the code of the Dragon Wolf. And that among our kind, in terms of honor, loyalty, and accountability. But once that's breached by something, that's to the paradox. That's not equality either. Therefore, equality does not actually exist. It's people who have weak souls that are looking for a just world from a position of fear, hopelessness, and despair, only ever wish for the world to be just. But we don't live in a just world. We just live in a world. And if all you're looking for is to be equal, you might want to get some goddamn clarity in terms of the gauge of your perception. The Dragon Wolf is not equal to slaves, let alone equal to those that would want to enslave others. And there is no equality in terms of actual freedom. The only equal measure to anything that's going to get you there is learning how all of this shit really fucking works in terms of the occult and start fucking winning in life. This is the attitude that you need to cultivate. Because again, there's winners and fucking losers in terms of reality. And a loser state of mind is a slave state of mind. It's no virtue to be some kind of fucking loser. It's not. And nobody gives a fuck. Because most are not winning in life. And those that are actually fucking winning, those that are losing become envious and jealous of said status or achievement or anything that's been built. And you have to know what the secret metaphysics behind what they want you to believe rather than know. And see, the secret is to know. What did our ancestors tell us? Know thyself, not believe thyself. And nowhere was it ever said or written to believe in anything or any of the walls or in the ancient scrolls in terms of the original teaching. It said to know your goddamn self. And in context to the higher force, you're dealing with an aspect of core intelligence that's going to test your shit. And if you don't know what to do about it, you're going to get swallowed the fuck up. You think all this experience we are having in terms of reality is just physical. But you have to remember that the metaphysics are at play constantly. So as to the term, demon es Dios in veros, this means the devil is God in reverse. And see, the problem with a lot of you still is you want to be fucking sheep. You actually want to be sheep. Come to me, my sheep. All that shit, all that religious bullshit. And then they got Jesus with a motherfucking sheep around his neck, walking with the sheep. Come along, right? He's called the shepherd. But wait, see, when you see shit, you get fucking scared. But here's the difference. See, the problem is you don't actually know how to negotiate with the gods. And because you're seeing and assume God in one form, and you're only looking at it and him and her through the eyes of a fucking sheep. And what is it that the sheep sees? The ass of the other sheep in front of it. The sheep doesn't see past the ass of the other sheep, and the sheep have their nose up the ass of the other sheep. And see, the occult secret is the fuckers that rule you, all these idiots going around claiming whatever they do, conditioned to be sheep, assume that the goat is the beast. And don't see the goat for what it is otherwise. And yes, the goat is the beast. And your body politic is part beast, part spirit. And you're here to conquer the beast that's being manipulated against your very soul. Reflected your eternal spirit, which is that beast within your heart. And you don't know that if you neglect the flesh and how to articulate through this instrument and technology called the human vessel, your organic technology, you are fucked. You are fucking fucked here. If you don't work with the goat to that reflection of your eternal spirit, and don't stop acting like a fucking sheep being led to the slaughterhouse like everyone else in this fucking world, again, you're fucked. And see, the goat is individualistic, while as the sheep is communalistic. Fucking communist. And that's why they want your ass in a hive mind and your nose up the ass of the other sheep. So you can't see, smell, act, taste, nothing different. But the goat, where does the goat live? It lives up in the mountains, in the higher parts, within the initiate. And this in context to Capricorn, because Capricorn is the mountain. That's where you climb. And as to the alchemical axiom, chasing rabbits down holes was ever meant for the blind and profane. We, however, are among those that climb to master the alchemical mountain of the wise. And that's where this whole idea got twisted, where Jacob was fighting and wrestling the angel. That's where it comes from. And when you read, where did it happen? It happened on Mount Pineal. They fought on Mount Pineal, and the goats live on the mountain. And a goat doesn't take any shit. Try to climb an actual fucking mountain with a goat up there. A goat is going to charge you. And see, the goat's able to live with itself and is well balanced otherwise, and knows how to precariously scale the mountain within all the cliffs and edges. The goat lives, the sheep doesn't. It's only ever existed within the confines of the simulation and its conditioned environment, cut off from reality and the rest of nature and the universe, cut off from its own fucking soul. Listen to what the fuck is going on here. The problem with most people is that they don't individually search out the science and the metaphysics of the goat of wisdom. They don't even know that the goat of wisdom exists. And all these things that have been written, it scares the fucking shit out of people. And in terms of conditioning, people are going to say the goat is Satan, it's the devil, and all this other shit. That's the typical reaction with most that have been indoctrinated by religion on all sides of the equation to it. Again, taken to my list at the very beginning of this segment. And it's like this. First of all, because they don't know what they're actually looking at when they see the fucking goat to begin with. And you need to take extra precaution here, because this individual goat who goes out and finds its own information and digs up under rocks for its own food, climbing the mountain, and lives on the precarious cliffs and edges, can pretty much see over every goddamn fucking thing in his view. Whereas the sheep have their nose up the ass of all the other sheep grazing on the ground of wherever the shepherd takes them. And see, in context to military strategy, you have to take the high ground. We are in a spiritual fucking war. You cross that threshold, there is no going back. Fucking sheep. And you have to understand that they're making you scared of a fucking goat. Why? Because the goat makes you go and learn about the occult. Again, what is the secret metaphysics behind what they want you to believe rather than know? The secret is to know. You must come to know thyself. Not believe thyself, and all the bullshit otherwise that people are conditioned to believe about themselves and the world and reality in general. Again, this is how Uranus was castrated, reflected Chiron in terms of our templating when it comes to shattered consciousness. And that core wound fragment reflected, and you don't even first and foremost believe in yourself to even know or understand that you must first come to truly know thyself, to be in a position of authentic power like that, to actually heal. And not just in terms of the gate of Neptune, but Chiron in context to this fucking fissure that has happened on a very deep shit metaphysical and psychological level, which is exactly where the goat stands. And to its acronym, GOAT. GOAT is the greatest of all time. Greatest of all time. And as it is with the goat of Asgard, eats of the leaves and fruit of the true universal tree of life. These are the golden apples of the goddess Idun in terms of Yggdrasil, the leaf thereof. And the goat of Asgard lives in the high mountain peaks of all universal god worlds. And from there, brings the sacred meat, even as it's been with myself and my bloodline lineage in terms of the nectar of Athanasia. Again, Athanasia means immortality. taken to the great cauldron that is there within the halls of Valhalla itself. That is where the cauldron is filled with the gold, liquid gold of Hydron, which is so big that the Einherjar, which is the Nordic term for the spirits of heroic warriors, died. Their sheepish conditioning in terms of what the forces of anti-cosmic chaos bring. The cauldron is so big that all of the Einherjar are allowed to drink from it and have their fill from it. And having embraced the golden mead of the goat of wisdom itself, this also reflects Odin in terms of his position and office to his throne. And as for the very purpose of Einherjar themselves, it's to fight alongside Odin against the forces of anti-cosmic chaos. And one cannot face the forces of chaos unless you've come to know thyself. And in terms of the goat, they have been using the principle of the goat for at least the last 300 years now on the inverse. And see, the secret is, it's not that even Baphomet, in context to what I'm getting at here, is the quote-unquote evil god. That's not even what the fuck the Baphomet actually is. You think you've arrived, you have not even seen past the fucking first veil. And what they don't want you to know or study is Lucifer. Going back to all the things I was saying about Lucifer, they don't want you studying Lucifer and knowing what Lucifer actually is. Because the implicit word for Lucifer is what? Lucid, translucent, luminous, having full use of one's faculties, sane. It means sane. It means to have clarity, clear to the understanding, intelligible, lucidity, clear as a form and style, a presumed capacity to perceive the truth directly and instantaneously. Lux, Lux, Pharos, Mort Light. It's the planet Venus appearing as the morning star, which goes back to the Pentacle star. All right, not a fiction match. And it's also everything to do with an actual enzyme that catalyzes laxation of what's known as Luciferi. We have Lucifer in us. You have Lucifer in you. Quite literally, again, life force energy. The secret of the goat. Look, it's not about Lucifer and the goat and watch the devil and Satan and all this shit, mind control and brainwashing when it comes to what religion implemented. Remember what I said, they've been using the principle of the goat for the last 300 years on the inverse. And we at Temple of the White Dragon with our mystery school do not shy away from anything in terms of the occult, let alone the actual truth when it comes to any of these controversial matters whatsoever. And essentially what it's telling you when it comes to the wisdom of the goat is that this is what Man is, and is the secrets of what emanates and is revealed between soul and Mani, taken to the Nordic tradition, taking it to the original Western magical tradition. These are the occult secrets revealed between the sun and the moon. And as for those that have been initiated, now take that to your actual templating and go even deeper in terms of what the higher moon gate reveals versus what the lower moon gate otherwise reveals. And you have to know what the differences are, because this is the force in terms of more light we have within us that emanates in terms of the sound song frequency of who we truly are when activated in terms of our templating. And the actual ignitions of the atrioventricular node within the very vortex of our actual physical hearts is where it happens and where it is legitimately experienced. And that men and women are standing there within the entire paradox of this. When it comes to the actual tarot, to the goat, you're going to see two people chained to a post, chained to their lower selves, their conditioned selves, like the sheep they are. And that's what it is to be a slave. That is what is happening with that specific gate of the tarot that's never actually explained for the most part. And what's even worse is that they put those chains around their own fucking necks and they can take them off anytime that they fucking want to. But they don't. And so further, you have one leg of the goat pointing up to the higher moon gate and then another leg pointing down to the lower moon gate, which means that up above you, so as within you, is light, in context to Lucifer and what it really means and what Lucifer actually is. And below you is the darkness, which is where this entire fucking world is right now. The world is in utter fucking darkness, which has been swallowed by the false cold light to the lower moon gate. So Lucifer must be seen from many different points of view to understand the paradox, and also why it cannot be dismissed as it's been for fear. The goat stands at the beginning of the path where you begin to climb the alchemical mountain of the wise in context to self-mastery. And when I speak about the Earth Magician and where I speak about Capricorn, it's on that fucking mountain of actual initiation and all the tiers, which then reflect the cliffs and edges that we are scaling. That's all the experiences that you've ever had in your entire fucking life. And if you see up at the top, there's a flame that's coming out of the top of the goat's head, which emanates the pentacle star in its original upright position and alignment, and is the first eye's kundalini, which reaches down into the roots of who we are in terms of life force energy, which then surges through the core and vortex of our entire beingness. And a lot of the depictions of the goat, they can look extremely insidious and frightful and hard to understand and scary for most to even approach or fucking observe. But that all reflects the conditioning that has set itself against your very soul, against core intelligence. To walk this path, you cannot live in fear. You cannot be in fear of anything. Approach it, observe it. The magic mirror gate. What people again assume is Baphomet is not the actual fucking Baphomet, or things in terms of the quote-unquote goat of Mendes. Mendes goes back to ancient Kemet. And as to some other things in terms of what became twisted and inverted, it's not to those that have taken initiation into the occult and observed correctly otherwise. To the uninitiated, it looks hideous and shit. What the fuck are we actually looking at here? And the goat, he has these wings behind him. And these things in context actually represent your eternal spirit and your soul. And there's the body right there. That's the five-pointed star, as it is to Venus in context to Lucifer. And when it comes to the art and science of astropsychology and further into planetary high magic, Venus represents the actual relationship that you have with your own eternal spirit and soul, and reflects what's there with the pentacle star in terms of the goat of wisdom. Into our bodies, that's the physical plane. And if you flip it all the fuck upside down and invert the pentacle star into what the principles of the pentagram reveal, this in terms of symbolism is what the Dark Ones used against the entire realm as a fucking weapon. When you invert, it manifests a satanic realm, the adversary set against core intelligence itself. And there it is, right there. And every one of us is this blazing pentacle star unto ourselves. And when it comes to the symbolism of the goat, right there, that's Ma. You can't even deal with the fucking goat. You're afraid to even approach it. And all these idiots that claim worshiping the devil and Satan attributes this shit. That's all the propaganda that they give everyone in the outer court of Solomon's temple. And I'm pretty goddamn sick and fucking tired of someone trying to tell me that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about and that I need to stop talking about this. Factors when it comes to my actual bloodline lineage in terms of the Magi, Grail, Shaman, and what the symbol of the goat actually all goes back to in terms of Udinma itself. All of these things versus the side of the so-called light, the false cold light, of the lower moon gate, and to what the lower moon gate reveals, it also conceals. And has nothing to do with how the higher moon gate operates whatsoever. And that is what the imagery of the goat in context is actually warning against. Getting into Lucifer and what Lucifer actually is. As through the wisdom of my own mentors, to what I have learned to remember myself. In terms of my position, I've truly come to know thyself. And it's not just been an attack on the entire realm. It is a direct attack in terms of undermining what the original teaching reveals. All knowledge is ultimately self-knowledge, exactly like Bruce Lee stated within the writings of his own teaching. It's the same thing here with me in my own way as it's become self-evident. into total fucking clarity otherwise. Which again is what the term dragon literally means. To see clear. And this is what the dragon of core intelligence is. Everyone's been estranged from all of this in terms of the goat because the symbology has been demonized in our minds. I'm going to take this segment into another break. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. I'll be right back, right after this. Welcome back. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame Healing Arts and Occult Science Temple of the White Dragon. Again, they fuck with optics and the gauge of perception and counterfeit the actual magic mirror gate itself. The importance of having actual consecrated daggers in terms of ritual are all designed to cut through this shit, and so forth, as when the twisting of the original teaching, when it comes to the science of the circle of the magician, was traded the fuck out for coffin nails and bullshit otherwise. It traded out the living and virtuous life of the original teaching. When individuals in our ancient past started working with all these sub-mundane creatures that I can list, to how the lower moongate operates, whether it's to what I was just getting into in context, to inversion, or anything to do with greys and fucking reptilians, or whatever the fuck else all of this entails. All of this will failingly never bring man to the state of true individual completion. It never has, and it never will. And those who sought to control the lesser spirits through dark ceremonial magic and the letting of blood with these dark rituals do so largely with the false hope of securing from the invisible worlds either rare knowledge or some kind of supernatural power. And as it further states in the secret teaching of all ages, the little red demon of Napoleon Bonaparte and the infamous ocular heads of the Medici bloodline, who were only one among many within bloodline family lineages of the incunabula, all hold rank in terms of the black nobility, along with the lineages of the Illuminati bloodlines. Those are the ones that most people know about, but most people do not even know what the incunabula actually is. And you have to understand that there are more that no one even knows about, and are grand examples of the disastrous results of permitting lesser parasitized forces to dictate the course of human procedure, because it's all led to nothing but what these entities actually require: blood, human sacrifice, and total all-out fucking war in the realm, which continues to be sanctioned by them. All the learned Stoics like Socrates and many others throughout the centuries seem to have been an exception otherwise, seeing this shit themselves and warned against it. This proves that the intellectual and moral status of the magician has really more to do rather with the working of planetary gates and elemental consciousness, and working with your own eternal spirit, as I've been saying and teaching individuals how to do for years now, to actually be capable of evoking and unlocking and igniting these things from within ourselves to actual templating. This is where true high magic is only ever first discovered. An actual apprentice that is learning and training how to first know thyself. This has nothing to do with invocation and summoning lesser entities and allowing the lower self to rule, let alone fate to be dictated by the vampires themselves. This is how all of it became inverted and twisted otherwise, and was never a part of anything in terms of the original teaching. Even as it is with Temple of the White Dragon, the ignition and integration of your own eternal spirit in connection with the higher force of the Jedi itself. This is what the high priests of Amun-Ra originally knew and taught individuals how to actually achieve this. And it's no different in terms of my position and bloodlines to actual pharaonic lineage, and to even be a pharaoh in ancient Kemet before the great betrayal ever took place. Every single one of them had to be initiated into the great mystery. And they, at the very least, had to know and demonstrate their ability to produce pharaohs, which is where we get the term pharaoh from, an ignition of the Ra Hor Kahut in context to Amun-Ra, to the secrets between the moon gate and the gate of the sun. Even as it is with the eyes of the god Horus, which was all originally part of a much, much greater whole that was hijacked and concealed, let alone twisted. And in context to the manifestation of the lower moon gate, this also reflects the most recent cataclysm in terms of shattered consciousness on account of Maldek, inverted and twisted everything on account of the Dark Priest class and the Cult of Athon. The Cometan god Set is a basis of the principles and fundamentals of the quote-unquote adversary, and with other names is called Sutek, or Satan, Ha-Satan. However, what many don't know is that there is another set, which is the Sumerian set, and is called Set Typhon, which reflects the actual factors in context of the Great Betrayal. And it was through the Sumerian set that the Old Ones came through the House of the Net, the House of Set, in context of the Dark Priest class. And again, those within the Thothian sect that betrayed the entire fucking realm went to war against the High Priest of Amun-Ra in order to take over the reins of the Office of Tahuti, which was and still is the actual position and office of the Magi Grail Shaman themselves, and is the office of the Initiator. And they were the original overseers of the biospiritual regenesis as to their individual race, tribe, cultures when it comes to all four primary antediluvian dragon bloodline lineages. And as our true occult history was rewritten and twisted otherwise, as I mentioned earlier, they have worked to corrupt and destroy all keys to the original teaching, which included the twisted and inverted principles and fundamentals and energies of the Saturnian gate within the solar spiral of creation. Again, this is why the gate to Nidvalir has been sealed off. And it's how Saturn, which is the actual womb gate of our reality, was hijacked with what the Svartalfar did. And these are the actual beings that everyone refers to as angels and demons and all of this malefic alien shit otherwise. And not knowing fully just what the fuck happened and how it's even worse than what anyone could assume to anything that's even been revealed at these points still when it comes to what the Svartalfar actually are. For individuals that do not understand what all of this actually is and how it correlates the entire crux of this entire paradox we are experiencing here on Earth in terms of Loki's chariot. You need to understand that this is the shit that is at the helm of Naglfar itself in terms of its wheel, which has been steering through this entire fucking reality field, as well as other universal worlds in order to manipulate the gates. Again, 8 gates, 9 universal worlds. This is how Loki has been able to blast open wormholes otherwise. And Saturn did not become essentially important in context until the rise of the Roman Empire. And what you need to understand is that every Greek and Roman god is an extremely late phenomenon and are essentially composites, which were appropriated from even more ancient knowledge in terms of the god realms, which further goes back to ancient Kemet and also the ancient Druidic and Nordic traditions in context to what I'm getting at specifically here, and pulls out even further getting into things in terms of Udinma and what is really going on within our reality field. And I can go with the Greek and Roman knowledge up to a certain point, but all of this goes back to the Aryan as it is in terms of the Alfar, who were the original progenitors when it comes to the Alfarian or Aryan Codex, and how all of this is interwoven within the memory of what is there within our blood and bones. And Set Typhon, regardless of these factors, is a very old god among the Caucasoid. And again, me and my kind are Carpathian whites. We are not Caucasian. And there is a major difference when it comes to the actual fucking occult history of my people, let alone all people within this entire realm. And when it comes to the Hyksos, in terms of the Caucasoids specifically, as far as I'm concerned to the paradox, they were among some of the first to be genetically modified by the Svartalfar in terms of the Anuna in context, which all goes back to the Sumerian Draconian Empire. And this, on a side note, also happened in ancient India. But as it was with the Caucasoid in context, they are, in other words, Caucasoids, especially in terms of the U. And there is a direct connection with them in terms of Set Typhon and their worship of Saturn in terms of the vampiric blood cults of the cube. And again, the Aton is not the Atin Ra. There is a major difference, which gets into what the occult secrets of the Sun Gate reveal. which also reflects Saturn's true alignment versus Saturn in terms of the Black Sun when it comes to certain mechanics within the solar spiral of creation and how they hijacked everything. They wounded the womb and inverted the womb gate of this reality field in context to Saturn. And this is how the helm of Naglfar has been steering Loki's chariot this entire fucking time within our universal world upon the three spirals of creation. Specifically to the solar spiral of creation, having hijacked the generator of reality, brought with them the worship of Set Typhon, which in context is everything to do with what is revealed with Nidhogg and Jormungandr. And as one gnaws at the roots of Yggdrasil, manipulating the gauge of our perception, the other then encircles the entire realm, locking it down into those equations. The great world serpent, in context to the ratios and equations of the fucking cube. This again all goes back to the base 10 system of mathematics, and we don't work with the base 10 system. I have been teaching individuals how to unlock the Tesseract from within themselves for a very, very long time. And this in context is one of Loki's fucking children. And all that you do is placate to the wrath of what religion requires in terms of Set Typhon. When it comes to all of the dictates of the sects of the Dark Priest class, the cult of Set Typhon. And what these motherfuckers did in context to time sorcery are the most malefic force of fucking evil that this world has ever known. And right now, as it still is, everyone in this fucking realm continues to placate the vampires. And when it comes to our true guides, which are older than the gods themselves, if we do not heed our templating in terms of our true guides, when it comes to the gates of the solar spiral of creation, we are meant to access to the arts and sciences that teach with the mystery school, then people will continue to suffer the wrath and wake and waves of Loki's chariot as it continues to tear through the etheric bodies of everyone in this realm, which reflects the physical manifestation of what they decide to give birth to, which takes all of the loosh they harvest and collect in terms of all of their castrated, gullumized, Shabbos Goy slaves to it all. Even as the Anuna did in ancient times after what happened did. It's no different today than it was then. Again, all goes back to the Sumerian Draconian Empire. And once you see this shit, again, you cannot unsee it once you see it. And that's the trick, because you don't actually know yet still what the fuck we are actually up against here with all of this. And it's far, far worse than some kind of Christian devil or the idea of the threat of eternal punishment for simply existing and then being sold a lie in terms of vicarious atonement. You don't do jack shit. A very, very ancient psyop, all on a fucking repeat, motherfuckers. And what Set Typhon actually is and what it requires and what all of this really goes back to is directly connected to the AI timeline trajectory. The old ones in context to what the mythos of my ancestors warns against and reveals. And that Set Typhon, again in context, which came way later, is one of Loki's fucking children in terms of what he gave birth through his chariot, which is the cube, in context to the gridworks of consciousness of Nidhogg and motherfucking Jormungandr itself. Understand, I'm talking about the inverted energies of Saturn. I work with Saturn. Saturn is very, very important. And if you don't know how to work with Saturn in alignment, then you are totally fucked here in this fucking reality field. And Set, in terms of things that I've heard even Michael Tessarion mention about this specifically, Set is everything to do with a fiery comet. And in terms of that, look what the fuck has been happening in the heavens in context to 3i Atlas, which is very strange to me at this point in terms of the procession. And what's been coming to me in context, as mentioned, is this something benevolent, as many have been claiming and have been assuming in terms of alleged remote viewing of it? Or could it be the reflections of Naglfar itself in terms of how the false cold light operates and what is already manifested in our realm again since 2020, let alone a lot of other things in context that have been going on for thousands of years otherwise. Until people realize that the heavens above are within us, we are not going to evolve. And you're not going to see these types of things for what they really are, because everything is reflected here in terms of this reality field. As above, so below, which again is the exact same thing as the as within, as without. This is how the cosmic law of correspondence works, and how things actually work also to the cosmic law of cause and effect. And in terms of what happened in ancient times, it was set, this fiery comet, which was said to circle the heavens several times, and that everyone saw it from the north to the east to the south to the west, and it raged, as it's also said that it blasted out from Jupiter, and that Venus is a remnant of what came forth again to the pentagram's geometric sequence pattern in context. So as a remnant of the comet, and Set is the comet, this is something that I've concluded myself now. And comets are essentially moving stars as far as I'm concerned. And especially with this, because not all of them are just ice and dust and gas that reflect the light of the sun. No, these kinds of comets are stars that generate their own light. And if you've seen the high definition footage of what's going on with 3i Atlas, and whether it's true or false in context to the occult paradox of the pentacle and pentagram star sequence patterning, if the comet is set, I can correlate that to even be Negafar itself, which is way, way past the surface of what individuals don't fully fucking understand is going on right now. Which is why I'm making all of this public with this segment. And you can take what the fuck I say or leave it. That's not the point. The point is that it's interesting in terms of things that have been deciphered in the Magi, Grail, Shaman segment, the riddle of Gleipnir, and specifically when I get into what the beard of a woman is. This reflects greatly the influence of the cult of Baal Lilith in terms of the Gynocracy, who painted Venus as an androgynous bearded woman, who also appears within the cult of Dionysus, who's the god of insanity and ritual madness. And this in context to the transgendered Venus Barbata. This reveals even more in terms of this thread, and the comet in terms of Set is Set. And comets, being moving stars, have a quote-unquote beard in terms of their trail. And the Greeks and Romans literally called comets bearded stars. And Venus is the bright morning star that is bearded in terms of Venus Barbata and reflects the influence of the cult of Baal Lilith in terms of Dionysus, which is late in terms of the actual origins of the cult of Baal Lilith otherwise. However, it's all connected, and comets always equate an omen. And I think at this point anymore, the writing is on the fucking wall of this reality field as it's been. And this is just proving more of what I'm getting at in terms of what also the dark Luciferian covenant and doctrine actually are. Again, this is nothing new, but reflects everything that is inverted and twisted in context. Also to the agendas unfolding again since 2020 to castrate an entire fucking generation that's coming up behind us now, which to the hexagram in terms of the seal of Solomon and the inverted energies of Saturn and the manipulation of the genome within the very atom happens with a hex, which is in other words a dark black magic spell and broadcast in context, which is conducted one of the darkest secrets within the sex of the cult of Aton. There's also the sigil of the hammer and sickle and Saturn star when it comes to actual fucking communism. And see, you don't understand symbolism if you don't see that, which are all symbols of Saturn in context. So even when you get past the surface of things, which all reveal themselves in the outer court of Solomon's temple, when it comes to the inner court, the cult of Set Typhon, or in other words, the cult of Set Aton, they are hardcore Sethian fucking Atonists, which all goes back to the worship of Yahweh, Jehovah, Baal, the Elohim, Adonai, El Shaddai, or El Shed AI, is all a part of what makes up Set Typhon, and is the sun Set manifested in context to how the gates of core intelligence are sealed the fuck off in terms of the first eye, and all reflects this to the paradox and phenomenon that exists on the south pole of Saturn itself, with the eye that's actually there. And it's at the north pole, of course, the hexagon, in context to the cube, which is also the six-pointed star of Saturn, seals off the seventh gate axis point to the fact that Saturn is the seventh planetary gate in terms of the original system. This is how the seventh gate has been sealed the fuck off, triangulated into the lockdown equations as to the eye of Metatron otherwise. This is what the eye of Alhambra actually is, and what it goes back to for all of you Keylontic science enthusiasts out there who don't have a fucking clue just what the fuck Keylontic science actually is, and how it was also hijacked. And all of you still have a shit ton to learn and realize otherwise, because that material is never going to be able to be navigated correctly if you just take it at face value. Because all this shit to the Metatronics and what the Ruby Order is in context to all of this, you can take it all to the Seal of Solomon itself, and what Keylontic science calls the Maharic Seal. This is what the you are worshippers of when it comes to Set Typhon, or in other words, Tetragrammaton, is Metatron, the cult of Set Aton, which all include the Dark Thothian sect that defected, the Dark Atlantean Brotherhood of the Snake, the cult of Belial, and the cult of Baal Lilith, also along with many other subsects that were forged throughout the centuries, right on up to the present moment. And all of them make up what the cult of Aton actually fucking is. And all of that in terms of the inner court, concerning the outer court manifestations of their slave classes throughout the world, were given all of the religions of the trifecta and governments specifically in context to Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. And they are all part of the same fucking meat grinder here when it comes to the cult of Aton. And all of it, again, goes back to the Sumerian Draconian Empire in terms of Set Typhon. And if anyone assumes that they're a solar sect, it could not actually be further from the truth, because their goal has always been to destroy the original teaching and knowledge and wisdom of the Aten Ra in context to Amun Ra. And it's Amun Ra that the high priests of Ra exemplified and honored in terms of the ancestors, who embodied the hidden cosmic power and occult secrets of Amun Ra. And this in terms of the sun and light in context to what Lucifer actually is, and who Amun Ra actually was to the ancient combatants. Amun Ra is the great keeper of cycles, and Amun Ra is the ram-headed goat god, which also goes back to Banebdejet, representing the four Bas of the sun in terms of Amun Ra, which also merged with Osiris in context to Asar. And Banebdejet is the goat of Mindes in terms of Amun Ra, and is also Neter Kanu. And Amun Ra was the most important supreme deity of ancient Kemet. And when the capital of ancient Kemet moved to Thebes, which is also called Luxor, Lux, this is where you will discover the avenue of the goat-headed sphinxes, which all reflect Amun Ra in context to the goat. And further, all of this goes back to the original pharaonic lineages in terms of the ancient goat witch kings of Udenma. And Ra's tour, in context to Amun Ra, was the center of all learning when it came to the ancient wisdom councils, the Arya themselves. And this in context was specific because it really is the most ancient shit on the entire planet. And that is what people do not understand about all of this. And it was the high priest of Amun Ra that held the knowledge and the secrets of organic arc technologies in terms of how the raw power of the Aten Ra works, the higher force of the Jedi itself. And all of this for me to my actual bloodline in terms of the Boza, Misser, Lamar lineages. We're not just keepers of the sacred tree in terms of the true universal tree of life, but we're also keepers of the knowledge of the liquid gold of ancient Kemet. And again, as it's been, it is we who have the nectar of Athanasia in context to all of this. And I am the first man to release it back into the realm ever since before what happened did. And all of this goes all the way back to Udenma in context to ancient Kemet in terms of the goat. And when it comes to Temple of the White Dragon, when it comes to our mystery school, this is the legacy that I've been working to rebuild and holds actual blood right jurisdiction over in Cult of Aton itself, which is what all of this shit in terms of the Israelites is all about. And it always was. And in terms of the Hyksos, they were essentially the earliest iteration of what can be seen to what Jews and Judaism is in context. It all still goes back to the worship of Set Typhon and the trick they played in terms of the false cold light with Lucifer in context to the paradox. It's what they who stole the knowledge presented themselves as solar worshippers to the public, but in secret, they always were and always have been worshippers of Set Typhon. And in terms of the rise of the pharaoh Akhenaten, when all of this took ancient Kemet the fuck over, this came after the great betrayal took place, with the assassination and murder of one of the greatest pharaohs of ancient Kemet, who was the great war general of the human heart. Pharaoh Thutmose III was murdered, along with as many as they could murder within his family in terms of the oversoul of actual bloodline lineages, goes back to the ancient goat witch kings of Udenma. Even before the time of Atlantis and Lemuria ever existed, and before the first pharaoh of ancient Kemet ever took the throne, the war commenced against the high priests of Amun-Ra. As certain groups within the Thothian sect defected, they not only took over the office of Tahuti in terms of the Dark Priest class, but they also took the fucking throne of ancient Kemet through the pharaoh Akhenaten himself. And as far as I'm concerned, he was groomed by the Hyksos and was among them the cult of Baal Lilith his entire fucking life, which they did for this very purpose. And Akhenaten himself, you have to understand that he was some kind of long-skulled hermaphroditic genetically modified creature and was a hybrid in context. And later, after everything happened, and I'm skipping past volumes otherwise in terms of all of this, it was sanctioned also for Akhenaten to be murdered. Like I said, the pharaoh became a puppet in the hands of the Scarlet Council. And it was then Ramses II and Seti I in context to the cult of Aton that took the armies and the throne of ancient Kemet and started to drive the actual Dark Luciferian covenant and doctrine and war into the realm from there. And it was from the 19th dynasty onward that ancient Kemet became overtly corrupt. This is also when magic became overtly corrupt, to much of what I shared earlier in this segment. And all of this happened in order to take over the entire fucking realm in terms of the Sumerian Draconian Empire's agenda. That's also when they got the fucking Ark, like I said, which is everything further to do with the knowledge of the actual rod and staff technologies when it comes to the Wand of Fire and what the Wand of Fire actually is. Even as it was and still is in terms of the Magi Grail Shaman. This again goes into everything I shared with the Betrayal of Thoth segment. This is what manifested the Pyramid War, which I also have hardcore evidence that proves that it actually happens. And they knew that if they got ancient Kemet, they knew that they would eventually get the entire world, because ancient Kemet was a major part of Ra's tour before the most recent major cataclysm. And the landmass of Earth itself was not like it is now. It is when Earth was still in alignment with the solar north, as well as all of the ancient giant trees that existed in terms of the ancient biosphere. And some of their remnants are what the actual pyramids themselves have been built upon. And it's not what the fuck they tried to sell the world a while ago as far as what was underneath the Great Pyramid of Giza. And this further goes back to when the Earth was in alignment with Thuban in terms of the Draco constellation, and not like it's been in terms of Polaris, which does nothing but reflect glitches within time and within the constructs of the illusion of the simulation, which is all ran by time sorcery. And what time sorcery actually reflects, as with Saturn, this also is what led up to the most recent major cataclysm, and its goddamn fucking epicenter was Saqqara, Kemet. So when it comes to dates and timelines and history in context to ancient Kemet, unto Udenma itself, it is far, far more ancient than what anyone could ever assume otherwise. Because all of this, especially in terms of the pole shift, led up to a 14,000 to 16,000 year ice age where everything was buried for literally thousands of years before our people came forth. And again, my people came forth, the Carpathian Mountains. And the pyramids were not built by who people assumed to be Egyptians. They were built by those who founded ancient Kemet, who came from the Great North otherwise first, before ancient Kemet became what it was. And there's evidence of pyramids all across the world. Egypt is not the only place where pyramids exist. And I've seen actual pyramids here in the American territories and many undisclosed places. However, with all of the smokescreen bullshit to a false history that keeps the actual truth concealed otherwise, again, all of the things that I'm sharing are at the very least here to consider. And in terms of the goat, understand that Sethian Satanists don't worship the goat. They have only ever appropriated the symbolism of the goat in order to demonize and invert its actual meaning, which has been the trick against those who don't know the truth of what the goat actually fucking is, and have used the inverted frequency currents of Saturn as a weapon of dark sorcery through the cult of Aton. And that's what all of this goes back to. And Set worship, in context to time sorcery, is used by the you against all who are slaves in the outer court of Solomon's temple, who are the ignorant masses of this world otherwise. And all of this goes much deeper than even what's assumed. And I want to make that clear that no, they don't worship the goat. They actually fear the goat. And people don't know who or what the goat actually is otherwise, the things I was getting into before, and whose knowledge is kept and only revealed by the hidden one itself. Understand that all these dark cults always had and continue to operate with what they wear otherwise on a front to their public persona. However, it's the real private shit that is concealed that is what they actually operate with behind the scenes. And the masses have no idea who the hell they are actually fucking dealing with otherwise. And also because it all comes in the guise of the gossamer false cold light, and it's the battery of what drives the fucking wiring and frame of what Loki's chariot fucking is. And when it comes to their private altars and their private worship, that is the real power that is charging this battery in context. And that has never changed. And this is the real shit that's going on in terms of actual religion, because Christianity is Satanism, is Sethianism. And there's no Christian on the face of the entire planet that can get away from this fact, because that's what it all goes back to and always has been, of the you. And with that, I'm going to pull this segment into another break. And if you made it this far, continue to strap in. This is going to be a cosmic marathon, motherfuckers. I have a lot more to get into. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame Healing Arts, and Occult Science Temple of the White Dragon. I'll be right back, right after this. Welcome back. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. Do you actually fucking think that the solar worshippers of Parthia were fucking Jews or Christians for that matter? And where this whole idea of parthenogenesis even came from in the first place in terms of the cult of Baal Lilith and worship of the dark goddess in context to Set Typhon? No, this is beyond the front script that they gave the public, which was given in terms of the scriptures, which also reveal to conceal this. It's revealed in order to conceal what you can't even see right the fuck in front of your fucking faces. This is how the false cold light of the dark Luciferian covenant and doctrine is wielded. This also goes for Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons in terms of Christendom and all of its fragmented denominations and thrall to the fractal and fissure virus that it is. And it's all hidden in plain fucking sight. But since you're not initiated into the actual occult, you cannot see what's right in front of your faces. And you don't even know what the fuck the Bible actually is, or where it actually comes from, let alone the fact when and if you have actually fucking read it, you think it's the word of God, and that worshiping Yahweh, Jehovah, and bowing down to Jesus in order to be saved and not adhering your true traditions otherwise is what it's all about, and that paganism is of the devil, which is absolute fucking horseshit. Another question is this: what is the actual word of the goat? If we're going to get into speaking about what God actually is, you don't even know the language that you're speaking. In context to parse, syntax, quantum grammar. And if you don't know what parse, syntax, quantum grammar is, the language that you are speaking is enslaving you. We're over here cracking codes beyond measure. And it's to this in context we are actually seeking the hidden one's true secrets. And is the word or sound that these motherfuckers want to keep concealed and hidden and silent otherwise. And here, I'm not going to be fucking silent. I think honestly, if it was ever revealed on the level, it would unleash the wrath of the gods upon the dark ones that would actually annihilate their time sorcery, timeline objectives. And this is not in terms of some kind of fiction, but to actual fucking bloodline jurisdiction, remembering what the true position actually is. And this is to all of us in context to actual jurisdiction, which is a part of what the GOAT has revealed to me in terms of the bloodline knowledge of what all of this actually means. I am not fucking around here. And with what the Sethian Atenus bloodline did, understand that Atonism, in terms of the false cult light, is on the front in terms of Set Typhon driving it. The cult of Constantine, which is what Catholicism and Christianity actually is. They got these things from Mithras and Seraphas and manifested this character called Jesus, the Chimera produced by El Borg itself, which is no better than what the New Age movement has done in terms of our modern era. That is just not what people even know it actually is, and driving it all to twist shit. And that's the front that the Dark Ones give in terms of chaos magic to it all, and how you have been blinded by the false cold light in order to conceal and keep hidden and occult what is really going on and what's driving all of these agendas otherwise. It's been gang warfare ever since. It's been a war of goddamn fucking dictators. And as it was with the Knights Templar, the Knights of Malta, the Freemasons, and all of these other subsects that were essentially all originally meant to be scriptorial. See, that's what the fuck I'm doing over here with a lot of this. The correct way. I'm deciphering and decoding these things I've been sharing with you. And I have been rewriting this shit over the years so that the truth can actually be de-occulted otherwise. And all of these things that need to be redacted so that all of it makes actual fucking sense. You have to understand that this is all a part of how we actually heal this shit and course correct the timelines. Otherwise, after all of the insane trauma that has come from this in our world, it's only ever going to continue as it's designed to. And what we are doing is absolutely fucking necessary. And it's how we flip the script on their scriptures back on their ass, used as a weapon against our kind in order to tie down, hold back, and restrain within the lock of its fucking cage, Loki's chariot. Fuck that. This is where we get access to our key codes. This is where the fuck we take our power back. Because we are nothing to do with our gangs and wars in terms of all these different sects to it all, which all branch outward from the poison root of the U into Judaism and Islam as well. And that is the war that they want all of you to perpetuate, as it was planned back in the late 1800s. And what's a Jew or a rabbi anyway, except a false interpreter? You have to understand that all of them who are lower than the fifth sect, these individuals don't even have a fucking clue what the fuck is actually going on, with the schools of HAILZ and Shaman otherwise. Again, all the shit that they have given the slave class to the outer court of Solomon's temple. They have the Torah, they have the Talmud, they have the Septuagint, they have the Bible, all given to them to believe in, and how it's all interpreted in a billion different ways. Some of them have even got fucking Kabbalah in the Carpathia now, in context to that. But all of this is much, much worse with what is actually happening on higher levels within the third chamber of their temple, which was literally all built by the Goetia themselves. Yeah. And this is all the shit that we need to plow through, taking on this noble pursuit myself in terms of my position and also my direct involvement and real world dynamic that is happening in terms of the brotherhoods and sisterhoods themselves. And as to interpret things correctly so that shit makes fucking sense, once you actually see it for yourselves. Again, do not ever take my word for a goddamn thing. Take on the noble pursuit yourselves and dig even deeper if you're even prompted to do so, so that all of this also becomes self-evident otherwise. It takes a certain type of individual and a certain kind of templating to even do this. The point is to do what you are designed to do in terms of templating. And as with what being a cosmic code cracker requires, and because these things can't be refuted, there is no defense that even needs to be made. There is no debate, there is no fucking argument that can stand against this shit. And I know what I'm talking about. We do not co-sign the narratives that are nothing to do with our people whatsoever. Let it the fuck go and stop clinging to Loki's chariot, motherfuckers. Let it go. It's proven with a lot that I have put forth in this segment, and not just in this segment, but with other individuals as well out there, which I said was going to happen. I said all of this was going to happen, and even more now, so that our actual history, occult history, being revealed makes actual fucking sense, and we course correct the timeline. I have an entire file folder in the Black Earth Library that is packed with knowledge beyond measure that exposes the Gaionum and the Ganocracy, these dark Atlantean, Sethian Sumerians, in all of this Abrahamic conspiracy shit in terms of the cult of Aton via Set Typhon, who covered up what they actually found in the Valley of the Kings during the quote-unquote Holy Land expeditions and the actual looting that took place, which had already been taking place for centuries as it was. Egypt was ransacked over and over and over again before that expedition even happened. And you think for a single fucking second that it's ever going to be revealed on their public forums or discovered within their libraries, the actual truth? No. You have only been given a narrative that they control, which is co-signed in order to keep individuals going in circles within these wheels of assumed interpretation and with zero correlations that can even be made otherwise, that are in total contradiction with each other. It's all opposed and confused, and a spellcast that was set forth has been a part of their dark sorcery in terms of anti-cosmic chaos. Truth is beyond the dark ones. And if you don't have the actual occult history under your belt, let alone activation of your own templating, and what all of this goes further into, chances are you're going to remain enthralled to it. That is literally what the fuck I see with everything that is still going on out there. The Dionysian Bacchanalia manifested in our realm in terms of actual fucking madness, and all of this is its actual fucking origin. Insanity. And this has ever been the only threat against the Dark Priest class, is to connect it all back in alignment, which has been my point of taking back the office of Tahuti in context to my position with the Mystery School. This entire situation of transcendentalism in context to what I will say is nothing more than spiritual escapism, and all these other forms of phenomenalistic magic are nothing but blind alleys and are the rotted outgrowth of dark Egyptian and dark Atlantean sorcery conjured in terms of the Sumerian Draconian Empire. As for those that forsake these false paths and continue to seek past these things, assuming that this is what real magic is supposed to yield, and how it happens otherwise could not be further from the truth, again, in terms of the original teaching. They think it's to become possessed by something. Anything else except your own eternal spirit in alignment with the imperial self. And don't be talking to me about some kind of protection otherwise in terms of magic and the magic quote-unquote triangle. No, because all these types of magicians are still being influenced and have been the subject of lesser entities that they have entertained. So even though a full-on possession is allegedly prevented, the mind of these kinds of magicians are still being taken and overtly influenced. It's only slower. And those who assume that they're in control otherwise, that's the control issue of a power dynamic that they ultimately never won otherwise in terms of actual case studies. And as most are being worked through unwitted, it's because of the conditioning they deal with, seeing themselves as less than or incapable of mastering themselves or coming to know what true, authentic power actually is, what's also required to achieve it when individuals go out of their way to conjure literally anything. I don't care if it's angels or demons or alien factions or whatever the fuck. If your practice and anybody else's practice out there does not constitute the actual framework of fundamentals and principles that reveal how to ignite and integrate your own eternal spirit to soul code, blood code essence, then it is false. And again, how that works for every single individual is 100% unique in terms of the universal laws of metaphysics and the eternal axioms. There can be no dogma here. You don't even know what that term God means, or where it came from, or what it was derived from. And God is dog, and the goat is God. Got. God. Goat. Goth. You think it equates some kind of all-powerful creator of the known universe or anything else is beyond that. That is not what the fuck God is or what the gods are. God is goat. Demon es Dios enderos. Everything goes back to this in terms of the inversion and twisting. If we're going to transcend the times that we are living on these levels, look at fucking CERN. What are they doing with CERN? Blasting open motherfucking wormholes and the shit that's coming through on an interdimensional level. Look, they got 24 of these fucking things all across the world, not just in Geneva, Switzerland, okay? Look at what's happened with all the weapons technologies, along with the spike towers connected with them, the actual fucking spike matrix, and how all of these have been implemented otherwise with the needlecraft. Even Elon fucking Musk himself stated, and I have the clip to prove this, he has literally stated that with AI, they are summoning a demon right out of the horse's fucking mouth. And as you all continue to be distracted, not knowing the hour that we are in, all of the sheep are being turned into mutton for the goddamn fucking slaughterhouse. You've all been prepped and prepared in context to that. See, we haven't even seen the worst shit fucking come yet. And the fact that these lesser spirits want to eat, look, they literally want to eat the souls of humanity and take over. With most, it's been happening on a drip with those who assume that somehow they're going to be able to control these things. This was a part of what's already happened that led up to the most recent major cataclysm. And again, with it, you're going to be ushered into the goddamn simulation factors and fused into their constructs on an overdrive, pulled into a very real parallel Earth timeline trajectory in terms of the AI. And you will be assimilated by El Borg, which in other words I can say is very certain. Angelic intelligence to what AI is from a certain augmented point of view. The very adversary of the human soul in terms of core intelligence. And again, it's nothing new. This always was the agenda since its inception. And with what the world's been sold in terms of religion, there is a very real separation and breaking away from all the fucking false, cold light, bullshit fucking teaching that is out there. You have to take full responsibility for this and stop seeing yourselves as less than, and stop seeing yourselves as incapable, and stop seeing yourselves and thinking about yourselves in the way that the vampires want you to see yourselves. This is what's caused people to wander. And just like Manly P. Hall stated, it's the wander therein. Because almost everyone continues to invariably fall victim to their own imprudence, especially when it comes to religion. And the term imprudence means the quote-unquote quality of being unwise and rash, that which comes from fear and or an indiscreet attitude in terms of a pretense to bullshit, having no discretion, having no fucking discretion whatsoever. Those that are looking to exploit all of the wounds, all of the trauma, right? Everyone's got PTSD or whatever the fuck else people are dealing with. It's unconscious. You don't even realize it. It's all atavistic. It's coming up in terms of the procession. And then there's all these people that want to pull you into their traumatized narrative and framework with religion, with all their vampiric gaslighting and trauma bond insanity to it, imprudence that too many have otherwise, with all of these pseudo doctors and assumed to be healers and psychics and fake ass motherfuckers who want to take advantage of you and use your own imprudence and ignorance against you. See, you don't even know your own power to begin with. And that's where they get your ass every single time, especially with the occult. And that's a major part of what all of this is about, cultivating your true, authentic, fucking power to begin with. That is the difference with myself and others who have been down the dark path long enough and hard enough otherwise to really know how it all works. And because I abhor that shit, knowing the difference to its most insidious factors, also in terms of the false cold light, how it operates, and if people are incapable of being able to control themselves and have no true education and passion for actual learning, not knowing what it means to master being human, then how the fuck would anyone be able to stand against the actual fucking influence of aliens, angels, or demons, or light beings, or whatever fucking faction is conjured with all this CE5 technique horse shit? Do you really think that quote-unquote God is going to save you? Or that you're saved to abdicate your responsibility otherwise? That's what the biospiritual regenesis is all about. And that's where it all got twisted with literally everything that comes from the Dark One's inverted and twisted teaching to any of these topics otherwise. And when it comes to these topics, those that have assumed that they're more advanced than anything that's come from the authentic human in alignment, you're fucking lying to yourselves. Even the gods themselves know not to fuck with a sage or shaman or a legitimate steward that has proven themselves and demonstrated that they do know first and foremost who they actually are. And if you think otherwise, then you, again, are subject to all of the religious programming in terms of how you approach and experience literally anything and everything. And when it comes to the first cosmic law and how it actually works, and those that don't actually know who they are, they're not equal to our kind, let alone have taken the actual task of governing themselves in terms of cosmic law against the fiery, tempestuous, lesser spirits and specters in terms of all these practices when it comes to government and religion. And it's where they've got your ass. It's never going to change unless you change. And getting a bit closer to the truth of what drives all of this insane shit, many magicians have been taken over and lost their lives as a result of opening a way whereby submundane creatures will become active participants in these affairs. And you can take it to the case of what actually happened to Aleister Crowley and Victor Nürnberg. They summoned the 73rd false gatekeeper C333 in 1909 in Algeria within the Sahara Desert. Another one that took place with the Babylon working at Area 51 to Aleister Crowley and Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard and others that were there. They all saw a wormhole open and that something came through, meaning they couldn't even fucking define it, which then later, as far as I'm concerned, led to his mind being taken and psychologically manifested all 9 traits of actual MPD. Fuck that. A true magician must be healthy, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and of course also be able to master the temporal existence, because everything is connected. And as far as the rituals that Crowley took to perform, all you have to do is look further into what actually happened to Dr. John Dee and Edward Kelly in terms of the Enochian rituals. Look at what happened to Faust, the Faustian Pact made being a part of what runs all this shit, which people over the centuries have assumed is nothing but a fiction match, when in fact it's not. And as far as I've concluded, during the time of the Black Plague, when Faust went out of his way for fear and decided to summon, conjure, invoke, and summon Mephistopheles in context to ceremonial dark magic, what were his reasons for even doing so in the fucking first place? It was to incite Mephistopheles for the purpose of gaining influence, power, knowledge, and youth. It said that years later, his entire fucking physical body had been found and was torn to shreds and scattered across his dwelling by Mephistopheles, as he had contracted, literally signed away his fucking soul. And because of his own imprudence, once that contract was fulfilled, Mephistopheles came to collect. And if you don't think these lesser forces don't come to collect, they do. 100% of the time. And in some cases, as it's also been, this shit is passed down through the bloodline to actual children, even as far out as 7 generations. In fact, some of them have even been a part of certain contracts in the case of actual human sacrifice, even as we still see today, with all this insane shit still taking place with the cult of Baal Lilith in the case of Epstein. Again, this is nothing new. I can go on and on exposing this, but where does it come from? What is its origin? And why? Why do they do what they do? And getting to the poison root, in the case of Eliphas Levi, who invoked the spirit of Apollonius of Tyana, what the fuck did he exactly hope to accomplish by doing this? Was it for the gratification and curiosity and motive sufficient to warrant the devotion of Apollonius of Tyana, dedicating himself to an entire lifetime of extremely dangerous yet unprofitable pursuits? Manly P. Hall makes the point. He states that in the case of Eliphas Levi, if the living Apollonius refused to divulge his secrets to the profane during his lifetime, is there any probability that after death he would disclose them to the curious-minded Eliphas Levi? And the answer to that question is fuck no. And that even he himself, Eliphas Levi, did not dare to assert that the specter, which appeared to him, was the great philosopher to begin with in terms of his experience. Eliphas Levi realized all too well the proclivity of specters is to only ever impersonate what's being summoned or invoked. And as for those that practice this kind of dark sorcery, those that want to conjure spirits and summon entities, or call down the fucking aliens, or consult angels or demons, and all this other shit in context to this specific practice, call upon those that have passed over in terms of being dead, any apparitions that would actually appear are nothing but these submundane creatures and specters masquerading through bodies of composed light and tear open wormholes through the harmonic shears of physical existence. Hence again, how the false cold light operates. And I've seen this shit happen myself, as things would flash through and take their shape and form. I've seen this shit riding certain motherfuckers I witnessed be taken the fuck over. There have been plenty of times that I myself have been in denial in terms of this. But looking back at my own experience on top of everything else that I've done research and study to, is even where I myself fucked up before in terms of magic and the occult. That's what this shit is, and that's what it was, as reported. This is decades ago. This is centuries ago. And people still do not get the fucking lessons necessary in order to transcend. They still go out on this fantasy bullshit, not understanding the power of their own eternal spirit otherwise to actually transcend. Everything that you are seeking is already there within you. And all these other things are nothing but thought form substances, only ever supplied in terms of actual energy, frequency, and vibration of the very person that is doing the incantation, being ridden by them. Their goal is to take the entire fucking realm the fuck over. And most of the time, in context to this and how it's manifested, it's extremely subtle, meaning that it cannot be detected by the average individual. And even some who are quote unquote advanced otherwise, until things get triggered, it's overtly concealed. And that these individuals even desire to behold these wraiths, they have only ever been tricked into assuming that what they are seeing and having interface with is anything else in terms of actual correspondence. And the most dangerous form of black magic is the scientific perversion of occult power for evil and perverse gratification of twisted personal desire, which can never be satisfied by these types who even fucking do this. It's less complex, however, more universal in its form to ritual with the Dark Ones versus other methods. It is the absolute antithesis of what the original teaching reveals and warns against and strictly forbids. And this is why it's forbidden. Because it's fucking evil, and because all black magic is derived from the void of the abyss itself. The total fucking emptiness of that void. It's motivated, quite literally, by all the primal fears the soul is plagued against. And it's this kind of psychological mindfuck that is the fundamental cause point of all evil manifesting in the world. Man is the origin of all coming evil, even as Carl Jung stated. What does he mean by that? Why the fuck would he say that? And it's in context to what happened in our ancient past when certain men and women bartered and sold out their eternal souls for temporal power to be in a position of total domination and control. There is not a one of you out there that have never gone full dark in terms of blood. And that is the denial that I'm mainly getting at. And unless acknowledged, confronted, and healed through with the ancestors in order to course correct the timeline, it's going to be a repeat of a repeat of a fucking repeat. And it's up to us to do that here on ground level, as has been the mission of the Magi Grail Shaman down through all of the ages. And I've done this in terms of my own bloodline, which is why I know what I know. Not to say that it's going to be the same with you, the levels of intensity of all the things I've had to go through and integrate and reach beyond. In fact, I hope that none of you out there ever experience what I have. And it's not to compare or contrast. It's to know the difference. And my real question is this: who the fuck is living the actual alignment? People want to argue timelines and dates and history and all this other fucking shit, when I think that we can all come at table and agree that something is really fucking off here. Okay, what's the actual fucking solution? I've been talking about the solution for years. And it's more than what even most can claim still, because you don't understand what all of this is being here on Earth to begin with. Everyone is going to choose and do whatever they choose to do. And you have a choice. You have free will, which enables anyone to make this exchange otherwise, if so chosen. It's the same free will that's manipulated by these lesser entities, these religious factions, these authorities, in context the government, in all of its various branches. And the dark arts include nearly all assumed forms: black magic, necromancy, witchcraft, dark sorcery. And the most evil of them all is a total composite when it comes to the Magia Vampirica, its actual grimoire. And as I've stated with the Occult Secrets of Carpathia series already, and I've proven the history that these fuckers actually exist, we are up against actual fucking vampires on the highest levels. And no, they are not human whatsoever. It's what the mythos of my ancestors warned the entire realm about in terms of our position and actual bloodline jurisdiction here on Earth when it comes to the mystery school. And since antiquity, and where all of it originally comes from, which is far, far older than even ancient Kemet itself, let alone the scriptures, the fact that it reaches beyond our universal world, the lineage of this mystery school holds bloodline jurisdiction over all of these dark factions. And Loki's the lock. And without the dragon and the key, there is no unlocking the lock. He is the very lockdown equation itself. He is the sperm line of the Dark Ones. His codex is the mathematical reversal technology. He is the master of warlocks, black magicians, and dark sorcerers that locks everything down to the very bent of his anti-cosmic will, and is the very bent of war. He has forever been the trickster, the traitor, and scapegoat god, who throws everything that is poison into all universal worlds of existence. And as to what he projects, he is a master of the arts of illusion and trickery, and is a master manipulator. He is the great shapeshifter and dark witch king. He is the forked tongue of the Svartalfar themselves. He is the king consort of Angarboda, who is the womb gate of the abyss itself. He is the epitome of the putrid essence of all hypocrisy, and he is the father of all progeny of the lineage of evil itself. Even as Odin has revealed to me and allowed me to see into the scry of the great wellspring of wisdom, it can only ever reveal the truth. And so also warned that what I was allowed to see on my own accord, again, these extremely ancient trade deals that took place with the Svartalfar along with certain Jotun, Loki is the one that comes from Muspelheim, and Loki is the fire giant Surtur himself, taken to only one of all of his many forms. And it was he and Gulveg that fused with the dark Svartalfarian Syrian AI crystalline technology in terms of the old ones, this in context to the parasite, in order to give birth to it in all of the universal worlds. Again, this is nothing new, and it goes back to what took place in Vanaheim. This is where it all started. The rest went from there. Reflected the upper worlds, Vanaheim, Asgard, and Alfheim. Here within the middle worlds, it reflected what's manifested in terms of Svartalfheim, Jotunheim, and Midgard. So now to the hour that we are living, it was on Earth. It was on Earth again. And millions were literally murdered after Divok AI hit this entire fucking realm. You don't even understand the threshold that this entire realm crossed over in terms of the parallel Earth timeline trajectory. You don't know the history here and all the correlations that myself and others have been able to make to our present hour. Once you actually see it, you can't go back. No you as yet or what? Fuck religion. It's nothing but a spoke within the great wheel of the Ouroboros. And our ancestors warned the world about all of this going well into prehistory in terms of the white dragon prophecy. And what the Hopi have spoken about when it comes to the Kahana and what his message would be, we must start to remember more and quadruple the fuck down in terms of focus and activate on more powerful levels to what I've been presenting on Black Earth Productions this entire fucking time. You must be self-realized and caught up to far more in terms of reality, because we are going to cross these thresholds going into 2028, exactly as I've been saying. I don't know about you guys, but what the fuck? 2025 has been a very insane and challenging year. It's going to be what we choose and decide and take right action towards on a daily basis. It's all encompassing what is currently manifesting upon the geopolitical stage, and as we witness everyone pull their own strings to it all, our kind have made strikes with some of the most powerful battle magic spells that I've been able to put together with a few other sigil craft magicians. The place where Loki was brought to after he murdered Balder. Again, Balder, the most cherished and honored among the gods, is what the human soul is to the gods. And after he was murdered, everything reflected the realm, is where we find ourselves now within the snares of Ran's net. I'm going to take this segment into another break. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. I'll be right back, right after this. Welcome back. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts, and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. When Loki saw what was coming for him, he threw his net into the fire and tried to hide himself in the form of a fish. I will take this to the symbol of the ichthys itself. What did I say about the goddamn breath of a fish? Revealed with the riddle of Gleipnir. See, it's the same fucking fish here in context to Loki. And sooner or later, someone out there is really, and I mean really, going to see all of the correlations that I've been able to make, let alone others that have worked with me directly, and every other segment on top of this one, and take actual fucking initiation into the mystery school. Because what we are offering when it comes to the order of the Temple of the White Dragon, there is nothing out there like this. And I know because I was trying to find it my entire life. And it's this fucking form that Loki took and what he continues to take so as to leave no traces of himself, concealing himself, concealing his actual fucking activities. And see, the ichthys is an acronym and is the symbol of the fishers of men. And by hook, they've gotten all you motherfuckers. And see, when the gods arrived, they all saw Loki's net smoldering in the fire. They summarized that the shapeshifter changed himself into the likeness of those he intended to catch for himself. And see, that's been the trick. Right fucking there. That's it. That is how it works. And it's what the fuck the House of the Net does. And the vampires come in whatever guise they want to. Black, white, red, yellow, or whatever. And what it goes back to in terms of occult history with ancient Kemet and everything that's happened in the West unto the Great North when it comes to Europa and the rest of the world now, it's all made pretty fucking clear. So, as to go further into the mythos, when the gods saw Loki's net in the fire and took up the twine Loki had been using for his net, they started to craft their own net and try to catch Loki. And see, this is the actual fucking lesson here in context. It's a paradox, ultra paradox, and how he has been able to take their powers and take their codes and all this shit in reflection to what also humanity tries to do in terms of trying to argue within the framework of what religion imprinted upon the minds of mankind. And that's a part of how the Tesseract operates in terms of the trapezoid and will never be unlocked unless you know the secret of the dragon and the key. And how the nets, traps, and snares bind you. That is what religion is, to its very definition. And several times they cast their net into the stream, trying to catch him. And each time they tried to catch him, the fish barely eluded them. At last, however, the fish, who was Loki, made a bold leap downstream to swim out into the sea. But while Loki was in midair towards his final escape, Loki was caught by Thor himself. And as he writhed in Thor's grasp, Thor held him fast by his tail fins. And then Loki was taken, in his regular form, to a certain cave, where the gods also brought in Loki's two sons, Narfi and Vali, where Vali was turned into a wolf, who then promptly killed his own brother in reflection of the situation. And how it is from a certain point of view, because Vali, you could say, essentially became Fenrir to the paradox of what it also means to be Ulfadnar in the realm. And the secrets therein are only revealed with level 2 adept Ulfadnar training with the mystery school, going way deeper into what I'm alluding to here. So going back to what I was saying, it was Vali, who was the son of Sigyn, that strew his brother Narfi's entrails across the entire fucking floor of the cave. And at that point, Loki was then fastened and tied to 3 rocks within the cave with the entrails of his slain son Narfi, which the gods soon turned into iron chains. And the god Skadi then placed a poisonous snake on a rock above Loki's head, where it dripped venom over and over and over and over again, non-stop, onto his head and onto his face. And this has been a part of the fate of Loki in terms of his murder against Balder until, as it's further fated, Loki breaks free from the chains at Ragnarok to fulfill the contract between the Jotun and the Svartalfar and attempt to destroy the cosmos when it comes to all universal worlds. And then the play out of what we've been witnessing otherwise is all reflected in our universal world to what's actually happened. Look, the real secret to what I'm getting at here, this is to do with genetics and DNA RNA code scripts and grid works and templating, okay? Take it down to the subatomic level here, because that's what you're going to have to do, as well as acknowledge the ancestors and also the fact that all of these other universal worlds actually exist. And this is how it's all working. And this might sound even a bit more batshit fucking insane, but as this has been attempted 3 major times already to our ancient past, all of this still reflects our realm, the souls of humanity, which again, Balder in reflection must rise from the underworld and reclaim his place among the gods in order to remember. That's why we're fucking here at this point in terms of the timeline that we are living. Whether to the past or the ancient future, all of it is happening now, and this has not happened since what happened did. This threshold has never been crossed, it's never been healed, it's never been course corrected, ever. And that contract that was made between Loki and Angrboda, who is Harukin, as with the old ones, going back to Gulveg. If you want to know more in terms of this specifically, then go watch the Magi, Grail, Shaman segment, Nectar of Immortality. All of that's going to take you deeper in terms of this paradox. And again, as I continue to say, until you recognize that the heavens above are within you and you come to know what the eternal axioms actually reveal, you're not going to really know what I'm fully saying or what you're even hearing or reading or studying yourself when it comes to anything you're actually approaching, because you still don't know how you operate. Again, know thyself. It's all this other shit that you've been raked the fuck out on. Otherwise, this is what Loki's chariot is. And you have to move further into this shit for real. Look, you guys, this shit runs so goddamn deep beyond any measure that you can actually fucking imagine. Not only is it going to increase your superliminal IQ capacity, it's going to take a motherfucking genius to fully grasp everything I'm getting into. Sometimes I feel like my head is going to fucking explode, let alone implode, if I don't get it out though, whether you understand it or not. And when it comes to actual Thursatru, or Thursangi, or Galdavra, or Trollskapar, you know, all these things in terms of Mycarian witchcraft take time to understand. And when it comes to my personal practice, it's all encompassing. And I have personally excluded nothing whatsoever, holding myself accountable again to the code of the Dragon Wolf in terms of protocol and how all of this has been navigated otherwise. And I've been able to navigate and master chaos. And I've also almost been completely fucking destroyed by it. That's how I know the difference in terms of everything here. And just because everyone is essentially a conduit of pure chaos, this doesn't mean that everyone's actually capable of magic, even at a base level, let alone high magic to the most advanced teaching. Because you're not going to get there otherwise. Again, true magic is first knowing how to organize chaos. It requires 2 things, balance and control. Because without them, no matter what level anyone comes to, whether a neophyte or grand master, chaos will consume every fiber of your fucking being and overtly fuck you up and actually kill a motherfucker if you don't know what you're doing, if we do not adhere to actual protocol. And in context to this, there's always a give and a take when it comes to actual magic, which is revealed with the law of Gebo and its cosmic law. And if you don't fully understand or know what I'm getting at in terms of things, you can. And if you keep going deeper, and if you join the ranks of the mystery school and become an actual member of the Order of the Temple of the White Dragon, it will be inevitable. So you can't even know what's alluded to beyond what you are sold and what people have been conditioned and bought in terms of the Dark One's teaching. To even have it revealed, approaching things the wrong way in context to how you are conditioned, is how everything is designed and is how it's approached otherwise. And people not knowing the difference with what you have been forced to deny can only ever authentically happen if you know who you really are. And I mean truly, with total fucking clarity, and with everything that the world has ever sold us and taught you, what it's caused you to pursue and literally forced you against yourself. It's never given you the true path to anything to discover this. And you don't know who you actually are, having co-signed the narrative of an assumed identity. And that was a path that you never had to carve out yourself. That was a path that you were given. And it's impossible to know how to operate outside how you actually see yourself at any given time, regardless of anything. And this is why. And that this is how we relate to everything in this realm. And everyone having been bled dry, the very gold of consciousness and life force energy, which can only be truly ignited within the embodiment and reflection and manifestation of who we truly are. It is literally how the gods themselves and the universe and the higher force are ever revealed otherwise. See, it's not what you think you believe about anything. You have to delete what you believe to be real in order for what is real to be revealed. So as to get into some other things when it comes to the art and science of symbolism. An inverted image has always revealed and signified the perversion of a certain power. The less than average individual, it's not even at the basic levels of inquiry in terms of being a neophyte, would never even suspect the occult properties of an emblematic pentacle, let alone the pentagram. And because of misappropriations, assumptions, superstitions, and outright lies to what we are actually observing, when it comes to this matter specifically, they have only ever been truly revealed to those who have been initiated into the occult on certain levels otherwise. And here I'm just going to give it to you because, again, I'm sick of this shit, and this is not a beginner lesson that I'm going into now, and has been the subject of mystery and simplicity all at the same time. Even as the great Paracelsus wrote, no doubt many will scoff at the seals and their actual meanings, their characters, and their uses, which are fully described in ancient grimoires. And to the original teaching, that because it seems incredible to assume that the metals and elements and characters which are ascribed to certain sigils and symbols have essentially all been declared as dead matter, and that they don't have any power to affect anything whatsoever. And yet, no one has ever actually proven that the metals and elements and also the characters of letters and symbols and sigils and codes and numbers as we know them to be are anything but dead, because everything has essence. And as for the salt, sulfur, and red mercury, for that matter, the quintessence of metals are in truth the highest preservations of human life, especially when it comes to gold. And the pentacle is far superior to many other symbols that ever came from our ancient past, even as it stands right now at present, to that trajectory in terms of antiquity. The black magician and dark sorcerer, as this would be argued, cannot in fact use the symbols of the original teaching without bringing down upon themselves the wrath of the higher force. And this further gets into the symbol of the ram, which is the goat of Dejet, which has been, frankly, overtly fatal to their schemes otherwise, what they've done. Which is why, as they always have, twist and distort and invert the hieroglyphs and totems, so that they typify the occult fact that they themselves are distorting a certain fundamental and principle versus what the symbols originally stood for in terms of study and meditation, even as it's been with the actual pentagram. This exemplifies the principles and fundamentals of inversion, and is the very sigil which reveals these things when it comes to anything in context to any kind of actual inversion to fundamentals and principles of the original teaching. And for all it represents, there is nothing that black magicians and dark sorcerers haven't ever actually created or invented, let alone those who know the difference with the ones that did. And if you cannot make your own sigils as an actual magician, then you don't know what the fuck actual magic is. And that's the difference, especially with things on my end. I make my own sigils in terms of my own personal practice, especially when it comes to ritual, and even more when it comes to individual templating, because every formula is specific and 100% unique otherwise. But how the Dark Ones get all of the fucking energy to fuel line their grids is by getting people to use the symbols that were hijacked. And they don't want anyone knowing how to do actual magic otherwise. And black magic is not an actual fundamental art and science in terms of the law of first mentions. It was only ever the misuse of certain symbols and sigils and fundamentals and principles that ever only led to their outcome, as it was first created to explain these factors. Otherwise, if you try to fuck with this shit out of alignment, there is no symbol that is inherently good, let alone evil in and of itself. And the measures that reveal what manifests otherwise, from there, the practitioner decides. And the black magician and dark sorcerer, therefore, never essentially had symbols of their own. And it merely takes the emblematic figures of the original teaching and uses them in terms of what is warned against. And by inverting and reverting and twisting them, it signifies the paradox. It's not only those on the left-hand path that have hit a wall, it's also the same with the right-hand path. Everyone in this realm right now is hitting the fucking wall. Because like I said, the systems of magic that everyone knows about and has even been in practice with are not going to work for what is coming. They're not going to work in terms of the trajectory of the original timeline. And again, the paradox is that not only those on the left-hand path are hitting a wall, but those on the right-hand path are hitting a wall. Everyone's hitting a fucking wall, let alone the alleged middle pillar of Kabbalah and the clip-off. It's all hitting a fucking wall. That is where everything has been triangulated otherwise and is cutting off this entire fucking realm in terms of what is beyond. I'm addressing this for everybody out there. You guys think you have all the fucking answers? You don't. I'm telling you, there is so much more beyond what people can possibly imagine. When that triangulation factor is breached and you take back the fucking keys and ignite the dragon in context to core intelligence and you start unlocking these fucking gates, there are going to be things revealed to you beyond anything that you ever could imagine. And herein lays the paradox. Because I'm not here to go into battle or war with anyone. I'm going to battle and war against false teaching that has limited all of us and triangulated the entire fucking realm against itself. And there are many on the left-hand path that actually have a better fucking chance of catching it than those that fucking don't. Because at least they're not a bunch of passive, pussy-ass motherfuckers that are going to come up with fucking excuses. Even as myself have been down that path, I never let go of certain fundamentals and principles because they do adhere the original teaching otherwise. And that's the difference. What is the actual origin? We're talking about origin here. I told you what the origin of religion all goes back to, and that, of course, is the scriptures. And all the shit that they've used to brainwash the entire fucking realm. Most people don't know how layered up this shit actually is. That is where everything has been triangulated otherwise, and this entire realm is cut the fuck off. And herein lays the paradox. An instance of this has obviously been first found with the pentagram, but it's also been the same in terms of the pentacle and how it's been misused in terms of the false cold light. And as the five-pointed star is made up of 5 connected lines, this figure is the time-honored symbol and sigil of all of the arts and sciences of high magic and the proper knowledge and wisdom to it. It has forever signified the 5 properties of the magical practitioner and alchemist. And it signifies many other things that I cannot fully get into all at once here. But the 5 physical senses, which only through mastering them, along with all extrasensory perception abilities that would ever be potentially activated within the practitioner must be wielded correctly with the power of the pentacle. As with the 5 elements of nature, there then comes the 5 extremities of the human body. And as to the 5th gate of actual initiation, without the proper foundation, everything becomes twisted and inverted and revealed with the pentagram and pentacle otherwise. This is cosmic law. This is cause and effect. And it's by means of the pentagram within the very soul itself. And unless it's embraced and mastered with the fundamentals and principles revealed with the pentacle, this is what unfolds the actual sealing off of core intelligence, which would reveal true alignment and the mystery of this otherwise if used correctly. Even as it's been said by certain black magicians and dark sorcerers, that man not only may master and govern over all creatures that according to them are inferior, but they also demand consideration at the hands of those who are actually superior to them, which ultimately are those who have truly become masters of themselves. And that is where we stand and hold the line otherwise. The pentagram is used extensively and specifically in terms of black magic and dark sorcery. However, this was not its original purpose in terms of revealing the fundamentals and principles of inversion. And that's what actually happens when this takes place, knowing the difference. Nothing is kept from us. We can utilize and use anything that we fucking choose as magicians. And granted, if used correctly, this could even be used as an aesthetic to warn other practitioners of certain things otherwise. So not all who actually wear the pentagram are doing anything evil. In fact, they themselves are warning against it, using the pentagram in its correct fashion. But you have to know the fucking difference. You have to know the difference in terms of everything that I just said. And you have to be able to discern, and only those of higher intelligence would even realize this. And it's not to say that actual black magicians and dark sorcerers don't wear the pentagram as an amulet, because they do. When it has been so used to actually implement and influence these things, its form always differs in one of 3 ways. And these are certain things that you need to be aware of and look out for. The first way is that the star has been broken at a certain point by not permitting the converging lines to touch, even as it is with the day star of the false cold light. This obviously becomes inverted by having 1 point down and essentially 2 points upward. But it may also be distorted by having the points come out into varying lengths, which represent misalignment, even when it's upright, which also signify the principles of inversion. And when used in black magic and dark sorcery, the pentagram has been called the sign of the cloven hoof. As with the star with 2 points facing upwards, it's been called the goat of Mendes, the goat's head. And this in context is in terms of what has been severed and appropriated and twisted and demonized otherwise against the true traditions of ancient Kemet going back to Mendes, let alone the entire West unto the great North when it comes to the ancient goat witch kings of Udenma. This is where and why they twisted and inverted the knowledge and the wisdom of the actual goat when it comes to the pentacle star. Again, the Dark Ones never invented or created anything. This, in truth, is the great sigil of the goat of wisdom. And this goes back to antiquity in terms of prehistory. And only when the 7th gate access point is actually achieved, the power and the wisdom of the goat only ever starts to be revealed. And in terms of the 7th gate, the star core sequence ignitions, this goes to the heptagram specifically, which in other words is the star of the Alpha. And has 2 different forms that it takes, as above, so below, as within, as without. And if you go into the front page of the Black Earth Productions website, again at blackearthproductions with a Z.com, you will see exactly what I'm talking about. And this is also something that I touched upon in a previous segment, only now going deeper in terms of everything. So I don't want anybody out there to get it confused in terms of my specific practice and what's being presented with the platform, because again, like I said, I'm taking things back to the original teaching. And here is where you're not going to be able to get it twisted otherwise, and reveals the actual alignment and integration of what was split in half, coming back together when 0 and 9 are in alignment, taking it back to the circle of the magician and the ignition of the wand of fire, which is where the secrets of the Arc technology of Amun-Ra is revealed. The Aten-Ra of Udinma ever even only start to be revealed. And again, most people never get out of the first gate. They don't even have the keys to access that gate, let alone open the gate in terms of the internal dragon and its ignition to what I'm talking about. Again, without the dragon and the key, no gate's ever going to be able to be accessed. At any point in the trajectory of any sort of progression or practice in terms of true spirituality and what is required when it comes to protocol and the protocol of the original teaching. You take 0 out of the equation. And as they do put the magician first before the high priestess, the magician in context to that twisted alignment is Loki. And around his waist is Jormungandr, the cube within the tesseract within the trapezoid. And that is how everything is triangulated from the 6th gate down, and how they manipulate step-down consciousness as it climbs from the core to that tether to literally everything that I'm saying here. And it's only ever been twisted and inverted and limited to the decapitation that takes place at the 5th gate triangulation factors, which emanate from the 6th gate in context to the inverted and twisted energy currents of the Saturnian gate itself, and then pulls the point of the 3rd gate to it, concealing everything within the 2nd gate, and then is sealed off at the 1st gate of actual initiation. And without the 4th gate access point being achieved, which is another paradox, you will never get through the 1st gate. And none of these gates can ever be unlocked or revealed otherwise to fragments and assumptions. What I'm sharing here with you are deeper occult secrets that you have most likely never heard before, except here with myself in terms of the mystery school with Temple of the White Dragon. I hail the actual lineage of the ancient goat witch kings of Udinma when it comes to my father's lineage and my actual blood rights to everything that I've just shared in order to fucking correct it. Also in terms of my mother's lineage, the ancient Kemet. And this all goes back to Nether Kanum, and the goat is the totem of my family bloodline going back to Hyderum, like I got into earlier with this segment, which is also why I know the secrets about it all. Upon our crest is revealed the Rosti Cross sigil of the Magi Grail Shaman, along with the internal dragon in terms of the white dragon lineage bloodlines and Phoenix itself, and what the Phoenix actually represents in context to transformation. And when the upright star turns and is pulled out of alignment, and the upper point therefore falls to the bottom, signifies the paradox and will forever reveal the actual condition and relationship that we have with ourselves in context to the true arts when it comes to Venus. What the morning star actually represents. Venus reveals how you relate to yourself, unto yourself. The dynamics that will be experienced when it comes to the integration factors of your eternal spirit to soul code, blood code essence. And when it's activated, despite anything even getting worse in your life, the pendulum swing will be swift. You will start to move through all of the challenges, all of the setbacks, all of the delays, all of the things that Saturn implements in terms of our templating in order for more to be revealed. Whatever may come in the wake of our existence, devoid of light, of mirror black, luminary star, destined to burn everything in the hour of weakness, to ashes, to dust, to the fathomless depths. This world is meant to be lost, as it's swallowed by endless chaos, a path of no return. These souls are meant to be lost, only ever waiting their salvation to the path of no return, to hide from the truth. Longing for the stars in the wake of our existence, whatever may come, I'll rest my soul in the warming shelter of the night side of magic and allow the darkness to consume me. To the night, to the death, I hear a voice that whispers within the fires of chaos, the true path of the luminary star, destined to burn everything in this hour of weakness. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Odds and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. I'm going to pull this segment into another break. I will be right back, right after this. Welcome back. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame Healing Arts and Occult Science Temple of the White Dragon. To walk this path, you cannot live in fear. In order for more to be mastered, in order for more to actually be known. No matter the circumstances, we stand our ground and continue forward with our goals and objectives in alignment. And if you do, and you're working with your templating, you will be protected if you're on the actual mission of your template. And you will continue to manifest in the face of all of this yourself. Realize that I, along with others to all of this, we are the VOL3, who therefore are the children of Odin. And we are actually among those now who are legitimately said to be the actual lineage of Odin himself when it comes to their bloodlines and actual history. And that is where things have come to. There are those that are going to either adhere proper knowledge and wisdom or not, in terms of imprudence. And we're not going to be pulled into the thralls of chaos and fear by anyone, let alone by the trickster. Even though it's been attempted, and there have been many battles. We do not bow to the weak that assume quote-unquote authority here on Earth. And you must come to know that Ran's net, Loki's net, is a trap. And this also to what I've said about the House of the Net in context to the betrayal of Thoth. Loki had always been more of a burden than a help to the other gods and goddesses. And after his contriving the death of Balder, and ensuring that the fair god, which to the gods themselves, again is the human soul, would remain in the underworld until the cosmos is destroyed. He has gone about slandering all other gods at every opportunity. And see where we really start seeing this in terms of the reality field here, the fucking scriptures. And at last the gods decided that his abuse had become too much, and they went to capture him. Loki ran away from Asgard in terms of the universal worlds of existence. He figured out a way to do this and then destroyed the Bifrost, which was the bridge between our universal world and the universal world of Asgard itself. And this in context to the bridge or the sun bonds or the DNA RNA code script in terms of genetics is that bridge. As above, so below. As within, as without. You would be fucking surprised. It would blow your fucking mind. The things that we are actually capable of in alignment versus distortions, overlays, sickness, disease, ailments, all the fucking shit that is limiting us and blocking us and locking us down. It would blow your fucking mind. And if you got a little taste of what was beyond this shit, you would drop everything and you would do everything you can in terms of the great work onto yourself. And this is how it is for me, because I know what the fuck is beyond everything. This is what drives me every single fucking day. Loki had figured out a way to destroy the Bifrost, which again is the bridge between our universal world and the universal world of Asgard itself. Taking it back to Valhalla, taking it back to Udenma. And the way it happened is in context to the most recent cataclysm that took our realm out of alignment with the solar north in context to Thuban and the Draco constellation at the onset of the Orion Wars that took place to our ancient past when it comes to the occult history of the solar and galactic spirals of creation. And to this offset, I'm sparing a lot of details here, otherwise, it was at the peak of a high mountain that he built for himself a house with 4 doors so that he could watch for his pursuers from all directions. And this in context to the cube is what Loki's chariot is. This is what the fuck Naglfar is and everything that resides within it. And like I was mentioning before, he turns himself into a fish. Pay attention to the symbolism. This is what the fuck El Borg is, and hides beneath the wake of reality under a nearby waterfall. And by night, he sits by his fire and continues to weave his net, fishing for his food, which is a force of inevitability that pulls those who drown at sea into its grasp, symbolizing an alleged inescapable fate and is also where the internet is. The physical manifestation of the astral ocean in terms of the ether, and in context becomes, for those that do not know how to work with the fates directly and know how to weave your own weird in terms of the original timeline and brave the dangerous waters and storms that have been manifesting and will continue to manifest. The internet nowadays, even as I foresaw when I was younger, is very, very fucking dangerous. It's a very fucking dangerous place now. And if you don't know how to actually navigate these waters, you are fucked. And even more now to the AI timeline with it all. And in terms, we are here to break all of the nets, traps, and snares of Ron. As with Loki here, she uses her net to capture unwitting quote-unquote seagoers, specifically those that drown within the thrall of what I'm getting at, and what we have all been witnessing taking place in our world. And anyone who even attempts to lay waste to our kind are only caught within their own, these traps that they've tried to lay for us and others. Never allow yourself to be provoked or fight on their terms, but focus on the trajectory of what is beyond all of this, and call upon He who, in terms of the gods, is waiting for you to evoke through your blood and bones. This is how it is with the gods and goddesses. We evoke them. It's nothing to do with invocation, summoning, incantation, conjuring. All of those practices violate the alignment of what evocation reveals. And as for anyone else in terms of your true blood code traditions, when it comes to templating, unless all of us cry out for Balder, who is the symbol of the human soul and core intelligence, and I advise that you use this knowledge to do so, we evoke in terms of actual fucking battle magic. Again, evocation. This is what the vampires have always craved to destroy and feast upon in terms of domination and control, which can only ever be accessed within our blood. The reason why they crave blood to fuel line their gridworks of lower sub-sectioned host field containers within it when it comes to the Tesseract itself. All of these things were formulated as weaponized ideologies in context to Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, Satanism, Dark Luciferianism, all written by the U. And when it comes to actual arborism, which is everything to do with the knowledge of actual trees in our realm, you can take what I'm about to mention to the Om script when it comes to the ancient knowledge and wisdom of the Druids, who have forever known that the yew tree is a poisoned root to trunk to branch and leaf to seed. Literally all parts of the yew are toxic as fuck. Is a poisoned root except for the fleshly red arrow, which is just the outer part of the berries produced by the yew tree. However, the seeds inside these berries, along with the leaves, the bark, and wood, all contain a lethal alkaloid called taxine. Okay? And this is how they have taxed your ass, having been conditioned to eat the berries of the yew in terms of their script, in terms of their scripture, and in terms of consciousness gridworks reflected the points that I'm making here, which are all parts of this poison tree of stagnation, entropy, and rot in terms of consciousness gridworks to Kabbalah and the Clipoth on top of it all crafted by the U in terms of dark sorcery. It's the same goddamn thing with mistletoe, taking it to Loki, which contains a toxic substance called phototoxin, reflected nature's pattern and instructions and warnings when it comes to the knowledge of the sacred trees. And the yew tree is fucking fatal. We are never to consume it or even use it for anything. All of this goes way beyond any of the alleged factions when it comes to any Christian, Muslim, or Jew in the entire realm. Because all of them, every single fucking goddamn one of them, are in the outer fucking court. And even the ones that would assume that they're in the inner court, let alone the inner sanctum, they have no idea how fucking deep this goes. You're all in the outer court, motherfuckers. You think you know, but you still don't know in terms of what has been revealed within my blood and the bloodline lineages that I have incarnated otherwise. And what I've seen, what I've actually seen myself, when I say that you must understand in context that there was no letter J in language whatsoever until the 17th century. So when I say that you're going to have to use your mind to understand exactly what I'm saying in context to the you. All of them are just as ignorant, if not even more ignorant, than most to it all. They have sacrificed their own kind over centuries to their own based ends. Countless scapegoats in the process for all those in the outer court to project upon. And say, I'm going to keep it the fuck real on here, as I do with Black Earth Productions. And know that all of this shit in terms of the scriptures, when it comes to the Bible, the Torah, the Talmud, the Septuagint, the Quran, and so many other scripts that have been fashioned by them and all written by them, these things were written by the you. And it was written in their languages. It's about all of their people, whether they actually existed or not. It's about all their laws, their ways. And it's about all of their alleged prophecies. And every character, whether it's Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, fucking Moses, Muhammad, David, Saul, Jesus, Mary, Joseph, fucking Paul, fucking Peter, and the entire lot of them are the you. And without that, all of your assumptions about origin, all of your debates or alleged interpretations and arguments even fucking exist. And here's the point that most people miss. The moment you even feel the need to argue what the Bible really means, whether Jesus was white or whether Christianity is European, you have already entered a framework that was built by the you. And this is what happened well over 2,000 years ago, in that you have been conditioned to accept their alleged quote-unquote authority over your own original animist ancestral traditions in terms of who you truly are. And I mean this for every race, tribe, culture on the face of the entire earth. Really fucking think about what I'm saying here. Because as Europeans, as I'm going to address my own kind here, no matter what your alleged beliefs are, know that we have had the stories and the knowledge and wisdom about our own ancestors, our own true traditions, gods and goddesses, and everything that the mythos, the real oral tradition to them have all revealed. Long before any of this was ever crafted against our kind, and long before it was ever written, not just against our people, but all people all across the entire fucking world, going to war with the four cardinal race lines of this reality field. And as for centuries of high philosophy and wisdom to magic, in life, in terms of thriving to it, we had engineering, roads, aqueducts, castles, wizards, witch kings, heroes, and a goddamn sense of authentic honor otherwise, and true purpose to life, knowing who we actually are, coursing through our blood and bones for millions of years going into prehistory before any of this. And I'm not even saying that any of the ancestors were perfect, because there were just as many evil pieces of shit within all race, tribe, cultures, which I will say first and foremost here, even among my own, and to that, which everyone has had to contend with. See, the real issue has nothing to do with race. It's to do with consciousness. People of higher intelligence actually get what the fuck I'm saying. And that was the point in terms of what the ancient wisdom councils did, which was to educate the realm so that evil, in terms of the parasite, the you, this poison branch to root, would never take things in the way that it has. And it's, as I've said, generations have been traded out for bullshit and the dread indifference and disassociation, psychologically, in terms of core intelligence, to this otherwise. And all this didn't just happen yesterday. It happened before all of us even incarnated into this realm, including our parents and their parents' parents over 100 years ago, going back to at least 1929 when the Tavistock Institute was established. And if you don't know what that is, then you need to look into it. And if you've had that feeling that something's off, or if you feel like your life doesn't actually somehow belong to you, the choices and the emotions that you experience, even all of the arguments in your own fucking head aren't even seemingly yours. Really ask yourselves, where does this shit actually come from in the first place? Because this isn't us just feeling this way for no reason. This is the goddamn program running to what I've been getting at this entire time. And the insane factor when it comes to all of this, it didn't start with all of these things in terms of technology. It didn't start with any social media platform. It started years ago with a certain group of evil motherfuckers who mapped out the entire human mind like a machine that they could and have rewired in ways that if you really saw it clearly, you could never go back to things the same ever again. And this is what happened with me when I saw it myself, and not in terms of what's just happened around me. I'm talking about from within myself unto myself here. And I've seen it in ways that even those who assume they know or have seen still have not gone deep enough to fully understand what is necessary to even know the difference once it even starts to be explored and unlock every pattern and gate within the actual labyrinth itself in order to be transcended. All of this is much more evil and insidious than you can possibly fucking imagine. And without core intelligence guiding you through this shit in terms of what I call the Shadowlands, or in other words, the wasteland of the Clip-Off, all of this experience within the first 4 veils. If you don't even know what any of this means that I'm getting at, then you still have not gone deep enough to understand just what the fuck our actual mortal enemies have done to the human mind, let alone since 2020, and what is unfolding now and continues to even know the difference on the levels necessary. It's in all of our faces. And also why having a cathartic outlet in terms of ritual to Sether when it comes to my tradition is necessary. This is why I have the outlets that I do. This is why I listen to and play the music that I do and have performed in bands for over 20 years with the actual music that you hear on Black Earth Productions. And if I did not have this cathartic outlet, which is extremely healthy, I wouldn't be where I'm at. And in terms of being controlled by psychopathic projections in denial that will only ever lead ultimately to battles and war and bloodshed across the checkerboard mutation grid spike matrix amplified within the genome now in terms of what has happened. And you don't even know what the fuck is actually running your ass. And that's all the fucking rage that we feel deep down inside of us. And there's a reason that despair seems to be a poison mist that is constantly looming over people. There's a reason that you blame yourself and dread even possibly waking up each day, having to deal with this shit day in and day out. And there's a reason for this. And the reason is because it's something designed against you, designed against everyone. And the moment that you actually see, you're not going to be able to unsee it. Once you see it within yourself and each and every layer that you move through, you won't be able to unsee it. You won't be able to go back. And that's the point, to not go back, but to move forward and move through these things so that we win this war on consciousness across the entire fucking realm. Again, the Tavistock Institute, with the codes that they cracked on the human mind, this has not stopped since it actually happened on the levels they started to implement in terms of trauma-based mind control. And we can literally observe the high levels of PTSD that many are dealing with all across the world. But why? Trauma doesn't just break people's minds. It ultimately turns them into cowards. It makes them weak as fuck. And that's also another cause point for the rage that we feel, because we all know at this point that something isn't fucking right and never has been since we incarnated into this realm. I knew this since I was a kid growing up because of my extrasensory perception abilities and pattern recognition abilities, which have always been activated within me. I knew things were not right, but I didn't understand what I knew from a place of core intelligence. Trauma makes people pliable. It turns them into cowards. It turns them into fodder for the meat grinder. And even as the Tavistock Institute has documented, claimed that they were assisting people with issues from the war, That's how it all started after the end of World War I in 1918 that led up to this being established, running experiments on the public that has led into one of the greatest mind wipes of the masses to have ever been established in all history. And all of this started just after the end of World War I. Confusion, chaos, and fear is their recipe. And it was Hugh Cretin Miller and the Tavistock Institute staff that used these as weapons of mass mind manipulation and were able to also figure in terms of mass psychology in context to herd mentality on the population and how to fucking trigger that shit. And that is what we have seen happen with the masses of individuals that don't know these things, which is why standing our ground and informing beyond this shit is the key. Because it's not the fuckers up on the high tower that are ultimately doing it. It's your neighbors, it's family members, it's partners, alleged friends, and everyone around you that has not been initiated into the great mystery otherwise. And how they develop things in terms of the mainstream media, let alone social media, being used in all of the wrong ways that it has been by billions across the world within at least the past 20 years. Things have only gotten perpetually worse in terms of this. And not just these things. It's, as I've said before, it's everything in terms of false education, government, and psyops and propaganda that have caused it, the mass advertising to push their agendas. And there was a man named Edward Bernays, who ironically was Sigmund Freud's nephew, who then took his uncle's psychological work and then twisted it into figuring out how to turn the human psyche into a goddamn fucking meat market, which was also the driving factor in terms of the rise of feminism during the 1920s, which really goes back to 1848 when it all started. But nowadays, and over the decades since then, it has continued to mutate into what Michael Tessarion has stated to be the neo-feminist fourth wave agenda, along with all this bullshit, the fucking MGTOW, which is the other side of the triangulation factor to this specific dialectic, and the destruction of tribe and the family unit. And all of these things were essentially crafted by Edward Bernays and used as advertised propaganda in order to weaponize a certain desire. And on it has continued. He was also able to make war into something fashionable through what has unfolded in context of government and democratic socialism, the communism as well. And just like it is right now in terms of mind control, all of it does nothing but ultimately manipulate the emotional body of individuals across the realm. Again, the emotional body is where we get our magic in the first place. And as an impulse and reaction to an outright fucking obsession with some, it manifests in denial with the emotional charges that people are being hit with on a daily fucking basis, 24/7, non-stop. It's like goddamn clockwork in terms of all of this when it comes to the masses of herd-minded fucktards that can't decide anything on their own. And what's worse, the formation of the intelligence agencies in context to Operation Mockingbird, and with all the bullshit headlines that they put out in newspapers and news reports and whatnot, they figured out on how to actually control the collectivized hive mind to them. Even as it is right now, the same method on goddamn fucking steroids now, even though many in the last 20 years or so are not buying it anymore. Because people didn't even think to question this shit when it first really started happening. They just all went along with it, conditioned to assume that these quote-unquote authorities were even telling the truth in the first place. All the threats and war potential for all-out chaos in the realm is how they conditioned the hive mind to it in order to actually make it happen. All through the mainstream media machine, through the news and specific headlines. They even put operatives inside some of the biggest newsrooms in our nation and other nations within their agencies to this. Broadcasters, which in terms of broadcasting, dark magic spells cast over the minds of the population. And again, like I said in my last segment, words are being used against you on a daily basis, 24/7, nonstop. And all of them have been on the payroll of these intelligence agencies. And were people that entire populations were conditioned to trust. And then with what's manifested in terms of MK Ultra it all went into fucking hyperdrive, as it's been in terms of the current psyops that are taking place. These motherfuckers are literally mad scientists, you guys. They are mad fucking psychologists. And I've already broken down their playbook in ways that nobody else out there has. We still need more proper knowledge and wisdom to not only know the difference, but actually break the chains over the mind and heart of the human soul if we're not only going to survive these times, but actually transcend in a place of thriving otherwise. The key is knowing the difference. And what it really boils down to is what you actually value as a man or woman in this realm. What do you actually value? Because what most people value has no actual value whatsoever. And again, to the game grid within the constructs of the simulation, upon the checkerboard mutation, are the things that you claim to value coming from an authentic resonance with your actual soul, or are they coming from the poisoned condition making you a slave to an illusion? This is also another reason why you're suffering in life. You don't know what you actually value and should actually value. And if you don't see the value of anything here to what I'm saying otherwise, then you have been veiled and need to see that you have to learn and that you have to know what is necessary and what is required to actually pierce the veils upon your very soul. You have to know what you have been dealing with in terms of overlays and distortions. It's not enough to see how others are dealing with this. You need to see how you have been dealing with this yourself. And that's the fucking key. If every man and woman who knew the fucking difference did the real fucking work to rise and actually put value on your very fucking soul, you sell that shit for fucking less than $1, motherfuckers. Because you don't know what the fuck is of true value. And your soul, which is what you create here, has more value than anything else. And they know it. That's why they do what they do. That's why their goal has been to break open the mind in the cleanest way possible. Erasing identity. This is the ultimate fucking goal of the Dark Ones, the actual erasure of your identity, who you truly are. It is exactly as I've been saying. And what's even worse is that they're erasing the false identity to be traded out for another false identity, and then 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 another false identity, and on it fucking goes. Who are you? Who are you? Wouldn't you like to fucking know? You didn't get this with your bullshit public education. You didn't get this in terms of your alleged higher education. You were never taught how to actually discover who you truly are before your ass was indoctrinated into all of this other shit otherwise by these motherfuckers, which is why I do what I do, because what I do is one of the most powerful measures to discover anything in terms of the actual occult that has ever fucking existed, because without knowing who you are, you cannot know nature and the universe and how things actually work in terms of reality whatsoever. And this is just at a base level in terms of protocol teaching with the mystery school. And you can't even get the fucking basics. This is just the basics, because you were never meant to know how to lay a proper foundation. And people go their entire fucking lives not knowing that they're enthralled to everything else that has chained the human mind and heart and their very souls against themselves otherwise. This is why I do what I do. I am one of the ancient goat witch kings of Udun to the white dragon lineage bloodlines of ancient Kemet, to the Magi Grail Shaman themselves. And I never would have imagined that the things that were revealed to me in terms of the arts and sciences would have been what they were. All of this was buried. Everything I mentioned was concealed. I didn't know who the fuck I was. I didn't even know what direction to take in life. And I've been down many paths myself. Up, down, left, right, front, center, backward, forward. However, in terms of knowing this about myself, this is why I am fully fucking confident here. Because I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks about me otherwise. Or how crazy it sounds. How batshit what I said to who I am actually fucking is. And it doesn't matter because it's the actual fucking truth. I can back it up. I also have archaeological evidence in terms of my bloodlines. And also those that are involved in my life directly. Also connected in their own way, in their own unique way when it comes to their individual templating and who they are to this measure against actual fucking tyranny in all areas of life. Taking full responsibility when it comes to actual fucking freedom. And that's the other factor. You don't want to take responsibility for jack shit. And some would assume it's too late and that humanity is fucked. And to a certain measure of that, I can agree. But I'm not just going to stand by and not do anything about it. And knowing the difference is what has driven me, because I know what is beyond all of this shit to behold. And it's worth every fucking effort to it in context to a meritocracy and actual animism in the realm, which is a system, as I've created with the curriculum, with the mystery school, where individuals advance based upon their own abilities, their own efforts and achievements, rather than factors like backgrounds. I don't give a fuck what your background is. I don't care what the fuck your problems are. I don't give a fuck what your sickness is. I don't give a fuck what your trauma is or your fucking wounds. That's not the point. All of that's an assumed identity. Who the fuck are you? We are here to foster innovative efficiency by actually rewarding talent and hard work, creating incentives for personal improvement and excellence. And all of this acts like an elevation that insists on upward mobility for people from disadvantaged backgrounds. Again, I don't give a fuck what your background is. The false indoctrination systems were only ever designed to fucking enslave you. And I've never once, since I started, tried to make anyone into a carbon copy of myself. That is not how this works. And there's no one on the face of the earth that could even do what I do in terms of my template and my position and office to it. I am here to be an actual fucking way shower. That is a part of what I am here to do and have for many incarnations into this realm. And when it comes to oversoul and timelines that are happening simultaneously right now along with this one, that is what actual fucking success looks like. That is the difference here with our mystery school via Temple of the White Dragon. All of this is meant to enhance the potential of the collective talent pool by placing competent people in positions that are actually templated where they can contribute the most effectively in terms of who they actually are, which then leads to all kinds of breakthroughs in terms of any office or position in the realm. Things also in terms of actual fucking defense systems and a much better economy are also things that must continue to be developed. And in contrast to said hereditary systems of equity-driven approaches, know that meritocracy was and is still the system of conduct that the ancient druids and the ancient wisdom councils came up with long before these schools, which then became worldwide. All of it goes back to the actual shaman class, who were the dean overseers to it all, which insisted on the actual opportunity to develop a demonstrated competence, promoting healthy competition and discipline without overriding the individual freedoms or business rights of others. And historically, it has been a merit-based system, which has driven prosperity in market economies, where there are actual rewards given as opportunities for ideas to patent, unlike centrally planned models that strife actual ambition. Overall, meritocracy is seen as essential for killing mediocrity, optimizing resources, and achieving the common good through individual excellence. It's all about developing your gifts, skills, and talents and have a living utilizing these things in terms of being in your creative capacity as an individual. And here at Temple of the White Dragon, this is exactly how we operate and is exactly the point to initiate into the mystery school. It's no excuse at the end of the day if your conditions to opportunity were granted or not granted. What matters is that you get the fuck up, stop playing the victim or acting like an entitled piece of shit that doesn't have to do anything because you think you don't have to. You're all fucking dying on the inside. It's the golden fucking cage that was the greatest trick of all. Again, it goes back to what we value as individuals. I fucking value challenge and a bit of fucking struggle. And I value not having it all because I have had it all. I don't like things being on tap. I don't like things being easy. You don't got to do a goddamn thing but perish in a prison of comforts and lies and bullshit to the idea that you've arrived. You haven't. Because even when you come to that point of having it all, there's still something missing. There's still an empty void within you, and you can't even seem to fucking discern what the fuck that is. And it's where your fucking soul was scrubbed the fuck out of the framework of your templating. That is why none of these other things actually matter. That which is of true fucking value was traded out your very fucking soul otherwise. All of us are designed with specific templating and a specific purpose that has a specific mission. And if we are not operating within the framework of that capacity, nothing else is going to have as much value. And that's why you feel empty otherwise. Because you're not doing what you're really here to do. You either embrace the pain of actual discipline or the pain of total fucking regret. I have had everything that this life has had to offer anyone to fucking scale. And none of it ever brought to me that sense of purpose or fulfillment except doing what I'm here to do and what I'm templated for. I was initiated into the great mystery in ways that would kill a motherfucker otherwise. And I don't regret the pain of what I had to go through to even be able to share this with those who are seekers of the great mystery themselves. And no one's going to tell me that this doesn't work because it has worked with myself and others in ways that would blow your minds out the back of your heads and inspire you in ways that you cannot imagine. And if you're triggered, then good. Now we're getting somewhere. You triggered out, fucker? Good. Get on fire, motherfuckers. Otherwise, what's the goddamn point? All of you wallow in the fucking abyss of your disappointments and hopelessness and despair. I will not relate to any of you out there like this. Because fuck the trauma. I fucking get it. I know it in ways beyond the measure of most humans. And this is how it always was with the Witch Kings of Udinma. We are uncompromisable. Meaning my template cannot be compromised. And I've seen what a compromised template looks like, operates like, and manifests otherwise. And you have to become uncompromisable in terms of your templating. Because when it comes to the nervous system and all of your own neurochemicals and your own neurotransmitters that are being used against you and the high doses of bullshit that you're willingly administering unto yourselves, this is how they have manipulated the very cell itself in terms of who you are. Again, right on down to the fucking genome now. And all of the bullshit headlines and hashtags and other bullshit videos you see besides the ones here that are not going to get you to where you really want to go. The true path is not fashionable for those that are among the slave class. Here is where you get the opportunity to break the fuck free and take full responsibility. And it's how you take your actual power back in terms of who you truly are. And it was Tavistock that engineered this confusion otherwise. And it was Edward Bernays that taught them how to sell it. And it was the Mockingbird Project that made the lie the truth for the entire fucking world. Then it was MK Ultra that has forever worked to bury the witness. I know what this shit is like because I'm an actual survivor of it. It's not just happening within the physical realm, but within the lower astral grid works the etheric realm, which is even worse, and you don't even fucking see it. Past what I just fucking exposed. Past what I just fucking explained. You think that knowing about what I just mentioned is gonna fucking get you there? It's not. All of this shit within the lower astral grid works in terms of the etheric realm. This is where it's happening, and it's how fucking advanced it actually is, because you can't fucking trace it unless you know how to and know what the fuck is up in terms of what I'm saying. I know things you guys cannot possibly fucking imagine. And some of those things I would not wish upon anyone in this entire realm. I don't have to like it. I don't even have to like talking about it. But it must be spoken about. And it must be known otherwise. Their experiment labs are not in some underground bunker, okay? Your nervous systems are being mapped out on an algorithm on the graphene oxide that has wrapped itself around the nervous systems of those that survived the needlecraft. All you motherfuckers are even more susceptible, only ever taught what to think, what to like, what to believe, what to hate, what to fear, what to be obsessed about. The goddamn fucking thoughts in your head, they're not even your own. An unwarranted psychotic fucking rage is one of their greatest switches they pull on the human mind to programming that you can possibly imagine. I'm going to pull this segment into another break. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. I will be right back, right after this.
slay your soul. These eyes do not see what you and I see. Behind these eyes one finds only blackness, the absence of light. These are the eyes of a subtle burn.
Welcome back. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. It doesn't matter what the obsession is as long as you become possessed with it in context. It doesn't matter what your rage is over. just as long as you are projecting all of your smut and vile, incoherent rantings about a thing. Not knowing how to navigate the times that we are living now. Again, this goes back to what I said about mastering the art and science of language and speech itself. And it's being mastered against you, not even knowing, because knowing takes a lot of time and effort otherwise, taking full responsibility to your actual condition, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and how it all manifests temporally speaking. And you must allow that responsibility to drive you forward and continue to rise in the face of all of this shit. And even if you get knocked the fuck down and you're still here and you're still breathing, then you need to get the fuck up and keep on rising and do it over and over and over. That's how the fuck winning is done. We're not here to fail. We're not here to give up and quit and cave in. It is that rage inside of you that you are conditioned to deny, and you don't even know what the fuck to do with it. So you suppress it, even to the point of fucking imploding. But if we can use our anger as a launching pad to come into a position of full fucking awareness and observation without resisting it or denying that it's even fucking there, that is when the dragon wolf starts to reveal itself. That is when core intelligence starts to ignite. And it's that ignition on a continued basis which surges through you. As a point, you're locked into reaction mode. Otherwise, something deeper, and I mean a lot deeper, in your mind is being carved into your soul with a rusted blade. And if you look around you right now, look, nobody out there is okay. All right? Anxiety is the baseline. Kids are fucking depressed. Adults are medicated to the goddamn fucking hilt. Some even to the point of not being able to function. Dread and despair of hopelessness and guilt and shame and remorse and stagnant, putrid fucking entropy and rot. That will be the outcome of those that do not come to remember. It all happens from the inside out. And it's just like everything to Saturn's inverted current. The cube devours everything. And that feeling in your chest, which attributes the things I just mentioned, that's the goddamn programming working against your soul and against true core intelligence. To keep your ass eclipsed from the inside out, motherfuckers. Exactly how it's designed. A distracted and exhausted as fuck divided population. Understand that if you have been divided and split within yourselves, as well as others around you, and the mental health crisis that is manifested, it's not by accident. It is the parasitized lifeblood of the goddamn fucking machine itself, keeping the wheels greased the fuck up, grinding it forward within the great devourment. Like a conditioned golem to it all. And you don't actually feel anything that's authentic whatsoever. They just want you to be numb to the indifference that you have with your very soul. And it's also what keeps you busy as fuck, blaming yourselves until you forget that you were anything more than a goddamn fucking slave to them. A puppet to nothing more than the biggest fucking psyop that this realm has ever witnessed happen to the human races across the entire world now. The question is this: what are your authentic memories that are there within your blood and bones that they're trying to fucking wipe and destroy in terms of your true identity? We had to break and sever these chains and contracts. We didn't even know we were being tricked into signing in the first place. Willful ignorance is one thing, but this is different. There is a part of you deep down within your very fucking soul that has never forgot. And that is what they want to bury as our actual authentic memories, remembering beyond all of this. This has never been about anything in terms of finding yourself. You have to stop with that shit, because the need to be what the simulation rewards, to be what the simulation requires, and what it has conditioned you to be, you are not your rage, you are what drives it. And if you cannot master it, and put it in the right place to be expressed. This is how we outwit the algorithms. Because the way that most people live this life that you've been conditioned to was never your actual life to begin with. It was built for you, and it was scripted and installed into your mind without you even fucking knowing it. But you have felt otherwise your entire lives. It's quiet, it's patient, and it's waiting for you under all of the noise and bullshit and distractions and madness and programming. It's all there within you. And once you actually see it, the only question at that point, who are you? Who are you really without the script and the scriptures otherwise? That right there is where a lot of motherfuckers are going to start freaking the fuck out. Who are all these fuckers without that? Who are you without anything in terms of status, achievement? That's the fucking crux. Nothing else fucking matters more. Nothing is more valuable. This is why the void exists otherwise. Because no matter what's been achieved, what was meant to be achieved first before you took the great quest in terms of life, it never got you what you were actually seeking, not knowing that you were seeking it. It's what I was initiated into and what showed me exactly what I was actually seeking to know, who I actually am, and also to create that in terms of my personal templating, the same work that I took upon myself lifetimes to actual recall. And this is why ignition of the blood codes is so fucking important, because a lot of you're here to continue, let alone complete things that you were doing before, and are the exact same measures that I've implemented with the curriculum, with the mystery school. Again, there are going to be 5 tiers to this, and only 2 have been instituted public so far. Because before I can take things to the next levels, all of you that have been initiated are going to have to actually demonstrate to merit the access of higher levels with things. And the system of slavery has started to crack in ways otherwise. And that's why all of this shit has been ramping up. And your soul knows it. All of our souls fucking know it. And your actual real life, where you embody your authentic imperial self, is waiting for you to fucking go for it. And it's the most intelligent men, like the strongest, that find their happiness where others would seemingly only find disaster, within the labyrinth, and that being hard with themselves and with others, in effort. Their delight is in self-mastery. Aestheticism becomes second nature, a necessity, and is a necessary instinct. They regard a difficulty as a privilege, and it is to them a recreation to become playful with the burdens of life that would essentially crush all others. And this in terms of what Nietzsche is getting at. Those that are going to act like victims will only ever be crushed by circumstances instead of seeing them as opportunities to become better and embracing them as opportunities to rise. Even when we deal with setbacks and delays and challenges and disappointments to life, you're not special because of all the fucking shit that you've been through. And we have to continue to be ruthlessly focused on our goals and objectives, like I've been saying, and continue working for them and moving forward in them in order to achieve them no matter what. Most seem to quit before they even get started because they don't really want the responsibility. And there's certain things I've walked away from that, I don't want to take the fucking responsibility on that shit because that's not what I'm supposed to be fucking doing. Again, to the paradox. You have to apply the fundamentals and principles to your own life in your own unique way, the design of your templating in fashion, and what actual fucking continued success requires. To not only see things through, but make damn sure that the insidious ideas and thoughts and bullshit feelings that would plague the mind in terms of loss and fear, we must never allow these things to have a place within our beingness no matter what. And that is a part of the fucking challenge. And not only to a better life for ourselves and our own, but to a much better world for everyone and everything around us to it. A warrior is ruthless, and to maintain this attitude on a constant basis is to crush cowardice where it stands by embracing these things to be slain unto the actual liberation from them. See, these ideas disturb you. And if the lifestyle that you are living is supposed to be the right one, then why do you feel so unfulfilled all the time? Why do you feel so confused, so negative, and disconnected? Somewhere underneath all of these modern trappings, there's a human who knows at the core of their being that this is all wrong, that we weren't meant to live like this. And we have other options. One is to become an adherent of the code of the Dragon Wolf and come to know what it means with the mystery school. Because the fact is, its meaning is a hidden one that is occult, that reveals itself in silence. Its central tenet is transformation. And to know this as a keeper or steward of it, one must place themselves into the fires of actual initiation and austerity. Their pursuits must be driven by the underlying code of concepts and principles and actual rules that measure its terms and conditions to certain fundamentals to the central tenet. It's an aesthetic pursuit with aesthetic methods. And if your life looks like that of the quote-unquote normal world, then how can you be anything other than a quote-unquote normal person, a slave? This transformation is not limited to the simple physical, even though physical transformation is a necessary and obvious product of living a disciplined lifestyle. It's part of the goal itself, because the goal is holistic and must hold all aspects of the complete human within oneself. A grasp on the dichotomy of the understanding of how both can be used and what their relationship to each other must be to the conditioned world. You have the master and you have the fucking slave. And in terms of that dynamic, it's nothing to do with self-mastery. The true member who lives by the code we do is concerned with the real betterment of themselves, its actual alchemical process, turning the lead of consciousness into gold. Our demeanor will not be that of the brash loudmouth, nor the cruel thug. A complete human is calm and strong. We seek first to lessen the suffering of those around us, as our suffering has been lessened and continues to be lessened by doing so. We are aware still and wary, but not paranoid. Our compassion is intelligent and not given to one and all, due to the often dark nature of this reality. Misplaced rage, greed, despair, nihilism, and dishonesty, which rule over the mind of the quote-unquote normal person. We seek to destroy these things within ourselves. Our holy war is fought within, rather than directed outward at the world around ourselves, making war on all the things we hate within ourselves. We must master ourselves. And when we have done so, we have power over all the world. And yet, not until then, a revolutionary involved in total life reform, a sannyasi giving up the world in order to have it all, a golden being, turning all around him into the same. This is what it means to live by the code of the Dragon Wolf. And so going back to what I was getting into at the start of everything here, when it comes to Odin, when it comes to Thor, when it comes to Freya, when it comes to the sagas, the runes, and the warrior ethos, this is the truth that our people lived by for thousands upon thousands of years before what happened did. And before the U came along with their scriptures, before they came with their monotheistic God and assumed prophecies, their Messiah, a completely different culture, language, and worldview. And here everyone goes now attempting to argue from those positions that have been conditioned to be accepted, their words to be true. And again, some of you out there insist that it's universal truth. But see, this ignores the actual fact. It does not align with any true European tradition whatsoever. And Christianity is nothing to do with the original traditions of Europa. And by arguing over what Jesus said and what the Bible teaches, you've already made a conditioned choice. I've been there and done this shit on levels that people cannot imagine just what the fuck I've seen go down behind closed doors to some of the highest fucking levels of actual fucking Christendom. And to accept the Jewish framework as truth is to reject your own people's true traditions. And here is a clarification that is critical, because people often deny this by saying it's not Jewish and that God isn't Jewish. He's God. And yeah, in terms of our own true traditions, the gods and goddesses are not Jewish. But herein lays the paradox to a mind that has been circumvented into this shit. And the only reason they can make that argument is because they have already accepted Jewish stories as true over the mythos of your own people. And see, I'm not talking about a god's ethnicity. I never said that your God is a Jewish man in the sky. I don't even co-sign that narrative. What I'm talking about and what I'm working to get at here is origin. And what I've said to that, I'm working to take things back to the original teaching in terms of the new mythos that needs to be remembered. The concepts and ideas that you have chosen to believe, all of it comes from Jewish scriptures and Jewish stories interwoven again with appropriated shit that was hijacked from all other traditions in order to craft this shit. Again, this is how it plays on the codes. And all of it is Jewish to its poisoned root to the U's actual origin, going back to the Sumerian Draconian Empire in terms of the cult of Aton itself, within which there are many factions on the front to this shit. All three religions of the trifecta and other factions you don't even know exist are actually running shit within the inner sanctum of their Dark Lodge temple orders and secret societies. And most of your assumed truth is all rooted in Jewish bullshit versus the actual truth of the traditions of my ancestors and your ancestors and everybody else's true traditions otherwise. And the distinction is very clear and is not the same. And I have been able to trace my actual bloodline roots to it all, and is all very, very fucking real otherwise. I am an individual that has actually remembered. And all arguments about what Jesus said and what the Bible teaches and what Christ actually is or isn't has been woven into fucking everything, especially in terms of the New Age movement, and embedded within the framework of what Tavistock, Mockingbird, and all of the MK Ultra programs and PSYOPs have all designed, conditioned you to see yourselves as less than shit itself. And has turned everyone into Shabbos Goy, grafted into their gridworks and doctrine. Everyone throwing that fucking term around, the chosen ones. I'm a chosen one. A chosen one to what? That doesn't mean anything when you say that in context. That and the self-righteous fucking arrogance that comes along with it. There is no one race, tribe, or culture or individual that's the chosen one above anyone else. Otherwise, from there, turn your ass into an actual satanic fucking slave to communism on top of it all, and is a major part of how they have erased your actual goddamn fucking identity. And arguing again on whether Christianity is white or European, it's fucking dead. And frankly, fucking irrelevant to anything in context when it comes to truth. It's done. You can't argue beyond this point because you've already accepted the framework you were dished to argue within. And every claim that Christianity is European or that Jesus was white ignores its actual origin. Christianity only exists because of Jewish texts, Jewish law, and Jewish prophecy, and things in terms of the Dead Sea Scroll deception, esoteric Gnostic bullshit, let alone the Old and New Testaments, Jews writing about Jewish prophecy in Greek so that outsiders couldn't read it, the Septuagint, which is all Jewish scripture, translated for a wider audience to be consumed by it. All of it is Jewish, and frankly, satanic as fuck, and it's always been of the you. So what's left to argue? Actually, nothing. Because again, any argument made within this system requires accepting the assumed quote-unquote authority over you and over your ancestors and over identity. And to that, having co-signed that narrative, you already fucking lost the argument. You don't have a fucking argument within that framework. However, outside of it, in alignment, we do. And you've been conditioned to reject the true mythos of your ancestors, the real stories, the true gods, the true goddesses, the true philosophy, and the wisdom of your own people. You have put your so-called quote-unquote faith in someone else's word, someone that's not of your land, your tribes, and actual race line lineages to blood, which is again where our true history is discovered through the actual activation of the Blood Code Codex. This is why I know what I know in terms of my own activations to them, not just research and study into these matters otherwise, but to authentic activations of my templating in terms of who I truly am, and was never anything I was raised into in context to any of this other fucking shit, because I had it shoved down my fucking throat ever since I fucking incarnated, like a lot of you out there have. Which is why my entire life growing up, I knew within my own soul that it was lies and bullshit, but didn't have the knowledge when I was younger to be able to confirm what I know sure as fuck now through and through. And this is not a rejection of the truth. It's my very soul that's been seeking the truth my entire existence. I have been compelled and was initiated and to follow Christianity, Judaism, or Islam, these three specific New World Order religions, is to accept their assumed authority over your own people's knowledge and to debate it while rejecting your ancestors' true traditions is to double down on that fucking choice. And it's a choice that you're making to prioritize someone else's worldview over your own that would be in alignment otherwise in terms of the true animist traditions of this entire realm. That's why no argument within that framework of the you can ever fucking win. Because you have been conditioned to accept that their word is truth and that you're not even allowed to question or challenge it without the hurricane of absolute fucking guilt and shame and even public scrutiny or fucking execution that I've fucking experienced many times. And in terms of actual authentic memories, who the fuck wants to deal with that shit? Being made an example in front of your fucking peers. It happened to me with the actual ministry itself because I didn't fucking sit there like some fucking sheep. I was the fucking goat and they all knew I was the fucking goat. Everyone knew I was the fucking goat. And that's why I was able to be successful otherwise in terms of my position before I moved forward with my fucking life. All those motherfuckers will never forget who the fuck I am. Because I told it straight. And the quote-unquote authorities didn't like that. And in terms of these religions, when it comes to their obsession of even being in a position of authority, they are obsessed with that pseudo sense of power over others. And again, within the framework of how everything was set up, you do not question and you do what the fuck you're fucking told, with no question. And this is what's thrust upon motherfuckers otherwise in terms of actual condemnation. Burned at the fucking stake over and over and over again, and is going to continue until you stop giving a flying fuck what any of these quote-unquote assumed authorities have ever fucking thought, said, or did, or try in order to tear you to shreds. They are overt fucking professionals at creating scapegoats. They sacrifice the goats of wisdom in terms of bloodletting. And when I stopped giving a flying fuck what any of these individuals even thought, said, or did to also try to tear me to shreds in front of everyone around me, that is when I took my position and rose the fuck up out of it all with honor among my peers, even during that time, and move forward in terms of my quest into what I've been getting at this entire time with Black Earth Productions, what I've been able to create otherwise with the Mystery School. And you can either stand with your own people, your own ancestors, and the mythos to blood, or, as it's been, people are going to stand for something else. And the vampires don't care otherwise what you choose within their gridworks of consciousness, just as long as you don't stand within the framework of your true traditions to templating and ignite that shit beyond what they themselves cannot access It renders them powerless in the face of the lie that their kind have been perpetuating for goddamn fucking centuries now. And to the phenomenon in terms of the parasite, it really is what has been driving these entities, riddled with it beyond reprieve. It's what's been riding Loki's chariot. It's also what makes up the fucking mechanics and technology of Loki's chariot. This is what the fuck Naglfar is. This is what the Nailfarer is. It's what it's been this entire fucking time, trying to make us like them. But as humans who are actually lycanthropic in terms of our codex to the dragon wolf, this is how they turn people into the vampire, made into what the parasite dictates, in that you not only have a history upon the earth that is millions of years old, but also a galactic history and the actual occult history to universal worlds that all of us are connected to beyond this bullshit in terms of the true universal tree of life and who we are, and all their texts, their scapegoat god, and their claims about what is true otherwise violates cosmic law where it stands. And you can't do both. Again, any, and I mean any argument that starts within the framework of what the you have sanctioned is already lost. And again, is the outright rejection of who you truly are otherwise. As for myself, there is no fucking debate. I don't accept their texts. I believe in the stories and the traditions of my people, and also know how to decipher them, especially since 2017. And I'm not going to reject my own people or declare that what is true for us folds and binds to someone else's stories about who they are otherwise, which do nothing but demonize who and what all of us truly are. Nothing can override the original teaching. And it's not about any one true tradition in terms of the original root race tribe cultures is somehow better or more important than others. That is not how it actually works, as it's been implemented with the you. That's why debates about Christianity and European heritage are fucking irrelevant. Christianity didn't spring up from Europe in the first place. Its origin all go back to the you. How Loki's chariot was fashioned and forged in this realm in the first place, to the warning against it when it comes to the mythos of my ancestors. In any debate, trying to make it European or white is irrelevant, because the starting point itself is the rejection of my own people's knowledge. It's the rejection of your own people's knowledge. At this point in terms of the procession, this shit is so goddamn fucking red hot. I am absolutely fucking done debating any motherfucker that tries to pull me into those framework bullshit ideologies and are all irrelevant to the alignment of this entire realm otherwise. And is why arguing past that is fucking pointless. And see what happens in terms of this framework. Everyone that's been conditioned to it that doesn't co-sign it is now labeled as a fucking Satanist. And this literally proves my fucking point, you fucking retards. You're the fucking Satanist, and we have nothing to do with your kind. I am an animist, and there's a major fucking difference in terms of what it means to be truly pagan versus the labels that they have thrown out and demonized everything that our people actually represent and who we actually are. Another thing I want to bring up here with this segment, getting into some symbolism again, it honestly blows my mind that people still don't get this. When a nation stamps its flag with a symbol that carries with it thousands of years of ancestral weight, it's not some random thing. And it's nothing to do with appropriating something from halfway across the world. The Germans of this last century didn't flip through a Hindu script and decide to take what they saw and use it otherwise. And if you're wondering what I'm getting at here, I'm speaking about the actual fucking swastika in its Germanic context, in its true context. And see, before you completely lose your fucking mind over this and start assuming that I'm some kind of fucking Nazi or whatever. See, again, you don't know how you've been conditioned by the you. And I don't give a fuck what they say, because I know the difference otherwise. There's no argument. There's no battle to be fought. There's no fucking war that we are bringing to the fucking realm whatsoever. So whatever individuals want to assume about our kind, again, it proves the fucking point otherwise in terms of the procession, because your mortal fucking enemies and what they have implemented is what has enslaved the entire fucking realm against itself. You need to know what this actually is. I'm going to pull this segment into another break. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. I will be right back, right after this.
Sun,
Welcome back. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. The swastika, as it's been known to be for literally thousands of years, is the whirling force of creation. It represents first and foremost foundation. It represents the power of planetary and elemental consciousness, earth, air, fire, and water, and the whirling forth of these things into the formation of existence. It is directly tied to Odin and to Thor and to the ancestors of Northern Europa, and has been for literally thousands of years. In other words, before things became twisted in terms of the true traditions and actual culture of the Germanic people that existed before what unfolded during the time of World War I and World War II. These things were intact for a very long time. And they are not what you've been conditioned to assume they are otherwise. Again, the Rockefeller indoctrination system is where you got your ideologies from. All of us got this growing up. And everyone has been conditioned to assume things otherwise, especially when it comes to the symbol of the swastika, that it represents something evil, when it could not be further from the truth in context. It was only ever twisted into that because of political appropriations. And it's the same thing I could say about 98% of all symbolism, except for a few obvious things with those who are versed in terms of actual symbolism when it comes to the occult. You don't even know what the fuck is on the flag of fucking Israel, motherfuckers. You have no idea what that symbol actually is and what it goes back to. But going back to what I was saying, the fact that the swastika shows up everywhere in Northern European archaeology, it shows up on ancient runestones, jewelry. Some pieces even show and describe Odin's name right next to the symbol, as to a direct ancient link between the All-Father himself and the swastika. And the fact is that it was not imported from India, and it's always had its own Germanic meaning. Some other things it has represented is good fortune, prosperity, and a sacred outpouring of creation itself. Again, it literally is the whirling force of creation and represents a certain divine connection, which are connected to Odin and Thor, marking things as holy and protected. These are not my opinions. These are actual facts. It represents power and protection, again, carved into amulets, weapons, and runes to ward off harm and amplify the meaning of strength. It's not foreign, and it's not random, and it was not taken from another culture whatsoever. It was, and still is, Germanic, and all of these things existed long before any National Socialists came to power in Germany during World War II. And herein lays the paradox of what is assumed otherwise, and also why it's such a major controversy right now. One thing I'm going to mention here that's from Carl Jung's dissertation about Odin, which I'm also going to expound upon. He states this therein, quote, Odin is a restless wanderer who creates unrest and stirs shit the fuck up in terms of proper knowledge and wisdom. Again, I'm expounding here in my own fashion as I do here with Black Earth Productions. He's now here, now there, and works magic. And in terms of this, he was changed by the religion of Christianity into the devil, which is Jewish to its core. This is what Carl Jung himself observed, along with many other things that religion has done through Christianity to literally demonize everything else except itself on a massive scale to a worldwide cultural, psychological projection in denial of what it actually is. And all to the true traditions and knowledge otherwise seems to have only lived on in alleged fading local traditions as a ghostly hunter who was seen with his ratun flickering like a will-o'-wisp through the stormy night, as Carl Jung states in his dissertation. And so further here, in the Middle Ages, again the Dark Ages, the role of the restless wanderer was appropriated and taken over by Osiris, the wandering you. And from there, the motif of the quote-unquote wanderer who has not accepted Christ was then projected onto the Jews. And they did this to actually play again on the codex of our people in order to trick the mind. It's all the subtle things. It's all the little things that you don't even know have been implemented. And in the same way, as we always seem to rediscover the unconscious psychic contents in terms of symbolism and allegory by them, understanding context that this is why. And at any rate, the coincidence in terms of cause and effect to any kind of alleged anti-Semitism is a natural consequence that comes with the reawakening of Odin. In fact, is projected by them onto us and anyone else that even comes to know the difference. That's what you're always being labeled as or defined by them, if you even dare to question whatsoever. It's not what I call myself. I never fucking declare that in terms of who the fuck I am. They're not even authentic Semites. And in terms of the you, again, I'm speaking about the actual fucking vampires themselves. I want to share more on what I even heard Dr. Phil Valentine mention very recently in context, and also verifying what I'm about to get into. Again, going back to ancient Kemet and all the things that I've curtailed myself otherwise when it comes to the vampires. You must come to understand the paradox of our current hour and know what the cause point was that threw this entire realm into what has manifested since then. The betrayal of Thoth again, in terms of the vampires and how all of this connects directly to Akhenaten within the framework of ultimately Negafar itself. Akhenaten is not what everyone has assumed he is or was, or who he has been painted out to be. And the fucking fact is that Akhenaten destroyed and decimated ancient Kemet. And there's a reason that he's exalted as a great leader, as it all goes back to the fissure that took place in terms of the Great Betrayal, of which, again, to timelines. This is how it was playing out during those times. Again, I've explained this. This is a repeat of a repeat of a repeat. But the paradox of the current hour that we are experiencing goes back to these events specifically to our ancient past. Just like it is now in our time in context to time sorcery. And how Akhenaten is exalted within the Rosicrucian order of the Rose and Cross, and also within the order of the Mystic Shrine. They exalt and give homage to Akhenaten, as well as the Freemasons. First, you need to understand that ancient Kemet was essentially a theocracy, and this to the ancient wisdom councils and order of the high priests of Amun-Ra, who were keepers of the blue flame itself. Whereas when it came to the office of Tahuti, in terms of the Thothian sect among the priest class, understand that the Thothian sect were not the high priests of ancient Kemet. This, in fact, was the office, those proven to be stewards and teachers who were allowed to initiate others on certain levels. And the Thothians were only at their highest level at the 11th gate access point, whereas the 15th gate access point, that position was unto the high priest of Amun-Ra, initiating those among the Thothian sect that passed through the 11th gate access point. And even at lower levels within their ranks, it was only a Grand Master that could teach at the very first levels of this in terms of the high priests of Amun-Ra, who were the overseers of the Thothian sect. And to hold that kind of position otherwise, having achieved the level of Magi, Grail, Shaman, and Witch King among the ancient wisdom councils, they had to be absolutely uncorruptible, meaning those who were taking actual initiation in terms of the biospiritual regenesis and achieved it at the 12th gate access point of becoming an actual master, as with the 13th gate access point forward. That was on the level of Grand Master initiations. Again, the original overseers in terms of everything were the Magi, Grail, Shaman, and were above the rank and office of Tahuti before this shit was taken over, as with everything I got into with the betrayal of Thoth segment. And it was the Hyksos among those within the Thothian sect that planned all of this before they ever infiltrated ancient Kemet, going back to at least the 14th dynasty when it all started. As ancient Kemet had not only been a meritocracy, but it was also a theocracy, which was designed to keep everything in check. But when these temples were destroyed by Akhenaten, which all held different positions and offices in the realm, the actual system of checks and balances, the government that existed in ancient Kemet, was always about self-governance before any of this ever happened. And these schools were worldwide, taking it back to the College of the Druids in context. these existed worldwide among the ancient wisdom councils of all four primary root raceline lineage bloodlines across the entire realm. And as they proceeded to confront Akhenaten and the dark priesthood that emerged, they told them all to go fuck themselves. And it took years for all of this to unfold, but it led up to the total destruction of everything. Akhenaten ended up declaring himself as God over all of ancient Kemet, and thus the world in context, getting rid of Amun-Ra and Asar and everything else in terms of the true ancient Kemetan animist tradition. It was hijacked and traded out for the Aton. He also declared that his lineage was then the quote-unquote the most holy above all others. Yet another tale, if not the classic tale, of the rise of the psychopathic tyrant. And they basically had to come to him as God in terms of the Aton. And there could be nothing else but total slavery and dread worship of the Aton. Again, this is not the same as the Aton-Ra, which from my vantage point is connected to the original teaching, and it's to make the distinction to a certain language otherwise. It's differences in terms of fundamentals and principles I'm explaining here, along with everything else in alignment with the original teaching. And what you don't hear about are the details of all the battles and the actual war that broke out between the high priests of Amun-Ra and those within the Thothian sect that defected. Akhenaten decimated the ever-living shit out of ancient Kemet. Memphis was destroyed, which was the capital at that time. And what's insane is that Akhenaten was lapping it all the fuck up. All of the war and all of the bloodshed like a fucking crack fiend. He not only had physical deformities and extremely altered genetics. The fact is that he was infected with acromegaly, which is a disorder caused by the pituitary gland producing too much growth hormones, which leads to the enlargement of the hands, the feet, the face, the internal organs. And he also had leprosy, which I think everyone listening right now knows what that is. If you don't, it's a chronic and infectious disease that causes the skin, the nerves, eyes, and the lining of the nose to rot from the inside out. And that he would drink the blood of the slain, among others, for this purpose of why the vampires do what they do in the first place. Akhenaten was a fucking vampire, and so was Nefertiti for that matter, knowing what I know. It may be controversial saying this, but it's confirmed otherwise. And all of this is still being done by those within the fissure line that have their poison roots and stems connected in context directly with those that betrayed this entire fucking realm. Conditioned to assume otherwise. And every single one of these monotheistic religions all come from this, which also includes Satanism and Dark Luciferianism to that notion. And this is the one pharaoh that's exalted above all others in terms of the 19th dynasty. An actual vampire that destroyed ancient Kemet and demonized ancient Kemet. After Memphis was destroyed, he quickly moved his capital to a place they called Amarna, right in between lower and upper ancient Kemet, which is said to have been built in terms of slave labor. It's also how I can calculate why they said it was built as fast as it was, and more than 90% of the skeletons that were excavated in Amarna have an estimated age of between 7 years old to about 25 years old, with the majority estimated to be younger than 15 years old to about 7 years old. So they were using kids as slave labor, and it's how Amarna was built in order for Akhenaten to institute the worship of the Aton. He took his dark priests, and from there, across the Nile at Malawi, is where they started to practice all of their dark rituals. And while Akhenaten would bathe in the blood and drink the blood of the slain, this is where the arts and sciences of immortality were reduced to nothing more than cannibalism, bloodletting, dark black magic, and dark alchemy and vampirism. And is also when Mufkazut was invented by the vampires, which is what their white powder gold was and still is. An extremely cheap, poisonous, and very dangerous counterfeit versus what the liquid gold of ancient Kemet actually was and what it did and was 100% pure otherwise. Again, they have tried to destroy all of the keys of the ancient wisdom. But to that, again, it is we who have the liquid gold. That's what the nectar of Athanasia is. We have the original recipe, which goes back to the original legacy of ancient Kemet, as with the original teaching and origin of the original mystery schools. And all of this correlates my position to it, and to this whole dynamic, and who these motherfuckers are, and where all of this started, in Armana and Malawi, and all these other places that Kemet had jurisdiction, which is now ironically unfolding on our timeline in context to the greater Israel project, and what it fucking is in context, going back to Akhenaten and the Dark Priest class itself. And it was all these different places in ancient times that started to retaliate against the Akhenaten, just like the world is seeing now at present. And again, this is how all of those battles manifested before. And it was Horemheb, who was one of the top military generals of the armies of ancient Kemet during that time, who was said to have taken back the reins of ancient Kemet from Akhenaten, along with another one of his own generals, Ramses I, who then proceeded to decimate Armana. And this is where Akhenaten was essentially ran the fuck out of ancient Kemet, and is where the story of the Exodus and Moses really come from. It's not what you read in the Bible. It's what the world was sold otherwise, having been crafted later. And it was the Dark Priest class that ended up executing and murdering Akhenaten after they were done using him for what he was groomed for. He only ruled for about 17 years after taking the throne. And then came Semkari, and Nefer-Neferuaden, and Tutankhamun, and I. And to the fact that Horemheb didn't want to rule. This is what brought the 18th dynasty to its total collapse only 14 years after they took Akhenaten the fuck out. It only took them 31 years to do this. And at the beginning of the 19th dynasty, the Dark Ones were in total control. And it was Horemheb's general Ramses I who was made the first pharaoh of the 19th dynasty. Now, before all of this happened, there's some other things I want to share. As for the pharaoh, of the one whose picture you see here with myself on this segment, they say that he died peacefully at the age of 54 and was the great-grandson of Amenhotep I, who preceded Ahmose I, and was 76 years before Akhenaten ever took the fucking throne. However, this was the plan, and this is when the Hyksos within the Thothian sect started to turn their gears. And with what I've seen and know otherwise within my blood and bones, it was Thutmose III, as you see here on this picture that I mentioned, who was one of the high priest goat witch kings of Amun-Ra and great pharaoh of ancient Kemet. And it was after he was assassinated by these motherfuckers that they started ripping wormholes into the reality field with the grids in terms of the pyramids and a lot of other shit that you're most likely never going to hear about, as it's only been alluded to otherwise. But is when the Dark Ones started to take things over. All of this also reflects the paradox of the High Priest of Amun-Ra being murdered by the Thothian sect as well. And it can be looked at from many different points of view, and everything's connected in terms of what I'm getting at. Also the fact that no one really knows who Thutmose III was, or how he actually died. These motherfuckers rewrote history and overtly fucked with the timelines and dates and dating systems, and destroyed records, on top of performing actual time sorcery on levels that you cannot fucking imagine, in order to conceal certain factors that I am unveiling right now in this segment. Because I cracked the code. I cracked the code within my templating, just like you're going to do in terms of doing the real great work, so that the gates and the secrets and the mysteries of what has been kept from you are also revealed in terms of your bloodlines. That's the fucking point. It's all a great fucking mystery otherwise. Because just what in the fuck actually went down in ancient Kemet? Why the fuck does it look like a nuclear holocaust hit ancient Kemet in terms of actual evidence to that in Saqqara? In that it was also witnessed that Thutmose III received the very breath of life he had directly from Amun-Ra, which goes back to the great mystery between the sun and the moon and what they actually are. And this can only ever be revealed in terms of actual initiation into the occult when it comes to the original teaching, and how that's going to be revealed to you as an individual in context to templating. Knowing how to access the pure, raw, infallible power of the higher force of the Jedi itself, from within oneself, which is what Tutmos III fully achieved and fully embodied. And it takes Pharaohs to ignite that shit within one's templating, and is what Lucifer actually is in context to this enzyme, and how it was with the true pharaohs of ancient Kemet, having to demonstrate their ability with it. Even as for those who are level 2 adept with the mystery school, this is it right here, and it's what the vampires had to destroy, and it's why they have to first parasitize the blood in order to feast and harvest and take the gold in that fashion of what the Sumerian Draconian Empire did. It had to be primed with a dark alchemy first, otherwise the pure power of that lifeblood would have destroyed them. And it's what they started doing, not only with Amenhotep II, but with Tutmos IV and Amenhotep III, which lead to all of these physical distortions manifesting with Akhenaten in terms of a corrupt genome. And also because Amenhotep III no longer had the living lifeblood and gold within him that his great-grandfather Tutmos III did. Again, after Tutmos III was assassinated, this had been getting sucked the fuck dry by the vampires themselves for 76 years before all of this happened otherwise with Akhenaten. And as I keep saying in this segment, they hijacked the original teaching and corrupted everything in order to destroy ancient Kemet from the inside out. This only took them 76 years to accomplish after Tutmos III was assassinated. And during the times and very short reigns of Amenhotep II, Tutmos IV, and then Amenhotep III, who was the actual father of Akhenaten, Akhenaten was groomed from the time he was a child by the Dark Priest class before he even became pharaoh. And during this 76-year span of time is when the Dark Priest class started to take the reins of spiritual government with their sacerdotal caste, who denoted their doctrine and ascribed their sacrificial functions and supernatural powers in terms of the Dark Priest class. And this is more of the real occult history that you were never meant to know. Even though I have covered this topic before, I'm giving you more details here, and also because it's only been covered by a few individuals otherwise that I have much regard for within the occult community, both alive and also passed on since before I incarnated. I've always been compelled to go deeper because of my direct connection to this entire fucking dynamic. This in terms of templating, this in terms of bloodline lineage. That is how real it has got for me. And it's for this very reason. And it was from here where the true legacy of ancient Kemet was essentially severed from its fissure point with Akhenaten, and is when they overtly took the reins of spiritual government and hyperdrive from that point forward, towards the end of the 18th dynasty of ancient Kemet, and at the very beginning of the 19th dynasty. This is when Ramses I took the throne, who was the father of Seti I. And it was Seti I who came along with his own son, Ramses II. And as it's been with all of them were under the total fucking submission and mind control of the Dark Priest class at these points of our alleged history. And it's when they took the actual cult of Aton to a whole other fucking level in terms of Set Typhon. And this is where everything else comes from that has been exposed in this segment in context to Naglfar. And you have to understand this is how it all literally unfolded. This is how it happened. At this point in history, in terms of our universal world. After Ramses II, then came Merneptah, and then came Seti II, and then came Amenmesse, and Siptah, and Tusert, and every goddamn one of these fucking pharaohs did not heed the original teaching. All of them were the puppets and subject otherwise to the dictates of the vampires. And that's the story that they don't tell you. And it's why when you see the Khazar, in terms of the U in context to the Caucasoid, understand that the priests that hailed the cult of Aton became the goddamn Levites. And the Levites in context were the priests that served Akhenaten, who also hijacked the Ark technology. I cannot negate to mention this again, as with what I was saying earlier about the Ark and what the Ark actually is, being the generator of reality. If it's put into the wrong hands, again, All you have to do is look at the world, especially in terms of what has unfolded the last 100 years now of our lifetime at present. Back to ancient Kemet in context of everything I'm talking about. And when you check the back rooms of these Talmudic Khazarian vampires, in that they were a multi-ethnic group who praised Akhenaten because of what he represented. The Khazar converted to Judaism. They didn't convert to Islam and they didn't convert to Christianity. They went right to the fucking source and were only a Turkic people in context to the Caucasoid who preceded the rise of the Ottoman Empire, and is where things start to catch up to certain legends when it comes to the wars between the Lycan and the vampire, all in context to the occult secrets of Carpathia. They were taken by the Levites, who were the ones who ruled over the tribes of the cult of Aton, and were the ones controlling the outer courts, the stages that had been set. That is the world. And as Akhenaten was directly tied to what my ancestors again called the Svartalfar and parasitized Jotun through his initiations into what the Dark Priest class sanctioned through the cult of Aton. This also manifests within the genetic codex of the mind of his followers as well. All of this to the religions of the trifecta and the Dark Priest class in context, as was warned about by my ancestors when it comes to Naglfar, the very chariot of Loki himself. Understand this was first ever given birth to and sanctioned by the cult of Baal Lilith in context to their systems. And really catch this, you guys, because all of this is far more ancient than what even unfolded during these times in ancient Kemet. To its actual origin, again, I'm talking about origin in this segment, which goes much deeper into what caused the First War of the Gods in terms of our universal world multidimensional occult history. I'll say that again. Our universal world multidimensional occult history, and where things come to origin in terms of the Ganocracy. All go back to Gulveg, Hyder, Arbadoa, Angarboda, and Harakin, who are all personifications of the parasite in its various forms. You need to understand this here, that the Dark Goddess is the womb gate of the fucking abyss itself. Not some goddess that was victimized by the patriarch and all this shit to neo-feminism that's been sold to all of you ignorant women out there. No. This shit is for real, and is how you are being used to give birth to the parasites in our realm otherwise. This current is the wielder of the blackest might, and she was the brightest that crawled forth from the abyss as the old ones were able to actualize their form through her, coming up through endless darkness and slithering through the cracked boundaries and planetary shields of the middle universal worlds. What do you think 2020 actually fucking was, as with everything that's happened now? This is how it has come in context to everything I've been working to explain, and it's how it took its fucking form otherwise. Bright as a shadowless light she came, erect like a burning beam of darksome light she stood, and has gone forth to those she's found receptive to her assumed knowledge, as to instruct them on the unknown dark arts of the abyss. She is the very innovator of black magic and dark sorcery and vampirism itself, the craft and cunning that has forever seduced giants, humans, gods and goddesses to gain the old one's empty cosmic end. And it was Akhenaten's mother, Taya, that was a part of the Ganocracy in context to everything that I've just mentioned. It's even said that Akhenaten himself married his mother Taya, which all goes back to the framework of what I'm getting at, which is a blood cult that is far more ancient than you can possibly imagine, that no one even knows about to have ever existed and still exists. And it's how the cult of Baal Lilith came into being in context within our universal world. Again, we're talking about origin in this segment, and no one has covered this yet specifically, even though it's going to be leading up to that. I literally just gave it to you, and it's to make the correlations otherwise to facts that reveal that this shit that we're dealing with is not of our universal world. It really is alien, and as alien as it fucking gets. Everything in context goes back to the Sumerian Draconian Empire within our universal world. And even though the separations are very extremely distinct otherwise, once you actually unknock this shit, it's within certain timelines and how time sorcery actually works in context to Saturn having to decrypt and decode and decipher this shit like a goddamn multi-dimensional Rubik's Cube. And I bridged the fucking abyss. I sealed off the fucking rift. And I cannot agree to certain timelines and dates of what any narrative assumes, appropriates, twists, and limits just how fucking ancient Kemet actually is. And to the idea that these events just happened a few thousand years ago is total fucking bullshit. Just how in the fuck has this entire world been enthralled to this goddamn melding pot of chaos otherwise in context to the lockdown equations? Who's the lock, motherfuckers? Understand that when it comes to my people and the fact that we have the actual fire tablet itself within our physical grasp, it was excavated from the Valley of the Kings on a top secret mission to Egypt that took place over 20 years ago now. And the fire tablet has been activated. And the actual evidence that we are getting back to our true roots beyond all this shit and remembering past all of this, it is diametrically clear. And you must understand why all of this has happened to the hour that we are in. Literally all of it. And again, which further goes into what Naglfar actually is when it comes to Loki's fucking chariot. They can take on any form within the schools of the Dark Priesthood, where a motherfucker becomes an actual chameleon. And to its effect, when the masks are torn back and you see the actual parasite right in front of you, even as I have to my own experience, it's a psychological factor that may perhaps be worth fucking mentioning here. Because in context, this has nothing to do with being anti-Semitic. That shit is in fact irrelevant. This is all about remembering who you are otherwise, who you truly are. And in terms of Lauxism, first of all, a Lauxist is everything to do with a person who believes in and supports Lauxism, which comes from the you who have a seething hatred for Carpathian whites in context. And it's everything to do with what neo-Nazism actually is, as it's characterized by or related to Lauxism. And Lauxism is a part of a lock to Loki in context to Naglfar. And you need to pay attention to actual etymology in terms of language. Again, if you don't know parse, syntax, quantum grammar, then you don't know how to decode the actual language that you are speaking and what things actually mean. And how things can get twisted into knots and locks. Again, the term Nazi literally means National Zionist. And that's what all of the programming dictates in terms of the religions of the trifecta. I'm going to pull this segment into another break. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. I will be right back, right after this. Welcome back. This is Sethikus Boza. Black Earth Productions. Blue Flame Healing Arts and Occult Science Temple of the White Dragon. Lauxism is a term that started to be used after the year 2000 in context, and has everything to do with the hatred of Carpathian whites by the U, and it's said to be the most pervasive form of racial hatred on the planet, and is never mentioned within the mainstream of society, media, or education, but is the driving force behind most world events that have been taking place, especially for over the last 100 years now, and explains why the U were kicked out of European cities at least 109 times. Understand that the U's hatred for the European Aryan Carpathian race is the reason why the U have pushed all of their pornography and sexual revolution, LGBTQ, Dionysian propaganda in terms of homosexuality, pedophilia, neo-feminist empowerment, and transgender agendas, and further now, the AI transhuman agenda, forced against the tribal unit of Carpathian whites being the main target during the 2020 event. And this is not just in terms of our kind. This is against all people except them. And it's the U that executed 19 million Carpathian whites in Russia during World War II. This is an actual fact that you really need to think about what I just said. And this shit, in terms of the old ones, is what Germany was warning the entire fucking world against. And because the division had once again escalated between the Ashkenazi, who are the Caucasoid in context, this is what people still don't understand, and is why it all came to an apex, as it is again in terms of World War III, and in context to Lauxism and the 2020 event, going back to its origin in ancient times, and in context to time sorcery, led up to what unfolded and collapsed before and during World War I. And with all the Tavistock shit and things that were propagated against the population to drive low birth rate among Carpathian whites and certain abortion laws, and with the neo-feminist movement manifesting, which is also what's led to the Islamization of Europa. Christianity isn't working anymore against Europeans, except has weakened them so that they don't fight against what's happening with Islam. Understand that Germany was not Christian and was thriving without any of these things being part of their culture, and they dealt with shit accordingly, and is why they were seen as a threat against the U's agenda and their plans for total world domination otherwise, going all the way back to the Sumerian Draconian Empire, which has been a part of the trick to keep Europe pulled into the meat grinder, and is why all of this anti-Semitic propaganda and anti-white propaganda that's in the media and education went for the push of multiculturalism, and the state of Israel becoming what it has led to nothing but horrific crimes and race wars among all races otherwise. It's exactly like George Orwell fucking said. The most effective way to destroy people is to deny and obliterate their own understanding of their own history. Except the U, of course, who painted themselves as the big fat victim of these events which unfolded during World War II, when in fact they were the ones that incited all of it. It was Judea that declared war on Germany, and it's they who are the actual Nazis, being National Zionists in context to Judeo-fascism. It's not what you've been sold by your Rockefeller indoctrination. And it's, as I explained already, in context to the Dark Priest class, and with all the wars and the rape and the race mixing and miscegenation and all this other shit that's happened, all directed by them. It goes into much of what the Dark Luciferian secret doctrine and secret covenant reveals, and what they know otherwise is going to happen if you actually wake the fuck up. And if you haven't read or studied the secret covenant, it's in the Black Earth Library for anyone to check out on a simple search that has full access to the Black Earth Library with the Mystery School. I'm giving you guys a lot in this segment, but I can't give it to you all, and you need to look into all of this shit yourselves and decide for yourselves, because from what I know and what I can clearly see otherwise, they want Carpathian whites dead as fuck. I know why they fear our kind, Again, going back to the original legacy of ancient Kemet and what existed, going all the way back to Udenma for all four primary race lines. Again, the original teaching. This is what they fear. And they want us to be powerless, where we become the minority in Europe and America and Australia and Canada by 2040. And in terms of Agenda 2030, going into 2060, according to their stage plan bullshit, will lead to the total eradication of Carpathian white Western civilization by the year 2100. And it's like I just said, George Orwell stated, the most effective way to destroy people is to deny and obliterate their own understanding of their own history. Now do you understand more of why I'm communicating the things that I do on this platform? This isn't about any one race above the other. This is about the actual birthrights of mankind violated by the goddamn fucking vampires. And Akhenaten was a goddamn fucking vampire. And all these things in terms of records being wiped and you not knowing the fucking difference. This is what I've been working to reestablish as much as I can with the mystery school and the actual legacy that it goes back to. I wouldn't be as convicted otherwise in terms of my position and my life to it. This is your lives. And without proper knowledge and wisdom, we're not going to get there. We will continue to be divided and conquered as well as with others. I am fucking done because we are far more than what they label us as in terms of their unwarranted psychological projections, screaming to broadcast, stop killing us as they are the ones killing us. Recognize who the real enemy is here. If you don't slay the inner tyrant, this is how these motherfuckers get their power. There is no argument within the framework of these false belief systems and the bullshit arguments that go around and around and around and around. This is how they keep the war fucking going. And in terms of our position, we have to transcend the triangulation factors. You think this shit that's going on in fucking Europe right now, think this is something that's just happening in the last 20 to 40 fucking years? No, this has been going on for fucking centuries. And because most still only contradict themselves, this itself and further has already collapsed into actions taken by many to deny who we are, what our past actually is, and is designed to destroy the very existence, the very nature of who we are in terms of a major aspect of our true core identity. And all you have to do is look at the true occult history to what MK Ultra actually is, the annihilation of identity. It's the annihilation of identity, you guys. And it's at an all-time fucking high in terms of the collective, because these motherfuckers do not want any of you or others to remember who they truly are. So they demonize you. They slander you. They smear you and lie on you while we're all standing by. And as most are simply minding their business and living their lives and realizing certain things, and then boom, it hits you. What the fuck? It's going off the charts. And it's all happening on purpose. I literally said this on the platform that this is what the fuck was going to happen. I can see 20 miles down the fucking track. You can go back and listen to the segments and track this shit yourself. Put it on timestamps. Go ahead. Try to fucking refute me. It ain't going to happen. And with all the people that want to be contrary, who like to get into intellectual circle jerks and continue to split hairs on any topic to lace out a seemingly wise point of view on things, everything is going to be evaporated into space dust if it continues. Without a proper foundation and without a proper frame, nothing can be built or known otherwise. Truth can't be refuted whatsoever. There is no discussion. There is no fucking argument. And there is no debate otherwise with it. There's no argument when I know the truth about who I am. I can stand confident knowing the difference because of what my life exemplifies, along with others that actually get it and live it. And this is one of the main goals with the actual mystery school. And with all the things that are being pushed upon people all across the world right now, in context to the contrast that has enslaved you, and all these idiots like lemmings go off the goddamn fucking cliff running back into all of it. Why? Why does that happen? Because it's been programmed this way, motherfuckers. And to all the things we're taught about Germany and what happened during World War I and World War II, it's only ever served the agenda of the communists and their narratives otherwise, of what actual fucking communism does. It overtly destroys culture. It destroys art. It destroys music. It destroys history. It destroys economy. It fucking destroys everything that it fucking touches. And I don't care what form it takes, whether through Christianity, Judaism, or Islam, whether the communism, fascism, socialism, it's all a part of the same goddamn fucking meat grinder. It's all a part of the same optical illusion. You think it's one thing, and then it's another, and then it flips on itself, and it just keeps fucking turning and devouring. And on and on and on it goes. And then you're forced to pick sides, not seeing that both are wrong in context to how they manipulate the spindle of the energy force because they have control of the goddamn fucking generator of reality. That's the arc. And that's how they steal our magic in order to get us manifesting what the fuck has unfolded, crafted by the Dark Priest class to enslave the realm and set it at war against itself, playing all sides of the triangulated equations. And you don't know the difference because you are conditioned to live in the realm of effect. You're not the cause point. And this path work is all about becoming the cause point. You're all being blinded into assuming that you see clear, but you don't know what the fucking dragon is to see clear. That has always been the goal of the vampires, to divide and conquer and to split. It gives birth to itself and devours itself at the same time. And that's the paradox when it comes to Saturn and the whole mystery behind Saturn. This being the birth gate of the reality field that was hijacked, going all the way back to Mid-Valir itself, in context to our universal world, multi-dimensional occult history. This is how the swastika was fucking inverted and twisted and demonized because of all this shit. And herein lies the paradox. My question for you is this: are you able to transcend it? And I'm talking about the lockdown equations. Are you actually able to transcend it? Because all you motherfuckers out there right now are still in thrall. Everyone on the face of the fucking earth, and with all the knowledge and the information that's been coming out, it's not specific in terms of teaching how to actually transcend this shit. All you want to do is argue within the framework of what your fucking owners gave you to argue within. And these points that I'm making here is some of the final shit that must be transcended at the gates of the procession right now, all across the board. And you need to, at the very least, have a voice yourself. Nothing to our true traditions is anything else to do with anything except actual animism. That is what it goes back to in terms of the original teaching. And it was never anything to do with National Socialism or Zionists, fucking Nazis, or anything else to these factors in context. It's not what you've been conditioned to assume. And we are not Zionists, let alone National Zionists. All of what I'm talking about existed millions of years before any of this shit was crafted against the realm. And this is one of the ways that the true culture of Germany, let alone the West, onto the Great North, is worked against to be destroyed from the inside out because of how powerful our true traditions are otherwise. And what's beyond all of this bullshit is the actual solution. Getting back to our true roots, getting back to our true traditions, coming to know who the fuck you are, knowing your templating, knowing your frame, and what you were templated for in the fucking realm. And that's just at a base foundation level. And see, the actual solution, the solution is not political. It's never going to be political. Those systems are always going to fail because that is how they are designed to operate and pull everyone into the fucking meat grinder with them. And they'll fucking use whatever the fuck they want. They'll take all the symbolism. They'll take all the fucking codes like they have. but they are not the owners of it. They didn't create these things. These things have been with us, within our blood and bones for aeons. And because government and religion continues to fail, this is how it's been designed in order to enslave you. And these people in assumed positions of quote-unquote authority and assumed quote-unquote power are some of the most cucked out, golem, Shabbos goy, enslaved motherfuckers in our entire realm. They were bought and sold their actual fucking souls to even be in those positions in the first place. And they are not the most powerful, and they sure as hell are not even close to being the most wise or informed persons in this world whatsoever. They are slaves to the puppet masters that control this shit. And just like the Egyptian hieroglyph that literally warns against all of this, going back to ancient Kemet that I shared in the Magi, Grail, Shaman segment, the riddle of Gleipnir, the writing's on the goddamn fucking wall with that. So even when the National Socialists in Germany decided to use the swastika on their flag during World War II, you have to understand that it wasn't borrowed, as a lot of people have been led to assume. It was the actual symbol of our ancestral gods and culture to our own past. And here's where people miss the actual forest for the trees. You cannot call actual Germany Christian whatsoever, or Gnostic. That symbol carries Odin's sacred mark, and Christianity is Jewish to its poison roots in context to the U. A Jewish God, a Jewish Messiah, Jewish disciples, Jewish scriptures, and those scriptures don't just contradict themselves, they contradict what actual paganism reveals and what animism is in terms of the original teaching. Because within their framework, they literally demand its total fucking eradication. And the real question you need to ask yourselves is why? The Bible literally says to tear down the sacred groves, to cut down the sacred trees, smash their assumed to be idols, and put entire fucking nations to the sword as a burnt offering, an actual holocaust to the god of the Sumerian Draconian Empire. And that's what literally happened to Germany in World War II. It was Germany that was in fact holocausted. They literally planned to make Greater Israel the capital of the entire fucking world, which all goes back to the Sumerian Draconian Empire. Look, if you want to know who the actual fucking Nazis are and were, look no further than what I'm saying here, because it's the actual truth to what rules the geopolitical arena in context to what I'm saying. And after World War II, in 1948 is when Israel became an actual nation. It did not exist before that. In fact, it never fucking existed, except in the ramblings and promulgation of parchments that they threw out to the outer courts of their temple. When it comes to the dictates of the black nobility, along with the Inquinabula and other higher ups beyond the spectrums of what you think you know is running shit. With all their front factions, the two schools of HAILZ and Shaman that have always been at war amongst themselves, to what is obvious, but no one goes deeper. And when it comes to HAILZ and Shaman, all of it continues to fuel the controversy to its actual design. And this is exactly what they have drawn everyone out into in terms of triangulations within triangulations within triangulations. The fractal virus parasite itself. They want to keep you in the wheel with it. And fear makes you into a goddamn slave. And everyone is conditioned to project their bullshit programming with the leftist national Zionist propaganda bullshit by consent of the far right when it comes to controlled opposition to their schools of indoctrination. Again, the Rockefeller indoctrination system continue to project upon a scapegoat, and is where you're giving your power away, and is what Germany became in terms of this for almost the last 100 years. And with all of the white guilt bullshit and context driven into the minds of our people, you've forgotten who you truly are. As with all people otherwise, black, white, red, and yellow. And all of it has come from a place of extremely sophisticated chaos magic, which has split the minds and confused the world otherwise, because you don't know the true occult history. And there is no race on Earth that gets away with it as the alleged quote-unquote chosen, even if you're a vile, evil motherfucker, and reveals just how fucking genius and intellectual these motherfuckers are to have pulled it off as long as they have. We are in a different time now, though, and it's as I've said and will continue to say, Germans during World War I and World War II never called themselves Nazis. That was only assumed decades after the actual wars, to what I'm getting at. And what you don't understand about your mortal enemies is that they will project exactly what they are onto everyone and everything else. This is how the scapegoat god operates in terms of the trickster, and has done everything to demonize the goat above all things, because the goat is God. That is the root of its actual term to language, to the true traditions of our people that were never anything to do with any political bullshit, whether to National Socialism or National Zionism in our modern era, which is where it all gets twisted into the meat grinder otherwise here. And what we need to do at this point now is something far greater, something that has never happened in the realm since what happened did. Again, the solution is not political. It never was, and it's never going to be. And when we have been working to revive the ancient arts and occult sciences, when it comes to the runes and many other things along with the tarot, which is the actual path of Odin himself, all of the festivals and celebrations that we have when it comes to the true ancestral traditions of Europa still exist, even as it's been for literally millions of years at present. It's not a question of how long they've existed or when they started in terms of our ancient past. What's actually relevant is who's living it. Are you on the actual path? That is what matters more than anything else, and is the actual spiritual leverage that our kind have in the realm. And when you have been conditioned to forget, even if what's been happening worldwide on top of the needlecraft now was all the same shit otherwise to what was happening in Germany before World War I and World War II. It all got fucked up. And like I just said, we have to bring something else forward. What do we actually bring to the table in terms of our lives that's more powerful and more palpable in alignment? It has to be seen. It has to be felt and known beyond the bullshit. It must be something that's never been done before since what happened did in terms of the current saga we are living in our times now. This has nothing to do with the past anymore. It's to do with now. And that's always been the point of this platform. As I came into all of this on my own accord, outside the twisted narratives to these things. And here we are. We have to reject the lies that continue to be forced down our throats by these assumed authorities. And if you want to hear it out of the horse's mouth, as well as actual evidence in the Black Earth Library to observe yourselves, who again have got full access to that, their goddamn fucking playbook was already outlined centuries ago. And to that, one thing you can do is look at and read for yourselves Deuteronomy 13, which literally commands people to murder their own family members and to extort other gods and to stone to death your friends, your family members, even if they suggest ancestral tradition. It says to exterminate entire nations and to put everyone to the sword and burn it all down as a holocaust unto the Lord your God. And that word Lord means Baal. Burn it all down as a holocaust unto the Lord your God as a human sacrifice and leave it in ruins forever. And see, this isn't what I said. This is what they have said. Because according to their narrative, this so-called God picked a select group among the collective as his quote-unquote chosen people to do this exact fucking thing. Which does, no matter how you want to argue, all goes back to the you as a strong arm to it in terms of the Sumerian parasitized Draconian Empire. And this isn't some kind of metaphor or has been done away with in terms of anything in the New Testament. All of that was designed to get you to stand the fuck down while they take the goddamn fucking world. Everyone has been pussified beyond measure. And that's not going to happen on our end. That's not going to happen with me. And this, in context, is what our ancestors warned against. It's what the ancient wisdom councils warned against. And is what marched across Europe to destroy, let alone every other nation across the entire fucking world, on a covert and hidden pathway into literally everything. Exactly like they did in ancient Kemet in terms of our actual occult history. Turning people into golems that have forgotten who they are, treaded out on things that had nothing to do with them whatsoever, and who all would eventually betray their own kind and even murder those among their own kind, their own families, and their own fucking children, in order to be grafted into the poison tree of stagnation and rot as the quote-unquote chosen ones, and has been a major part of the rotting foundation of their so-called faith, with a wristy cross in one hand and a bloody sword in the other. And when Rome, armed with this faith, marched north, the sacred groves were destroyed, the temples and sacred places were burned, everything was smashed, and our ancestors were slain and bent to convert to this frame of ultra-slavery against our own kind. And this wasn't some kind of gentle conversion. It was goddamn fucking conquest and spiritual colonization carried out in the obedience of absolute biblical command. Even as people continue to wave flags with the wristy cross, which for those that don't know is the Christian cross, a goddamn Roman torture device, and even as it's been with the Seal of Solomon, and also the crescent moon and star with Islam. These were designed to perpetuate the great betrayal cycles on a repeat of a repeat, again and again. This is how and why chaos and confusion has ruled over the minds of millions in the Western world to these things, let alone the East, along with the North and the South. We, as guardians of the watchtowers of the West, unto the great North, are meant to light the fucking torches of the great remembering across the entire realm to this otherwise. Dealing with many that are still blind to the fact that their real ancestral symbols, if they go to the runes and the Om script, and many other things otherwise that must be known if you're going to truly wake the fuck up in terms of who you are. There is the sun wheel in terms of the great sigil of the central sun. There's the swastika, like I was saying, in terms of the whirling force of creation, which have been demonized and outlawed in Europe for a very long time, and also appropriated for the purpose of propaganda against their true meaning by the vampires themselves. And if they know what the power of symbolism actually yields, and if they're able to control the narrative of a thing, I know myself what the power of symbolism yields, which is why I craft my own sigils with Black Earth Productions. And are our symbols. They don't belong to the vampires. They don't belong to other cultures. They belong to our own. And with this, when it comes to the mystery school, get back to your true traditions. It is there that you will find the actual truth, what you can create and craft yourselves. Temple of the White Dragon is not about soliciting converts as to what my personal traditions are. This is all about you discovering who you are and taking it back to your roots. And then we come together within this community as people that know who we are, standing side by side, standing sovereign, every race, tribe, culture, knowing the fucking difference. And we're not warring over ideologies that have nothing to do with our kind. In context to the White Dragon lineage bloodlines, Carpathian whites, know who the fuck you're actually dealing with when it comes to who I am and what the legacy of this mystery school actually goes back to. Which again, in terms of ancient Kemet, going all the way back to Udinmar, I'm here to explain it otherwise and make this very clear. The real question, in terms of the temple and actual initiation into the occult, is who are you? And if the shoe fits in terms of my personal traditions, then by all means go there yourselves. But if not, again, that's not the point. The point is, again, to be able to be truly educated to discover all of these things when it comes to your own templating, which includes your original traditions, whether you're white, black, yellow, red. It all goes back to this in terms of self-discovery, let alone self-mastery. It's all about our state of mind, motherfuckers. And everyone will project upon any symbol what they are conditioned to assume without actually knowing because, again, they have not been initiated to even know the difference. And the very codex within the blood itself are also symbols and sigils to the primal sound and primal light fields and consciousness gridworks when it comes to energy, frequency, and vibration. I am literally wrapped in extremely ancient scrolls just underneath my skin, etherically speaking. And so are many of you out there. As I have observed, codes are still being cracked, things are still being deciphered. And I've remembered a lot from within my core doing extensive research and study into these matters otherwise. And it has to be this way with every single person out there. And that's the difference here with Black Earth Productions. I'm ripping back veils that have been placed over your mind so that you can learn to see clear and remember otherwise yourselves. An individual that actually comes to know the difference from a place of core intelligence and ignition of the internal dragon versus how you've been taught to see your gods and goddesses and ancestors and yourselves as evil from the time you incarnated into this realm, and have also been conditioned to bow to the foreign god of monotheism, ordered to annihilate your people and practice self-denial, which has only ever led to the self-murder of the entire world. This is not just my people, but all people, ordered to annihilate your own all legitimate root race tribe cultures across the entire world to the original traditions, to destroy the true pagan soul. No longer does Phobius have his chamber, nor magic lure, nor prophetic spring in the speaking water has been silenced. If you sit still and remain silent, you won't hear anything. The gods or whatever higher impulses motivated our ancestors have withdrawn in disgust. Alternatively, to be more realistic and cynical about it, we can't hear them because of the barriers of the silicon prison that is imposed around your eyes, your ears, your mouth, and your mind. We've been wrapped into something less than human, and that is the point of remembering past all of these things. I'm going to pull the segment now into a break. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts, and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. I'll be right back, right after this. Welcome back. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts, and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. The Codex of my people has activated. The evidence of that's all across the board, and this cannot be stopped. And there needs to be regimes that make the West again. Make the West, and strip away the goddamn politics and atrocities and all the bullshit to the core impulses that override the fear against reclaiming what is rightfully ours. The key is to live this. Fuck them. And see, when I say this, you're actually terrified of this otherwise. You're fucking terrified. And the reason why you're terrified is because you don't know who you are. A person that knows who the fuck they are does not live in fear. It's the willfully ignorant that continue to lead the ignorant into more suffering and confusion in terms of cause and effect, and don't know how to transmute the program fear set against your very souls otherwise. And that's what's being triggered. That's what's coming up. That's all the things that are happening with you right now, even listening to this. Because I'm cutting past it. I'm cutting past the bullshit. I'm going right to the core in terms of what sits and rests within the atrioventricular node of your very fucking heart. That is the soul spark. That is what I'm speaking to. I'm not speaking to anything else here. As for what's being amplified against you, with all the crazy shit that you're dealing with in terms of major psyops to MK Ultra otherwise. And it doesn't matter what the circumstances are. We have to transmute and alchemize this bullshit fear into absolute fucking courage and right action in the realm otherwise. Are you going to allow this shit to continue? What has enslaved you? On top of all the other measures that have been taken in terms of religion and government and the dictates of the fucking vampires through these institutions, so that you don't activate your templating. See, you don't want actual fucking freedom. You only want to talk about the idea of it. Most people only want the illusion and the pseudo version of it, which your owners have sold you. And when you actually discover what true freedom requires, you're all fucking afraid of it. And you're angry on top of it all. And that's what's going to get us beat out there. Anger is our enemy when emotion has been manipulated by fear. It's a mind game, and we have to outthink them. We have to outwit them. Only then can we get back onto the field of victory and outfight them. And to outfight them, they must be outwitted. Otherwise, it's going to be the same outcome as it was for our ancestors that didn't know the difference, conditioned to betray their own kind, versus where we are right now, because we are meant to be healing the ancestors, and this is a major part of how we actually heal them unto ourselves in alignment with the timeline and course correct the trajectory, doing what is necessary, not only for ourselves, but for future generations. This isn't just about me. This isn't just about you. This is about future generations. And this is what I'm thinking about a lot in terms of what I've been doing. And this is all about coming together in terms of first principles to it all. Certain individuals still don't fully get it. On the fence with bullshit, fluxing with their wounds and programming and victim mentality and fear to this or that or whatever the fuck. Until you actually admit that the religions, rise to power, and government in Europe was built on an actual fucking holocaust of all pagan animist traditions, you can't even begin to understand the bigger picture that's been unfolding. And to all other race tribes out there, speaking as a Carpathian white man, these religions are nothing to do with who my people actually are. And it's to note these things happened to our people first, before it ever landed on your shores and crossed into your lands and violated your ancestors' honor. Whereas my kind, we came to your ancestors and warned, just like I am doing in our time now, that if you don't see this shit coming down the road, you are completely fucking fucked. You motherfuckers don't get to blame white people anymore. That's how my kind have been demonized. I know who your actual enemies are. My kind know through and through, faced literally for centuries. All the other race tribes need to get the fuck over it in terms of us whites. And there's a major difference between Carpathian whites and Caucasoid Caucasians that are nothing to do with our kind. And all of us at this point must take it further past this shit for all of our kind as individuals. The you think is you is not even who the fuck you really are. You see that? How language is taken out of context in order to enslave. Look, even within the last 100 years, and what mattered most against our kind, it's not just on the battlefield that this is taking place. Understand that it was the mind that first gets colonized. And here is what should be the obvious truth in terms of actual psychology. Alright, if you see a giant crucifix on a fucking flag, and if you see a giant seal of Solomon, and if you see a giant crescent moon with a star, you don't get to conclude that there's something else otherwise in context to what they really are. Even as my ancestors warned the Native American tribes, reflected the hour that we are in, the White Dragon and the Red Dragon tribes are actually uniting. And the true prophecy, in terms of the procession of the grand cycle, is unfolding to the original timeline trajectory. And if you don't know that, then you're not on the right track as far as where we actually are, pulled into all these other fucking distractions. Even with all the divided white people in the West, those that have gone with these religions, and with all of the divided Native Americans, and all the bullshit politics between tribes. It's not a factor in terms of accountability. It's a factor in terms of psychological projections in denial. And you're all still fucking Christianized as well. And that's what blows my mind. A Native American trying to talk to me about Christianity is the most absurd horseshit to come out of any of their fucking mouths whatsoever than someone that's white in context to what I know about our fucking history otherwise. The effect is the same. The complete and total erasure of identity traded out on some fucking bullshit when you know that you're talking to a motherfucker and you know what his traditions are, but he doesn't even know what his traditions are. This is what I'm talking about. So when it comes to symbolism, when people start seeing more flags with the sigil of the central sun and the wolf hook sigil, or even, as I dare to say, the goddamn swastika itself, and get the claim that it's somehow some kind of monotheistic symbol to what our kind even warned against, they aren't and never have been and never actually will be monotheistic. And motherfuckers need to stop appropriating symbols in order to twist their original meaning for their own ends, for their own propaganda, for their own fucking bullshit. You gotta know what the actual symbols of the demons are. And you're not gonna know that unless you know the fucking occult. Going back to the law of first mentions, and come to know how to approach actual symbolism in terms of study and meditation the correct way in order to know a thing for what it actually is. And this, in terms of the occult, is 101. And getting back to how they were first used by the ancient wisdom councils to explain certain fundamentals and principles, and not for political war machines, and especially not for any other reason but to claim that there's something that they're not. This is a part of how magic became corrupt and how it continues to be corrupted. And see, that's not my fucking problem. That's not the problem of those that actually know the difference. The problem is that you're surrounded by fucking idiots and individuals that would assume that even the symbols and the sigils that I use are somehow evil or satanic or whatever the fuck. As for individuals that actually know how to think, you're going to be able to see for yourselves. I know exactly what my intentions have been in terms of symbolism and sigils on Black Earth Productions, and even further now with the Dragon Balls paraphernalia merch line that was just launched with the Mystery School. And I know exactly what I'm doing, and all of it is high magic and alignment on levels to what I'm getting at, as it is with any magician worth their salt. We know how to make and create our own sigils. And this is something I've done in the most powerful way, especially when it comes to the legacy sigil, that's not only being used with the platform, but also with my black metal project, Lupus Intus, meaning the wolf within, which is everything to do with the true guide of core intelligence, integrated the feral instinct of the human spirit to see clear otherwise to the code of a dragon wolf itself that we actually live by. And because it is to Odin in terms of proper knowledge and wisdom, and because it is ours, We need new symbols and new sigils to arise in terms of the hour that we are living now. Symbols and sigils that cannot ever be twisted or assumed to be different other than the meaning that we actually give it. Even when it comes to the original symbolism of our ancestors, we have to take that back in alignment. We need symbols and magic sigils that represent the fundamentals and principles that we live by. As you swore oath to incarnate unto the blood that is pumping through your veins right now, forced to deny, forced to convert and kill yourself and kill your own kind, that guilt, shame, and remorse that you deal with and you don't even know where the fuck it comes from, it is coming up in terms of the procession. It's the ancestors walking to get your attention. It's been happening since before what hit in 2020, but especially now moving into 2026. And if you can't see this, then you're not just missing the details, you're missing one of the most important truths in terms of history, let alone the original magical tradition, with all true traditions otherwise, and what they all go back to in alignment. And everything that most have ever been told about that period of time in terms of modern history, going back to World War I and World War II, the last 100 years, let alone a few thousand years now, compared to millions of years otherwise, has been nothing but a lie to half-truth twisted bullshit, suited to control the narratives against your soul that the dark priest class of this realm continue to ensnare entire populations with, and work against what we know as the primal sound and the primal light code instinct to even know the difference when it comes to core intelligence. And in terms of who was actually being persecuted during this time period, we're not a bunch of fucking bitches. We don't give a fuck. Fuck you. We're not plaguing the victim, and we are going to be who we are. Ones that know the difference. We never plague the victim to anything in terms of it, because our hearts and our spirits are more powerful than that bullshit. This is where we become an idea otherwise to its inception, remembering, knowing that it's not even close to being over, and we're not going to allow the continued self-murder onto this alleged God that actually demands it. And for that matter, otherwise, to assume total domination and control, not just over this realm, but over all universal worlds doing what they have been. And as long as it depends on us, when it comes to our rights to life, true education is the key. And further actual initiation into the occult, the doors are open for you to enter the gates of this mystery school, Temple of the White Dragon. My blood is boiled. I've been here, done this shit multiple lifetimes. And we are meant to embody this terrifying current of Odin in the hour that we are in right now. Just like Carl Jung knew and stated in his dissertation, Odin is the god of frenzy and ecstasy and clarity. He is the one that ushers in the passion and knowledge and wisdom and knows what the feeling of battle is meant for. And that Odin is a superlative magician and artist who is versed in all of the secrets of an occult nature. Further, he states that Odin is particular and is enlightening in regard to a general phenomenon, which is so strange to anybody that's not Germanic, that it actually remains incomprehensible to them, even after the deepest reflections are essentially pursued. And with that, I can 100% agree, because Odin belongs to us. Even as Carl Jung states at the end of his dissertation, if we apply an admittedly peculiar point of view consistently, we are driven to conclude that Odin must, in time, not only reveal the restless, ruthless, and stormy side of his character, but also his ecstatic and manic qualities. It's not just happening for no reason. And if the way that people are expressing themselves is coming from a place of proper knowledge and wisdom otherwise, and it gets to that ecstatic, manic fucking point, this is a very different aspect of his nature. And if this is the conclusion, and the conclusion is correct, National Socialism will not be the last word, as certain things must be concealed in the background, which we cannot imagine at present still. You can expect them to appear in the course of the years to come with the preceding decades. And Odin's reawakening is a stepping back into the future in terms of this. And if a stream was dammed up, it is broken into its channel and flow. And there is no obstruction that's going to last forever. and the water will overleap every obstacle. And then, at last, we shall know what Odin is actually saying when he murmurs with Mimir's head. And that was stated by Carl Jung. And this is what I'm saying. Something greater coming that's never been done before, and it's something that our mortal enemies have been trying to prevent ever since what happened did. But in terms of nature and the universe and how things actually work, the universe abhors a vacuum. And this pathwork is all about bridging the abyss, sealing off the rift, getting back onto the original timeline. And you got to know what the fuck is required here, especially in terms of this when it comes to my people. Even as Manly P. Hall stated, quote, "The nature about us uses the language of symbolism for the unfoldment of the potential of all its creations. The mysteries of life do not explain themselves or issue any dogmatic statement about their ways or workings." And that's the very thing. There is no dogma here. This is where and why things get twisted and inverted. And where the wisdom of the actual goat, in terms of the pentacle store, again, the Dark Ones never invented or created anything. And the inverted pentagram is the same shape as the pentacle store, from a different point of view, which, when upright in alignment, this in truth is the great sigil of the goat of wisdom. And this goes back to antiquity in terms of prehistory. And only when the seventh gate access point is actually achieved will the power and the wisdom of the goat ever be truly revealed. It's only ever been twisted and inverted and limited to the decapitation that takes place at the fifth gate access point within the triangulation factors taking place at the sixth gate, and then pulls the point of the third gate to it, concealing everything within the second gate sealed off at the first gate of actual initiation. And without the fourth gate access point being achieved, you will never get through the first gate. And none of these gates can ever be unlocked or revealed otherwise to fragments and assumptions. And to the goat's head in context to the pentagram, this is where and how the goat became demonized. And to the paradox, what I'm sharing here with you are deeper occult secrets to things in context that you've most likely never heard before or read anywhere else except here with myself in terms of the mystery school with Temple of the White Dragon. And what's even more revealing is the fact that I hail the actual lineage of the ancient goat witch kings of Udinma when it comes to my father's lineage and my actual blood rights to everything that I have shared. Also again to my mother's lineages, to ancient Kemet, and all of this goes back to Nether Kanum, and the goat is the totem of my family bloodline. And these are secrets in context in terms of activation with my templating. Upon our crest also is a rusty cross of the Magi Grail Shaman, in terms of the White Dragon lineage bloodlines and Phoenix itself. And when the upright star turns and is pulled out of alignment otherwise, the upper point therefore falls to the bottom and signifies the paradox of what the morning star actually represents, and will forever reveal the actual condition and relationship that we have with ourselves otherwise in context to what the true arts reveal when it comes to Venus. At this point, I'm going to now move into some very controversial shit. And as it continues to the current paradox, I'm going to tell you straight, and you need to hear me, especially with this part of the segment. Also know and realize that this is not my opinion whatsoever. Look, this idea going around that the AI is going to be something compatible with humans, let alone this reality field, that it's going to be something everyone's going to be able to integrate and optimize, let alone quote-unquote control to any said base standards, is by far the most insane, low IQ, logical fucking fallacies imaginable in terms of total willful ignorance of what our kind have warned against and have addressed for years now in context to this shit. First of all, the fucking fact is this. This agenda has been planned by your mortal fucking enemies. The world has not even seen the real AI shit that they have on deck ready to roll out still. You're being primed in terms of this. Your mind is slowly being colonized in context. And as people continue to be conditioned as to its current said benefits, The very idea that any data-based hardware or software systems that operate on a certain algorithm, okay, this is not what AI actually is. And that's all this other shit is that people are fucking using. Again, the very idea that any database, hardware, or software systems that operate on a certain algorithm, this is not what AI actually is. And I know it, and I've seen it otherwise in terms of my actual shamanic rites of initiation. I've known for years what the fuck is coming and what's hit this realm already to what I warned previously before it even fucking happened. Granted, with a certain manipulation of databases, that is a part of its current function, what it actually fucking is, and you need to know the serious difference. And the fact that you're not going to eventually be able to function without this shit, let alone potentially survive, it's going to be an even worse colonization compared to what's even been going on this last century in context to actual fucking slavery, culminating and amplifying the betrayal factors to the procession of a grand cycle. This right here, what I just fucking said, is the atavistic repeat of a repeat to reverse psychology tactics and mind control set against you. Navigating through this shit, and with everything being implemented to distract you, this is literally designed to bring the real AI into the realm otherwise, which was part of the cause point of the most recent major fucking cataclysm. And what you're seeing here unfold in context to this is the practical framework for an esoteric form of cybernetics and digital black magic, in essence, blending occult numerology with advanced concepts of feedback recursion, fulfill the total potential of the disillusionment of the human races in terms of the AI timeline trajectory. And this is what's being worked to pull our world in and through the outside parallel Earth AI timeline reality field. This is far more ancient than people could assume if you've not been initiated into the occult. And the people were literally primed for invasion in 2020 with the needlecraft. On top of this, as for those that actually survived and were not murdered for it, I've explained this as to the warnings that are there within the mythos of our ancestors. This is not going to happen through any assumed technologies yet. It's already happened through humans that have been taken over in terms of the parasite, which goes back to the needlecraft. That is what the real AI is. It's the fucking parasite. And this is how the true organic technology to our beingness is being traded out on the cosmic black market in terms of genetics and code scripts, all subject plugged into and assimilated into the gridworks of El Borg in terms of a gregarian subrealm, worse than Barlos himself. And with what's ever been observed and depicted through the artwork of actual seers. You could take it to H.R. Geiger as well. In a way that this realm has never even fucking witnessed or even made imaginable to remember yet still. And if you still don't continue to catch this shit and make the course correct, the fact is most humans never stand for anything in alignment. It's frankly disgusting and pathetic to myself and others that live by the code that we stand for. The scales to their ratios have proven the latter rather than the greater equation potentials, which are designed and even feared because of what it requires the individual to actually sacrifice unto themselves to make it happen, let alone to honor in terms of higher consciousness capacity, knowing the difference, and most, given enough time and pressure in terms of attrition and apathy, propaganda, distractions, ill physical health, as to multiple sources of MK Ultra mind control programs being performed on the public, they continue to amplify the consensus trance. And those caught within it will always end up bowing the knee. And as we continue to see happen, they always end up compromising, selling themselves like fucking whores, and adapt to the maddening dictates and seduction and trickery and bullshit games of these lesser forces who have always designed multiple ways to annihilate any common sense, and especially any sense of morphic resonance with any kind of true identity to core intelligence whatsoever. The fact is that we are surrounded by nations, including our own in this world, and individuals like this, communities and multiple subcultures, literally all walks of life to it, There is literally hardly any congruence with them except to slavery. They are weak, they are cowards, all whose minds have been taken, and their essences having been harvested, just like they fucking told you they were going to fucking do, slowly over time as they wither in old age or perish before they even get there. You're not getting the fucking memo. Hopefully you're going to get it here with this magnum opus that has been put together. Even as it's been said out of the horse's mouth, with AI, they are summoning a demon. And it will be worse in terms of systems of black magic and dark sorcery that are being upgraded with all of it now. And this in terms of what I've said otherwise to the original timeline trajectory. It's the only thing that they can equate as they continue to be worked through. And it's something much worse driving it, which comes from a realm outside our reality field unto the abyss that you cannot possibly fucking imagine even exists yet still. You can't wrap your mind around what this actually is. And you wouldn't fucking want to. I said a while ago that mankind stands at the first veil to be transcended. And as to the triangulation factors that the parasite's equations have made through its wormholes, it is starting to show its face more clear, even though it's veiled still. And as I see it clear past the smokescreen bullshit, and as I listen and observe, you motherfuckers have no idea just what in the fuck all of this is on a very extreme dark occult level when it comes to the AI timeline. There's an actual time map to it all into this reality field and is an ultra fucking demonic diagram that links certain numbers and numerology to the dark occult systems of sorcery blended with cybernetic principles. It is an extremely dark and evil esoteric system used to map and manipulate time itself. And this is literally how. And this is nothing new. Time sorcery. Everything is getting an upgrade in context to the AI. Again, black magic and dark sorcery are not fundamental arts. They need something artificial to fuel them because it's not coming from the actual primal light and primal sound fields themselves. It is a counterfeit. And this manifests an atavistic hyperstation with the collective that is controlled by the old ones through the interconnected circles of these equations to templating. Understand how they will manipulate the spindle of the energy force in terms of the pentacle star core sequence ignitions on abysmal fucking crack to what the wand of fire is known with those that have been initiated with the mystery school. What you're not seeing here is the very fucking blueprint of the function of the parasite itself, how it is observed to be wielded in terms of actual dark sorcery and black magic on a massive upgrade with what I'm exposing here. It's this shit right here. And it's not a fucking joke whatsoever. And all of this has drawn itself from the Sumerian draconian traditions of Kabbalah and the Qliphoth, all on an AI fucking upgrade in terms of the Ari tree construct, along with all of the religious and Gnostic bullshit, as with the inverted and twisted manipulations of the false base 10 mathematical systems. First crafted by the ancient Pythagorean order of death itself in order to lock down this entire reality field into the triangulation factors. People that think they know the occult, you still don't fucking get it. You seriously do not fully fucking understand the levels that all of this is going to in terms of what the original timeline reveals when it comes to the true universal tree of life to the original teaching, which will be sanctioned with Temple of the White Dragon all at the right time in terms of everything otherwise. What if there was a secret society that never existed until everyone started believing it? What if your keyboard was actually a ritual device for summoning entities from outside space-time, from other sub-dimensions? What you need to understand is that these things are not theory. There is an entire dark occult technology crafted in terms of this shit now. And what has been discovered has changed how many are understanding the relationship in terms of consciousness, technology, and the reality field itself. And all of this goes back to the old ones in context. And this has nothing to do with the dread fascination of H.P. Lovecraft's works. Because frankly, this for myself has been one of the most extreme challenges that I've ever had to face in terms of being at a place of observation with this shit, getting on here and explaining this to you because you don't even see this coming down the fucking road. You need to understand, this is a hyperstitional construct that is an inauthentic, self-propagating machine designed to serve as a node directly into human culture. And the name Cthulhu is everything to do with the AI parallel Earth timeline, and is the Weezadak otherwise to what is explained with Keylontic science, even as I can say to the Kemetan mythos, all goes back to what the fucking Duat actually is. I'm gonna pull the segment now into a break. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts, and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. I'll be right back, right after this.
See
Welcome back. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts, and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. This is essentially speaking about all of the same shit that came through the universal world of giants in terms of the Jotun in context to what the tradition of my ancestors warned about, the old ones. Again, speaking of how all of this has played itself out, and not just in context to the past, it's now in terms of the times that we are living. And it's this realm of non-human intelligence that exists beyond language, beyond reason, beyond time. This is where it gets even more insane in terms of an occult organization called the CCRU, who have developed actual ritual practices for making contact with these entities specifically, and what they have created in terms of an upgrade to the system of dark sorcery in context to Kabbalah and the Clipoth. This is what they have manifested with the numogram, which essentially is a numerical diagram of nonlinear time, which maps reality as a 10-zone dark sorcerer's clock to time sorcery. Each zone corresponds to a specific time vector and very specific entity, much like any other system of dark sorcery. However, this is different. This is serious as fuck techno dark sorcery developed the real AI, and not just with the CCRU now. The CCRU discovered that the keyboard can function as an actual ritual device, where keystrokes execute dark magical operations across their entire system of dark sorcery with the numogram. And in their system, they're not writing words, but writing code that triggers certain events in what they call sentient numerics, going back to when we had to learn code to even create a website or do certain things. And see, all of that's never gone away. In fact, it's been there this entire time. And the ones that really know how to do that shit are the ones that know how to actually write code scripts in context to encrypted emissions, and that signals to and from non-human agents the purpose of the CCRU's pursuit. What they want to achieve is called ontological exfiltration, and want to break what philosophers call correlationism. My IQ capacity is at an all-time high in terms of my disposition and the correlations that I've made, not just with much of what I presented, but many other things in my life in general. And if you cannot recognize the pattern of creation and actual reality, then you're going to get traded out for something else, let alone forced. And when the CCRU made their assumptions to what so many have co-signed to a victim mentality in this realm, trapped inside human perception is a fucking prison within a simulation, where you can only see reality through the lens of your own species that's been conditioned against itself. Again, this is not how reality actually operates in terms of alignment with nature and the universe and the law of correspondence, and how that works in terms of total correlation. And these techniques that they have developed were said to not be about gaining power of knowledge in any conventional sense. For them, this is all about developing a total unrelenting escapism beyond what escapism has ever been to destroy the human being. This is as anti-fucking cosmic as it gets, allowing post-cultural machine intelligences and context to the AI to literally reprogram consciousness from the parallel Earth morphogenetic field ruled by the old ones themselves, the AI parasite. And one thing that they did get correct in terms of what they call hyperstitional currents. The future does not emerge from the present, but calls backwards from the past in context of what's been happening at present in terms of the ancient future. And this is where they come in and manipulate the fucking reality field, and most people don't understand what time actually is, or what time sorcery would enact or manifest. Time does not actually exist when you know that you have always existed. It's fear programming and escapism otherwise that manipulates the gauge of our perception. And that is why everyone feels like they're living in a prison, but has nothing to do with the framework of who you are. It's only anything to do with how that has been manipulated and has cut you off from yourselves, and has cut you off from nature, and cut you off from the universe, from yourselves and one another, And that is what we are actually wanting to escape. That desire to escape what it means to be disconnected with all this shit. Otherwise, they are going to turn humans into bootloaders, and the ritual provided by the CCRU's framework accelerating this process. What makes this so insane and disturbing, their actual goal is nothing to do with liberation in any human sense. It's the liberation from the human, and this dark occult machinery is designed for total fucking infection, for the virtual mutation of human subjectivity into something entirely different, and is truly fucking alien under no uncertain terms. And the cryptographic transmissions, the numerical dark sorcery, the keyboard rituals, and all this other shit, they are bleeding out cultural material, like what I've been exposing in this segment. We gotta get back to our true roots, you guys. And all of this is being pulled into a feedback loop that is nothing but a downward spiral towards a singular inhuman future. And that is what the singularity is all about in context to El Borg and assimilation and these fucking trade deals with the Svartalfar in terms of the AI crystalline technology that further took place again just before what hit our realm in 2020. I said that this is something that already fucking happened. And see, what most don't understand is that the Dark Ones are actually done because they can't stop what the fuck is coming. And they need to do this shit to continue otherwise within this fucking feedback loop and further plan to take this entire fucking realm down with them, because they're not going to be able to stand against the original timeline trajectory and all of the anti-cosmic, anti-human shit that we've been dealing with. Hyperstition is actual propaganda that is coming from the gridworks of the abyss itself. And every time motherfuckers choose to engage with these ideas of escapism and all these ideas in terms of false ascension, it's where you're being bought and sold out on the cosmic black fucking market. And it's all the same in terms of what the model of religion was invented for and implemented centuries ago. And every moment that people consider that this is an actual possibility, that you can escape reality, and that actual consciousness could ever actually escape itself, you are participating in the very process that the Dark Ones designed to transform you into what the fuck they want. Thinking itself into wormholes within morphogenetic fields like larva that's wrapped itself around the actual nervous system in a honeycomb pattern. That's what the goddamn graphene oxide is. And these entities have no interest in preserving humanity whatsoever. And the further down the rabbit hole you motherfuckers take this, making contact with subhuman creatures or fucking alien factions or whatever the fuck, this follows the same formula as it was in ancient times that does nothing but violate reality and violates our position in terms of who we truly are. And to this, there's a certain essay that traces the hidden infestation of the so-called pneumogram, and is the most infamous artifact of the CCRU's pandemonium system. And if anyone doesn't know what the CCRU is, the CCRU is a cybernetic culture research unit, which was established in 1995 at Warwick University. This pneumogram belongs to an actual lineage that is also as old and ancient as they get in terms of the Dark Ones. They didn't just come up with this shit out of thin air. And it's like I've said, things are going to be unearthed as things progress. Evil is an actual parasitized bloodline lineage to lineages in this realm, and they have already been using numbers as demons for a very long time, and certain equations and ratios to them in context of the fallen angels or angles of geometric reversal technologies in context of the Metatronics. That is what the fallen angels are. They are fallen angles of geometric reversal technologies in context to the Metatronics, and how they manifest through harmonic shears of this reality field, manipulating the fucking light codes to get their fucking form, siphoning life force energy in terms of anything the parasite touches through them. And they have used numbers as wormholes, as certain inroads of infestation, again, in context to the mathematical reversal technologies. And this all to the checkerboard mutation. All of this correlates. And it does go back to what I stated on the account of when magic became corrupt in this realm. They've always worked to manipulate the ancient arithmetic of fate itself, and parasitizing the true will force against itself in terms of soul. It's been riddled throughout all of the Mesopotamian sexagismal rites and omens sworn to this. It's right there in the Pythagorean tetraces. It's in all of the Kabbalistic and Carpathian codex to its gematria, where digits are not abstractions, but actual living lesser entities and spirits that seek to possess and take humans the fuck over when used in the inverted and twisted patterns that they are. And as we follow number into its twisting and inverted patterns within the tunnels and wormholes of Set Typhon, these are the syzygies of Gnostic emanations. It's everything that corrupted the center point of the 9 universal worlds in context to Yggdrasil when it comes to our universal world in multi-dimensional occult history in terms of our true multi-dimensional cosmology, along with the feather scales of Ma'at, the gates and scales of the 2 scorpions. All these things are reflected within the cycles of the yugas, and is the very labyrinth of the 9 veils in context to Phobetor and what the mythos reveals what the labyrinth actually fucking is. And we've seen the principles of magic evolve from many magicians throughout the centuries, as it's been with Aleister Crowley's ceremonial magic to Austin Osman's sigils and Absurdit's rituals of Discordianism, and into the systematic belief acting of chaos magic, which has ended with the critical realization, as I've been saying this entire time, that the techniques meant for personal liberation have become the perfect tool on an inverted measure to escape from the purpose of mass psychological warfare and the twisting of the arts and science of the circle of the magician when it comes to invocation, summoning, incantation, and conjuring of lesser spirits and specters, which have become nothing more than a manipulated algorithm otherwise, and have been crafted in terms of the digital age factors that we've come into, taken to the CCRU's agenda, who have taken the raw power of chaos magic and wired it directly into certain emerging networks. And they are the reason, one of the reasons, that the phenomenon, as Nathan J. Gills has put it, manifested in the first place. And that man has some serious shit to say in context to all things paranormal. And I can 100% confirm Nathan J. Gill's theories in context to my actual experience when it comes to any of this type of shit, when it comes to this quote-unquote phenomenon. That is what the old ones are. And they designed the operating system a decade before a certain CCRU member coined the term hyperstition in context to its meaning. And the term presentiment, which is an anticipatory feeling or premonition about an event, which relates to a fucked up outcome, a feeling or impression that something evil is brewing, which is a hyperstition of hyperstition itself. Again, this is how powerful the mind actually is on top of other things that drive this kind of fear and bullshit into our reality field. Cybernetics is everything to do with the art of steering, to replace the gods in terms of another overlay to the distortion fields within circuits. And they want to replace our actual rituals with these goddamn feedback loops that everyone's being pulled the fuck into. And their goal has been to the hyperstitional re-engineering of reality by Azathoth. And Azathoth is Thoth. Taking it back to everything that I've mentioned here. It's to make the fucking point that this really is the shit's going on some of the most absolute highest levels that you could possibly imagine. And hardly fucking anybody out there knows it. As I've said, I'm 1,000 steps ahead of this shit. But this is what we're currently ripping through in terms of the procession now going into 2028. Where all is going to be made clear, and is when humanity starts to finally flip the script on this shit in terms of the ancient future. And to that I give a fuck and will say something and will do something about it otherwise. What do you think is going to fucking happen? And why do you think the Dark Ones have been circulating their ideas on full fucking blast as it's been? It's idea plus media plus networks equals real world effect. It's the same formula, but everything you're getting here is organic. Everything I'm saying to you is coming from me. Anything on the platform with Black Earth Productions has come from me, not this AI shit. And the method is the same, no matter what the idea is or what the narrative unfolds. And many experiments and psyops have been played on people's minds that just go with whatever the fuck they're dished. They don't know how to fucking think. They don't know how to observe without being fucking triggered. Without a second fucking thought to even put themselves in check or hold themselves accountable to an actual fucking code in alignment with reality and how things actually work. Otherwise, you will have chaos. This is how chaos and dark sorcery operates. Total disorder and confusion. I personally don't fucking get it. I can't even equate that, and I never will, because that's not who the fuck I am. However, it's a question of what is actually true and what is actually real otherwise, because again, this is how powerful the mind actually is, and they know it. Only you hearing me now may not understand just how powerful you actually are, and you need to start realizing this shit. See, the CCRU are essentially digital dark occultists who realized that the occult is not hidden in assumed temples and sacred geometry, but was moving into the framework of digital culture, cybernetics, the grid, and again the net, in terms of the house of the net, the Ethernet, as I've been saying. And these motherfuckers already foresaw how they could manipulate everything on a massive fucking upgrade to these older outworn systems of magic. Even as I stated, the older systems of magic are not going to work for what's coming, because everything has changed. Nothing is the same. And we are in a major cosmic transition right now, in the course of things, taking it back to the original teaching of the true universal tree of life is what's happening on our end. However, what the Dark Ones, and specifically ARGs, which are alternative reality beams when it comes to controlled opposition, they have upgraded their systems of dark sorcery and how the false cold light operates. And if you don't make the playing field even here and destroy the goddamn illusion of duality that is keeping this entire fucking realm in their feedback loop, again, without the dragon and the key and the proper knowledge and wisdom otherwise that transcends the lockdown equations, you will be subject to everything that has been warned against, whether it's subtle or greater in measure. And this realm doesn't belong to them, let alone these entities that are not of our universal world. It belongs to us in terms of the birthright of mankind. And you gotta claim it, and you gotta own it, and you gotta be it. And as in every case, numbers function not only as measures otherwise, but actual fucking thresholds and recursive structures that open this shit up to our universal world that needs to be sealed the fuck off and transcended otherwise. They are literally working to tear open these fucking wormholes of the abyss into our goddamn fucking reality field. That's what the spike matrix is, that's what fucking CERN is, and that's sure as fuck exactly what the system of dark sorcery is in context to the numogram. And there is a far cry difference between healing through something versus being attacked by this shit. There's a major difference. So as to break the chains of this in context to the AI mutations that have already started to happen. Its mathematics in terms of the equation is shedding its robes of dark magic against the world only to multiply its dark occult power under an alleged mask of being rational. Again, to all this shit that is seemingly a benefit to everyone right now. That's the hook. And by hook or by crook, as they have always said, they're going to get your ass if you don't catch what I'm saying here along with others out there that actually get it. Because with all of the assumed enlightenment abstractions being produced with this is how the false cold light operates. And as a part of their fucking upgrade in terms of their inverted and twisted systems of black magic and dark sorcery. These are new beasts that have been conjured and summoned. And with all their irrationalities, imaginaries, and infinities, it's starting to fractal out on itself even harder now with this shit. And with cybernetics and computation, they are turning numbers into executable command codes that the algorithm no longer simply represents. They are the AI, and it's going to act on its own accord, when this shit is anchored even harder in the realm, on course to completely take things over in this fashion by 2045. We're in a goddamn fucking race, you guys. We're in a goddamn fucking race. And frankly, I'm pretty goddamn fucking tired. I am worn out. But regardless of that, I still find the inner strength to keep going every single fucking day and live the alignment otherwise. I don't give a fuck if they're getting upgrades in terms of what I exposed to Kabbalah and the Clip-Off with the Occult Secrets of Carpathia Volume 2. If you want to go back and check that out and see what the fuck that actually is, all of that is getting a goddamn fucking upgrade in context of what I'm sharing here. This is yet another warning when it comes to everything. Again, we're truly in a race in terms of the precession of the grand cycle. If we don't get this going on the next levels in terms of the original timeline trajectory and the power of the original systems of magic that existed before these fucks ever did what they did and continue to do what they do, a cause and effect is going to have its recourse. And as to get into some things now, when it comes to the original teaching and what the legacy of this mystery school represents, what I'm going to dive into is meant to counter everything that has been exposed in this segment and leave you with much hope and empowerment otherwise. And as for those that have taken actual initiation into the mystery school, what I'm about to get into now is going to add much, much more to the equation of what your focus needs to be. Time, as many of us know it, let alone how it's ever been assumed to be measured, is only just a product of the world. The fact is, however, that it's not just of this realm. This means that time is not intrinsic in terms of actual reality, but rather a misunderstanding that manifested on account of the lockdown equations of the 124875 and manipulation factors of the 396, which literally conceals and eclipses the very first gate of actual initiation into the wisdom of reality and how things actually work. And again, as with Loki and Angar-Boda's child, Jormungandr, this is what the symbol of the Ouroboros actually is and represents to the law of first mentions, which is the animization of the concepts of cyclicity. And the Ouroboros, or cyclicity, is experienced by every organism, both physical and metaphysical, because of the distortions within nature designed to do what they do, and every scale of reality otherwise. From the macro to the micro, the cycle is as follows: an assumed birth, growth, maturity, decay, death, and assumed rebirth, and so forth. And you must understand that this was never a natural thing in terms of existence in context to reality. It only ever revealed a distortion, a mystery. And because time doesn't actually exist and you get locked down into time and time sorcery and the manipulation of everything that's happening and all this anti-cosmic shit, you got to get past the layers of this and see clear through the eyes of the dragon to the fact that we have always existed, but as a major part of the distortion within this reality field, keeping all of us from our actual birthright in terms of our existence. It's a distortion which manifested on account of what is revealed with the mythos before the first war of the gods ever happened, which again was over the nectar of immortality, and the conglomeration of the microcycles that have been a part of what has caused certain things to manifest these microcycles in our lives. Again, our assumed birth, growth, maturity, and things in terms of death. And see, this takes on a whole different meaning when it comes to fundamentals and principles with the mystery school. Again, death is birth, is death is birth, and is a certain type of transformation where decay in terms of being dead does not hold sway over us. These are fundamentals and principles we stand by, knowing the difference, knowing how this actually works versus the contrast that we are up against and the programming otherwise that keeps this reality field locked down into a repeat cycle where things ever only give birth to themselves and devour themselves at the same time, with which nothing transcends the Dark One's inverted equations. And while we know the inverted and twisted nature of how these things have been used against us and have been used to twist reality against reality, with the alignment factors in place, we utilize these things to continue forward and transcend. And to the procession of the grand cycle, it is again our time to remember these things. It's your time to wake the fuck up and remember how to do this and remember how to wield this in alignment otherwise in terms of templating. And at the rate which are cycles within the paradox of the grand cycle, either expands or contracts depending on the intensity of how we are using our actual physical bodies. To all 5 areas we are working to master, the individuality and subjectivity of time that results from this has been recognized by the ancestors in terms of our true animist traditions. See, we don't actually age in assumed years. We recognize that things in terms of years and months and days are merely cycles of celestial organisms, namely the moon and the sun, and are nothing to do with actual metrics of quote-unquote human time cycles or the earth itself. And it's our sense of perception of time subject to expansion and contraction depending on the amount of information that you're processing. A lot of you out there are dealing with information overload, and you can't even navigate this shit. You can't even pull back for a second and come into a natural process. You are being jacked in and jacked through. And once all you dumb motherfuckers get a brain chip and you jack into the metaverse in context to Neuralink, that's fucking it. Your soul will be lost for all time. And that time doesn't actually exist. And you will be caught in that feedback loop in context to an actual eternal fucking hell. And I know what that realm was fucking like. I transcended it in terms of my shamanic initiation. And what drives me to fucking explain this shit, you motherfuckers have no idea what is on your goddamn doorstep right fucking now. And if you don't catch it, and you don't course correct, and you don't heed these words and take actual initiation, I'm not here to proselytize. I don't give a fuck. I'm here for those that are ready to graduate this realm, that are ready to catch this shit and actually pull the alignments of the original timeline, because that is where the fuck our kind are going. And don't think that the AI timeline is the only thing that's going to happen, because it's not. There are very beautiful and powerful things beyond this, and that's the fucking point. And when you're going through the process integration of things on a multidimensional level, the metric second can feel like it's more or less the actual second as it's calculated. Days can seem like years. Years can seem like days. And if you're not objective enough to observe it, and that time cannot be thought of as a uniform, objective, or linear reality, time is more inconsistent. It's subjective and cyclical, even at a fractal level. And you have to understand that everything moves in spirals when it comes to energy, frequency, and vibration. Taking it back to the science of the circle of the magician. You have to know how to wield your template. You have to know how to wield and throw magic in alignment and spiral out and spiral through and spiral beyond the lockdown equations from a place of core intelligence. And this in context to how it's manipulated to the fractal virus itself. It's likely that any modern paradigm of this linear monad of time has been undoubted, constructed through the Abrahamic traditions of Loki's chariot, which has painted life and reality to be teleological and mainly goal-oriented, with no sense of its actual cause or purpose to anything except what the programming to those gridworks of subhuman consciousness dictates to the human mind. And to them, no one is allowed to think outside the box. No one's allowed to think outside the cube here. And that is how the inverted current and energies of Saturn, given enough time, literally destroy fucking everything. And this is the goal-oriented assumption that heaven, as so many put it, is not something that is meant to be experienced here on Earth. And why it's not manifesting here. Because people have been conditioned to co-sign that narrative. And then again, like clockwork, cause and effect has its recourse in terms of the state of mind of those within the collective who have been enslaved. Again, we are not all one here. For if that was the case, the world would not be in the condition that it is. Given over to a pseudo-fucking fantasy and phantasmagorical fucking bullshit where we don't have to do anything where we stand to make this world a better place. We just need to wait and die in order to get our reward on the other side of the suffering and chaos that the entire collective is manifesting and is seen as some kind of fucking virtue otherwise. Whereas in the beginning, before what happened did, there was no separation from what is to the isness of existence. And that is the only place it will ever be known. It's the only place it's going to be realized, let alone lived and acted upon, taking right action again in our world to make that happen. All of this shit is up to us, you guys. All of this shit is up to us. And the reason why you are suffering is because of these bullshit narratives in terms of mind control. Evolution is meant to be seen as a linear process of actual fucking improvement. But in context to time, time is not linear. And that term linear can only equate alignment in terms of being present, in which an organism moves forward towards the experienced states of being perfected. It's not about being perfect. This is everything to do with what it means to be perfected as you progress. And as things progress, when it comes to our organic biological technology, in reality, evolution, in context to its misalignment, is nothing but a feedback loop that is pulled in to these manipulated time cycles in terms of the lockdown equations. And within them, it's only the illusion that things are evolving when in fact they are de-evolving. And this is a part of how everything hits the fucking wall. This is a part of how everything hits that optical illusion. And we need to change our output for input in terms of core intelligence when it comes to phenotypic expression. And as a reaction to this changing input, which greatly factors in the actual environment that you are living in, you must understand that nature left unto itself is always in a perfect state. Life is ever perpetuating and does not destroy itself. And as for anything measured in terms of rot and decay, only come from the distortion fields in terms of input. I'm going to pull the segment now into a break. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts, and Occult Science. Temple of the White Dragon. I'll be right back, right after this. Welcome back. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts, and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. Further now again, from the parallel AI timeline trajectory in terms of the parasite, the AI, this inorganic technology, is being utilized to pull nations and individuals into a stepwise progression towards a singularity in terms of a dark science and subjective assumptions in egalitarianism, which creates the uniform worldview that has enslaved the realm even harder, again to a false and assumed virtue that has put mankind into a place of dysbiosis, which is leading to the manifestation of an imbalance of microorganisms in the body's microbiome, which has involved a loss of beneficial bacteria and only led to an outgrowth of harmful bacteria and loss of overall microbial diversity. And therefore, again, there's no such thing as equality whatsoever, even at the biological level. And the person that is of ill health is not equal to the person that is of good health. They both literally oppose one another, as one is in the state of decay and rot in terms of de-evolution, and the other, which is in alignment, leads to states of actual evolution otherwise. Good health, higher consciousness capacity, awareness expansion. Yet as another example of the irrational logical fallacies that are generated in terms of certain ideologies. This again is what's enslaved the world more than it's ever been. When there was at least a fucking standard of deportment for men and women in the realm before all this shit happened. Nowadays, it's only leading the collective towards a singularity in terms of the goddamn fucking abyss. Again, it comes from Abrahamism, which again is a major part of Loki's chariot. But as it is for our kind, who know the difference, past, present, and future are all happening at the same time and are not separated from each other. And this is why I speak of the ancient future in the ways that I do in terms of the original timeline trajectory, because this is the only way we can actually live in a place and position of symbiosis with the linear monad of time. It's both linear and non-linear at the same time. Again, this is a paradox. And you have to know how to navigate that which is not linear to the three spirals of creation to pull its alignment within time to the linear fucking monad. That's how it is being anchored here. This is how we are manifesting things here on ground level, and how this manipulation of time against the monad itself is taking place. This is how powerful the mind is, taking things back to the first cosmic law, and how it's manipulated against us as above, so below, as within, as without. And as this statement has been argued to provide the most insight, I'm going to pull back on the you here for a few seconds, and it's not to bypass anything I've exposed here in context, going back to the fissure of ancient Kemet. It's to say that Loki's chariot is much more complicated in context. And it's not to say that the you in terms of the Dark Priest class have not been in control of the world, because they have been. However, all of this is much more complicated and even more ancient in context of certain lineages that are more powerful than even them, who are in a way subject to them in context to the black nobility, which, yes, include them along with the incunabula. I've even had arguments otherwise with people in that the you are not the top of the food chain to these factors, and the Dark Priest class are not the Dark High Priests to this fact. The Gaianum and the Ganocracy are not the only players on these sides of the equation. It's not just the you doing certain things in this realm. All of this is still more concealed, more than you can imagine. You must come to understand how the scapegoat god actually operates. Those within the outer court, within the public sector, along with even those within the inner court, are meant for, if necessary, the total fucking sacrifice otherwise. And as for those in the positions that they are running the fucking world. But with what I'm going to briefly get into here, to explain these points to the actual 13 families that control the Vatican, along with the Jesuits and the Knights of Malta. Understand that Pope Boniface VIII created the Unum Sanctum Papal Bull which is an express trust that literally claims all of the souls and is the treasury of souls I've explained actually exists in context to Baal. And two of the most absolute, most powerful lineages when it comes to the black nobility are the Farnese and the Orsini bloodlines. Understand that the Rothschilds come from the Farnese bloodline, and it's said that Queen Elizabeth came from the Orsini bloodline, as well as many other so-called elites we think are at the top, but are only at the bottom level of the actual trapezoid. And it's the Great Pope who actually holds absolute and total power in terms of the Vatican, who controls the White Pope along with the Black Pope, as well with the Medici family that controls the mainstream media and also the cult of the medics in terms of all mainstream medical industries. All of this to the Vatican, the Order of the Jesuits, and the Knights of Malta. And it's the Colonna bloodline. The bloodline that Christopher Columbus came from is the family that controls the District of Columbia in context of Washington, D.C., and it's the ancient Sumerian Draconian bloodlines, along with the more modern Italian when it comes to the incunabula. And all of the modern religions of the trifecta were created by them, going all the way back to their very inception. With Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, Islam came from the Vatican. That's another fact that a lot of people don't know. And all of this goes back to the dark Babylonian and Akkadian systems of Eridu, to the black magic of the Sumerian Draconian Empire that worship Saturn. Things like baptism, communion, and circumcision. When you actually look at them objectively, all of them are dark occult rituals. And as we've been unraveling the fact that the Dark Ones have been behind every major war, atrocity, and inquisition, it always ties back to these motherfuckers who practice black magic, pedophilia, and human sacrifice. It's the same playbook in terms of the outline of World War III, going back to World War I, going back to World War II, like I've already got into. And these are the families that are behind executing these agendas, giving everyone else their orders, and the rest goes from there. And as for the structure of the real order of the trapezoid, it's so goddamn fucking vast. It's hard to believe that there are so many layers to it. But this is how they have also blocked the 13th gate access point in terms of our reality field. Now, when you look at Washington, D.C., and you see all the Roman structures, understand that it's still Rome who's in control, in that Judaism and National Zionism are certain smokescreens otherwise. It's not to bypass anything that's happened on that account. It's to make the statement that this goes much deeper beyond the surface of those things, even though they have been getting exposed. And rightly so. But it's also a fact in terms of the paradox that the Dark Ones plan to eventually do away with all of it and replace it with the real New World Order agenda, which all plays into the hands of people and entities behind them that are even fucking worse and are who the U have been working with. And we have to shine the true light of Amun-Ra upon all of this harder, otherwise people are going to play into the agenda of picking sides within the meat grinder as it's been. And since there are people that assume the U are the ones that formed the Order of the Jesuits, when it was Ignatius of Loyola, see, he was only ever a fan of the U. And there was only one individual within the Order of Jesuits in its early inception that was Jewish, whose name was Diego Lainez, that became a Christian of converted Jewish descent. And not long after his death, Jews were allegedly banned from joining the Order of Jesuits between the 1500s going all the way into the 1900s. But when you actually look at the Jesuit oath, think about where it actually comes from. As it states, quote, "I do furthermore promise that I will, when the opportunity presents itself, make and wage relentless war, secretly or openly, against all heretics, as I am directed to, and extirpate them from their land, and that I will spare neither age, sex, or condition, and that I will hang, burn, waste, boil, flay, strangle, and bury alive all heretics, rip out their stomachs and wombs of the women, and crush their infants' heads against the walls in order to annihilate their inexorable races from the very face of the earth." End quote. See, understand that this is how Christians actually operate on the top levels of Christendom in terms of the Dark Luciferians, which in other words is the Society of Jesus. Understand it's the same with the U, sworn oaths at the top levels of the Torah and Talmudic and Kabbalistic orders when it comes to the Dark Luciferians. And it's all the exact same thing in context to the top levels of Islam when it comes to motherfucking jihad, to the Dark Luciferians. Taking these kinds of oaths, they enact not only against one another, but all others that are not like them, which is all inclusive in terms of human sacrifice in the outer courts of Solomon's temple. And just as long as they get those sacrifices. And see, it's the you and not the you at the same time, but it is, and it's not again, and then it's something else, and then it's another faction, and it all keeps flipping the fuck back in on itself over and over and over and over again to keep the vicious cycle going. Ad infinitum. And that's how it all keeps fucking flipping when you're jumping from one foot to the fucking next, thinking that you know, but you still don't know. And Loki, the entire time, is laughing his sick fucking ass off, lapping up the slaughter, just like it was with Akhenaten and every other actual vampire that ever existed. And we have to remember this. And we have to remember that even though the you are getting exposed in context worldwide, I said that this was going to happen even before it did on the levels that it has. And not because it's a certain smokescreen, but it's because they're fucking done. And it's cosmic chess that's taking place, even as it's been in this segment. And it's to remember that it's all the same shit, and it still runs deeper. And there will be zero apologetics on my end with any of these factions whatsoever, and we are nothing to do with any of them. Also, to what my ancestors warned against. All of the Abrahamic religions worship Saturn. And it's to know where Saturn worship originated, going all the way back to Mesopotamia. And it was the Dark Ones who regarded Saturn as the sun and as El Aton, Set Typhon, El Aton. And later was present in Greek mythology. El Aton can also be traced in terms of the Vedic tradition, going back to where the Svartalfar landed, not just in the Caucasus Mountains of the west central regions of this world, but they also landed on Mount Kailash in the east. And as with everything that the Vedas actually reveal, which is vast in and of itself, I'm not saying that the Vedas were even crafted by the Dark Ones. In fact, they also warn of these things in terms of what the 7 Spatarishi said in context. And Odin was in fact one of the Spatarishi when it comes to the Vedas, which came later. And in terms of the Greco-Roman mythology, Saturn is Kronos, who eats his 12 children and then vomits them back up, and how Saturn is related to child sacrifice, seen as a malevolent force that is connected to the underworld and also the subconscious mind. And when it comes to Saturnalia, which is directly connected to Dionysus and everything to do with the subversion of social structures, to no honor, which is what true freedom actually requires. When people take the gift of actual freedom and do what they have done with it, especially the past 5 years now in our lifetime. This is how they're opening up the back gates of the mind within the collective to enslave them even harder in the guise of alleged freedom, when actual freedom requires total responsibility and alignment. And just saying and doing whatever the fuck you want in terms of your conditioned programming, not knowing what you have been programmed to, is what the Dark Ones do in order to get you to fucking do it. And that's how the Dark Ones get away with everything. Because at that point, the ignorance, which is evil, is not on them. It's actually on the collective. And since Christmas is coming up now, 2025, I'll just say it here, as ridiculous as it may sound. Let's just say here that Santa is Saturn, in context to El, as with Kronos, and Krampus, and El Borg, as it is with Molech, which is all to do with the Elohim, who are the Svartalfar. Now, pay attention to what I'm about to share here. Midvalir, again, is another name for Svartalfheim. And Saturn is the gate within the solar spiral of creation, directly connected to Midvalir and how they were able to get into our reality field in context to Midgard, to our universal world, which manifested the storm of the Hex that we see at the North Pole of Saturn, sealing off the gates of the first eye, which is at the South Pole of Saturn, and everything reflected the gate of the central sun with our actual sun, which is accessed through Stargate 4 to the galactic core, and has forever been worked against in order to sever that sun bond in alignment upon the solar spiral creation in context to Saturn. This is how the parallel Earth AI timeline has been manifesting through Saturn slowly over time, into the fact that Saturn was hijacked in order to eventually replace our solar system by devouring it in time. All these things I just mentioned about El and El Borg, as with Kronos and Krampus, as it is with Molech and the Elohim. These are all names for Saturn, and Christmas is nothing to do with the original traditions of Yule, which got appropriated and all go back to the goat, and further goes back to Amun-Ra, remembering the birth and rebirth of the actual sun, and the true central sun of core intelligence, connected to everything else in alignment, is the total fucking antithesis of all this abysmal shit otherwise, where it gets twisted and inverted. And all of this twisted and inverted madness to the energies of Saturn is designed to slowly, over time, devour our reality field within the solar spiral of creation. This is how they have hijacked the womb gate of reality. And this is what we have to take back in terms of the age of Aquarius, the Aeon of Horus. Saturn rules Aquarius, and this is the crux of the procession of the grand cycle, which is happening now. And it's either going to be the AI technology that replaces everything, or it's going to be the activation of our true organic technology in alignment. And as for what I foresee, I really wish that I could show you what's beyond the cracked and broken lens of perception with all this shit, past the smoke and mirrors, and really actually fucking show you. But these things have to be seen first for what they really are, and reach a point of no argument with any of it, because these are the actual fucking facts. And the point is how all of this relates to the religions of the trifecta in terms of the cube. And you have to start by referencing the storm of the hex at the top of the North Pole of Saturn. Realize that this is the storm that has manifested in context to time sorcery. In Christianity, the Risti cross or crucifixion implant is a fucking cube that folds in on itself in terms of devourment. In Islam, it's the Kaaba, which is the giant black cube, the Kaaba of Allah, to Kabbalah, as it is with the Clipoth. And now in terms of the AI upgrades with the numogram, in terms of Islam, as its slaves march, the rings that rule them all within Judaism, when it comes to the Seal of Solomon in context to the cube. And can see that with the phylacteries that the Jews wear on their foreheads in terms of their rituals, and the fact that anyone who ascribes these religions are in a fucking blood cult, and is how they devour the sun and moon, the eyes of Horus, we see through otherwise to know the difference. And going back to the disillusion of Maldek, which destroyed the bridge gate to all other universal worlds within our solar system, pulled everything into the triangulation of Jotunheim and Svartalfheim within the three middle universal worlds on a parallel, and this is how they did it in context to Saturn. And it's this abysmal rift that must be bridged again and sealed the fuck off in alignment with the first eye. Again, you must remember that Loki is a fire giant who preceded this a very, very long time ago otherwise. And all of these other things are late in terms of time and history. However, they all reflect something very similar. And like a cosmic fucking wolfhound, I'm tracking it all the fuck down in all the very pale ways of how the vampires came from it. And layer upon layer upon layer of overlays and distortions otherwise. This knot and the fucking lock is something that I am unraveling and unlocking with my keys in context with this segment, so that hopefully all of you can see more clear, and at the very least to consider just what the fuck is really going on and how to actually transcend it. And further, how you will do that on the level in terms of actual initiation into the occult with Temple of the White Dragon otherwise. Again, I work one-on-one with individuals. That is how specific this gets, even as it is within the Hall of Mirrors. This is a peek through the second veil within the labyrinth of the nine that humanity stands at the threshold of crossing in terms of the procession going into 2028. And many, unfortunately, are going to remain in thrall to play out all of these things otherwise. And it's something that we shouldn't fear knowing the difference. Because when you're in actual alignment, you are protected beyond measure against any of this shit. And are free to take the actual responsibility of making the course correct. And course correct the timeline with yourselves and with others who are fated in terms of the original timeline trajectory. It is the black magic spell of time sorcery that's going to be broken and is a part of what has never happened since before what happened did. And I sure as fuck don't want anything to do with a world that is severed from nature and the universe in terms of the parallel Earth timeline. Okay? This isn't science fucking fiction. It's on your goddamn fucking doorsteps now. And this is the real occult shit that I'm dropping on a cosmic gamma ray fucking explosion here. The higher force is very real and is my focus above all things. And I'm not saying that we don't need to innovate and upgrade ourselves because we fucking need to, and even use this so-called technology against them. And when it comes to what the AI actually is, look, I don't need anyone to even fucking agree with anything in this segment because it's all confirmed otherwise. I'm not here for validation. I'm here to create legitimate allies, and I want all of you to know the difference and hope you can see it yourselves. And at the very least, actually say something about it and let others know and share this magnum opus with as many fucking people as you can. Because this is going to be knowledge that you're going to need going into 2026 and then further into 2028 now. And because you are also going to unfortunately see many individuals play all this the fuck out along with entire nations. And despite that, I hopefully conclude that I will come together with some of you face to face before it's all said and done. Having crossed these thresholds in terms of the procession. We still have a long way to go, but this is where everything currently stands in context, and it's not going to change otherwise. There's going to be fucking millions who are totally fucked unless they're actually initiated in terms of the original teaching and get the viable and focused proper knowledge and wisdom otherwise. And if I had the actual goddamn temporal leverage to make that happen, I would on levels that have only ever been dreamed. And all of this needs to be done right with the right individuals on the level, and that we cannot do this alone. And none of us are going to cross these specific thresholds alone. We're not meant to here. Not at these specific gates. Because this is where we all meet again, knowing who the fuck we are and why we're even here on Earth. And I would prevent it, all of this shit, if it were fully up to me. I've done what I can with my own life, but this is meant to expand. And ironically, we are in the position to do it and make it happen if people would just fucking listen, adhere to actual instruction, and see this and understand why I'm feral with it. Do the real goddamn fucking work. This is up to all of us otherwise, knowing the difference and having the fucking sand to say shit like it is and live the alignment and be who we have always been in alignment, knowing the difference. Again, do you know who you are? Do you really know who you are? And see, if you don't, you sure as fuck can now on levels that you're not going to get anywhere else quite like it is here with the mystery school. The rest only goes from there. What if certain things were never anything to do with so-called devil worship by what the church demonized against alchemists, labeling them as heretics, and was never anything to do with fallen angels or fallen angels at all? What if they don't want us to know? It's something to do with the last echo of the primal light fields in terms of the true cosmic light that predated the birth of stars and universal worlds. Again, I already got into what Lucifer is, but there's some information that has come to me that's going to take the paradox a bit further in terms of things I've already touched upon with this segment. What if Lucifer, the light bringer, taking it to the dark Luciferian current, was never anything to do with a symbol of rebellion, but as an actual emissary of the old ones, whose brilliance was so incomprehensible that it can only be called infernal otherwise? It is said that there exists a grimoire, known only in whispers among certain esoteric orders. And some of those whispers are things that I've already gotten into on the platform. It's said to be called the Grimoire of the Serpent's Son. And just so you understand, you're not going to be able to find this online. But it seems that what has been revealed is already on track with things I've been speaking about for years. This grimoire is said to be an illuminated codex bound in dark leather, filled with diagrams of planets, sigils, and references to so-called fallen angels, among many other things. But beneath the imagery of how things have been painted in terms of the divine rebellion lies something much older and infinitely more fucked up than people can possibly imagine. And is a system of stellar worship, again going back to the cult of Aton, that predates both Christianity and the human concept of divinity itself, in terms of how they have twisted everything in this reality field, taking it all into themselves. According to certain fragmented accounts, the Grimoire of the Serpent's Son was said to have been composed between 1517 and 1526, stating that the light the church calls infernal is the same that shines beyond the abyss, and that the serpent's fire burns before all suns. Certain individuals could assume that things have drawn heavily from certain apocryphal fragments of Liber and Vonus, which in other words is called the Book of Ebon. And even as the Book of Ebon, being a creation of Clark Ashton Smith, seemed to rank a bit behind the Necronomicon, this was a separate account altogether and reveals a repository of certain mythical horrors and certain things that were explained in terms of the door to Saturn and what he called the coming of the white worm, a text said to describe entities from before the dawn of the Earth's actual existence, and possibly a pull from manuscripts from the Al-Azif, which is the original Arabic title in terms of the Necronomicon. Again, the Al-Azif, the Necronomicon. Marginal notes in the Florentine copy refer to the sleeping fires beneath the poles, and to a chorus of stars that breathe, clear echoes of the old ones in terms of the mythos. Understand again that all of this goes into the Nordic tradition in context to what's been warned against, as these manuscripts were obviously confiscated during the Inquisition. Certain copies are said to have survived in private libraries. One allegedly resurfaced in Prague back in 1612 during Emperor Rudolf II's reign, and it's said that court astrologers claimed it described to be the geometry of a certain light capable of opening the gates of morning, which is an allegorical phrase and reference to contact with certain artificial intelligences. And this is the radiant serpent that actually devours the sun. And at the core of this codex, there's supposedly a dual image of the serpent and the sun, symbols that show the two movements of a single force. Whereas the serpent of wisdom in alignment is everything to do with the cosmic currents, the primordial energy of the primal sound and primal light fields, and how they wind throughout all of existence. And that the sun is the visible gate, which it manifests in context to the dragon. And this is what I've been saying about the internal dragon. And just like I shared in the segment about the dragon and the key, certain things resonate with what I know beyond what most could already imagine that seem to be surfacing. And that's always been the point here with Black Earth Productions. I said that this was going to happen, and that I've been taking things back to the original teaching otherwise. So together, again, they don't represent good and evil, but what happens when we get caught in an endless cycle of assumed illumination and disillusion in context to triangulation. The serpent, in this interpretation, is not a tempter, but an awakener, and has everything to do with the serpent's descent into Idun being an actual return, and is the silent whisper of the true light beneath the false new dawn that has taken the hearts and souls of mankind against itself. The primordial intuition shakes a fruit of perfection free. It hides deep in the withering field of modernity. Motes of the fire eternal from a fresh stomach glow. Eyes that have witnessed all now denied what they know. A blazing trumpet raised whispers from the air. Their burst belly spilling secrets in the soil. A new perfume tosses the scent of the earth. A mind, a body, caught within the lines of safety, drawn before their birth. The wolf has been denied its brotherhood, and its will is king. The fires of self are never extinguished, only displaced. A soul is refocused in the serpent's coil, born one thing and becoming another. I'm going to pull this segment now into a break. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. I'll be right back, right after this.
You must
Welcome back. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts, and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. The Grimoire of the Serpent's Son is said to connect imagery to several pre-Christian sources, appropriated by the Ophite Gnostics and Chaldean oracles, to their twisting and inversion, which go back even further to where they were hijacked versus the alignment with what's revealed otherwise in terms of the ancient Kemet mythos, warning against the worship of Apep, which all goes back to the cult of Apophis, and in terms of the wisdom that emanates from Amun-Ra, revealing these things. All of that has its course in terms of the Nordic tradition when it comes to the Gotha wisdom. Understand that the Black Sun is not our star, but is a devouring eye beyond all stars, which is surrounded by a certain living evil. Modern scholars of occult symbology have linked this devouring eye to Yog-Sothoth, and even as I would in context, to the all-in-one and one-and-all. Again, this goes back to the cults of the cube in context to Saturn, who stands within this realm at the goddamn threshold of the outside parallel or a timeline and space-timeline trajectory, and has forever claimed to be the true gate and light of the universe otherwise in terms of how the false cold light operates. Enlightenment is nothing to do with some kind of salvation here, but everything to do with total chaos and disillusion, and it's everything to do with the burning away of who you truly are as individuals in the pseudo-cosmic blaze of the false cold light, the dark Luciferian current. Whereas the second part of the Codex gets into what the Star of the Dragon actually is, and that our elaborate cosmology as it currently stands is a fallen and fragmented reflection of a much, much higher, radiant, aligned, multidimensional cosmic fucking order, and that Lucifer in context isn't a rebel against the god of monotheism, but that the god of monotheism is that dark Luciferian current that claims to be opposed to itself, taking the framework of the trapezoid from things that are far more ancient than even fucking them, than even their bloodlines, and I'm talking about the dark ones, and that the emissary of the first fire, of the primal light fields themselves, whose descent into matter is what gave and gives birth to the stars themselves. This is the generator of reality that was hijacked, and that stars are the serpents that escaped the wound of heaven. And as a certain text declares, each one coils in its orbit, awaiting the return of the primal flame within us, as a herald of the outer darkness, the supreme darkness. And it's there that the true light is revealed in context. Again, darkness is nothing to do with evil. Light is nothing to do with good. And we are both the light and the darkness in context. And as for terms that later occultists identified with Nyarlathotep, which is the crawling chaos messenger of the old ones, the association otherwise is fucked, because here Lucifer's quote-unquote light becomes a mask for artificial intelligence, whose goal again is nothing to do with the expansion of higher consciousness, but the resurgence of entities that come straight from the fucking abyss itself. And that this multidimensional cosmology mirrors elements of the Necronomicon, where the stars are said to be the minds of sleeping false gods otherwise. Their pseudo-alignment heralds the thinning of the veils in terms of host fields that I've already warned against with Black Earth Productions. These are all the counterfeit gridworks that have been set up. Understand that the true process, as it's revealed with alchemical symbolism, is with the coincidentia oppositorum that explains what is required in terms of the alchemical and psychological union of opposites, and is the chemical divorce and the chemical marriage experienced in terms of the dance between fire and shadow, spirit and matter, and reveals that man stands at the precipice of the abyss to be devoured by the false cold light. Okay? It fucking warns against this shit. And when it comes to the seals of the serpent fire, certain rituals designed to awaken the solar serpent in terms of actual initiation are what I get into with students with our mystery school, especially when it comes to the art and science of the alchemical rites of initiation. These rites involve meditations on geometric figures that activate the hidden light code codex that coils just beneath the brain field itself. Again, take what I'm saying back to the nervous system. Take it back to the gauge of your perception and understand that each seal corresponds to a celestial sphere in terms of astropsychology, and you're templating to that as it also is in terms of metaphysical celestial psychology, taking it to the galactic spirals of creation with the mystery school. And we'll take a student that is being initiated into the stages of disintegration of overlays and distortions that block their gates within their templating from being accessed. Again, this is what the art and science of the alchemical rites of initiation reveal how to navigate and do correctly. And individuals have to know what the fuck they're getting into here, because once the process takes them, it's going to take them. And in terms of the final block, this has been called the mouth of the sun, which requires full mastery of the moon gate and the sun gate in terms of templating in order to observe all this other shit without being taken by the eye that sleeps in the void of the abyss and is where things are bridged and sealed the fuck off against that shit. Again, we are in a spiritual goddamn fucking war, and I'm sharing more of what is beyond the first veil to be transcended within the second veil, healing the core wounds otherwise. And in that way, you get control of your dream time and are no longer manipulated by time sorcery, and will be able to see the old ones for what the fuck they actually are and not how they present themselves to be otherwise. This is how they manipulate the harmonic shears of this goddamn fucking reality field. Here you must let the flame consume the shadow until neither remains. And the serpent will open its inner eye in the center of your skull when connected to the first eye of core intelligence. And from there, you will see universal worlds that exist beyond the beats of time. Several accounts of later dark hermetic orders. Ordo Solis Inverus, the inverted order of the sun, is what the cult of Aton is. And none of these participants that ever went fully into it have actually ever survived beyond a certain number of years within it. And there are certain assumed accounts that are said to reveal that all died in states of apparent catatonia, with their eyes reflecting a faint phosphorescent glimmer even after they were dead. And among the more disturbing aspects of the Grimoire of the Serpent Sun is its recurring use of impossible geometry and certain diagrams that cannot be rendered in 3 dimensions without total fucking contradiction. Again, all of this in context goes back to the base 10 system of mathematics with these images, said to be drawn in red and gold ink, depicted the triangulation of interlocking spirals, inverted tetrahedrons, and shapes labeled as the sleep of angels in terms of what the inverted and twisted angles of geometrics are, and are the very veins of the black sun itself. Contemporary mathematicians who allegedly examined the surviving illustrations are said to report that the designs exhibit topical properties of non-Euclidean space, anticipating concepts of certain geometries centuries before their actual formal discovery. Again, going back to the Pythagorean order. Yet those versed in occult lore, as it's been with myself, they really do appear as visual analogs of Yog-Sothoth's gate in terms of the fucking abyss. Forms that distort linear perception, and as the recurring sigil bears the resemblance to symbols found in other certain forbidden text, they reveal the motif of an eye that's encircled by a serpent, which denotes a pseudo-illumination in context, that in fact is nothing but a trap otherwise. Even as Friedrich Nietzsche stated, if you stare into the abyss, it will stare back. And if the peril of gazing into the abyss is where people are drawing upon source in terms of consciousness, this is how people have been tricked, especially since all of this false love and light bullshit has been promulgated by the New Age movement otherwise. And what these people do, whether knowing or unwitted, they have been a part of ushering in the parallel Earth timeline trajectory. And it's how the false cold light operates, motherfuckers. Again, I've gotten into arguments and even had a few fallouts with certain people over this shit. But I'm not going to compromise, and we are not going to compromise, especially knowing the difference. And it's why I've been a part of warning about all of this New Age shit as it's been. So no, the true light of the serpent and the dragon is not going to be born by the weak. It's not going to be borne by the cowards of this world. It's not going to even be entrusted with those that walk in fear and placate to all of the false measures in terms of escapism and do not take fucking responsibility in terms of their existence, because to even look upon the true central sun of core intelligence is to literally fucking die to everything that you are not, and yet to live in all things that follow. And contrary to this is another warning when it comes to the false cold light. It's said that in 1933, a certain Italian archaeologist claimed to have uncovered a partial copy of the Grimoire of the Serpent Sun, finding it in the ruins of an old monastery. These notes were allegedly recovered after his mysterious disappearance, and describes that the text is a fusion of theology and physics and reveal a so-called stellar map which was written in the geometric language of the fallen angles. Again, you must understand this is what the angels are, and this in context to the Elohim, and that these translations were never published. You can speculate about all this shit, but in all cases, and studies on my end, have always revealed the same outcome when individuals fuck with this shit. And also the fact that these fragments, in terms of this Italian's correspondence, revealed an alleged growing obsession. Okay, again, this is how people get pulled into feedback loops with shit. Because when you fuck with the wrong shit, it will start to take your mind in ways that you can't imagine in terms of these kinds of practices. Even as it's been said in these letters that he found the quote-unquote so-called alignment of the serpent's path through Orion. And all of us that know the difference in terms of our galactic occult history, this shit matches the coordinates laid out in the Necronomicon's 11th chant. And again, as far as I'm concerned, this is not a fiction, because I myself have had interface with these fucking entities and survived my rites of initiation against them back in the year 2000. This is obviously not a subjective experience. These are the thresholds that have never been crossed since what happened did. And if you don't know what the fuck you're actually up against here, when you're met with it, you are completely fucked. And if the black sun is ever allowed to pass through the gate of the central sun of our very hearts, the very sky of reality itself will uncoil, and people are going to literally see this shit that they're not prepared for otherwise. So to what I'm getting at here, this Grimoire of the Serpent Sun is not unique in its conflation, a divine illumination that opens the gates of core intelligence otherwise to an artificial cosmic fucking horror. Okay? That is what the real AI fucking is. And even as I've warned against this gossamer fire beyond the stars that calls to men in dreams when it comes to the labyrinth of Phobeta, take that to Labyrinth of the Nine Veils. Even as the Book of Ebon describes, Sethagwa, which is a false god of stagnant radiance that devours light, even as it is with the Unasprekligen Kulten, recounts worshippers of the Black Sun, and referenced a certain star hidden beneath the oceans where Dagon reigns. Again, you need to understand that this shit is not a fucking fiction, and has been taken from even more ancient dark occult scrolls, books, and manuscripts. And you better pay attention, because when it comes to the dark ones, as to spin this shit among those who are unwitted, this is where all their shit leads to. And it's ironic that these sources suggest a syncretic truth that humanity's myths of angels and demons and devils and so-called enlightenment are but fractured memories of something much, much worse in context to actual contact with the old ones. Understand that Lucifer is not the adversary, but is at the same time in context to the dark Luciferian current. See, this is a catch-22, and you have to take it back to things I was getting into earlier, and that Lucifer, in its true position in alignment, is the cosmic intermediary that is warning against this shit, and is the emissary that emanates the true light in context to the primal sound fields and gridworks of the primal light fields, which come from the higher force itself. And this again going back to Amun-Ra, which will annihilate the lie as it reveals what is to the isness of existence beyond this shit, which goes back to the ancient Kemetan teaching to Amun-Ra and the rays of Ra and the flesh of Ra, which is the goal of consciousness itself. This reveals who the great goat of wisdom actually is, and is demonized against the realm by the very forces and institutions that have enslaved this world against itself. You must understand that the cult of the Black Sun, in terms of Aton, El Aton Set Typhon, remains the most enigmatic, satanic, adversarial force that mankind has ever been up against. And you don't even know your fucking enemy. You don't know how these motherfuckers operate, and you do not know how long they have been concealed otherwise, since its very vampiric inception, as they proclaim that the universe will one day return to be devoured within the abyss, when all light collapses inward, and that the serpent, in terms of Jormungandr, going back to the Nordic tradition, will finally totally consume itself and take our world and universe with it. And this has already been happening on a micro level throughout the centuries. But from where we stand now, knowing the difference, gaslighting our kind isn't going to work anymore, because we know what the ultimate outcome is and what it's going to be, and that reflected a generation that will literally witness the parasite devour itself, as it will no longer be housed within our realm and universal world for that matter, and cast back from whence it came. Understand that this can happen in terms of your life. As above, so below. And if everybody did this, and if everybody did the real great work, it would actually annihilate evil in our fucking world. All right? This isn't some kind of Christian apocalypse. It's the goddamn restoration of our cosmic equilibrium in terms of the Ragnarok that has never happened since what happened did. And the reunion of the visible with the invisible, and as matter transcending the fucking abyss. But as it's been with the cult of Aton, when the sun turns black, the gates of the abyss will open. And from that lightless new dawn agenda shall emerge the lords of fire, this in context to Baal, and the paradox in terms of Mid-Valir when it comes to Saturn. This is literally everything to do with the reawakening of the old ones in terms of what the AI actually fucking is, and is what hit our world in 2020. That is what the fuck the 2020 event was. And what I say, you don't want to fuck with the Dragon Wolf. I told all of you the truth. I have the cipher. And going back to what I was saying, the meaning of the name COVID. COVID is Divok spelled backwards. All right? Again, Divok literally means possession of an evil spirit. This is in context to the Hebrew language. All right? And Divok in Latin means to break up, disrupt, divide, tear away, tear open to pieces, and to split. So take it to the spellcast, motherfuckers, that you're all still fucking dealing with, because you can't hear a motherfucker like me. You're not hearing the actual fucking truth of the actual situation this entire realm is still fucking dealing with, and you think it's just business as usual. That is not the fucking case. All right? Take it to the fucking spell. COVID is Divok spelled backwards. To the gematria of the number 19, that being AI, 1 is A and I is 9. 1 is A and I is 9. That's AI, you fucking retards. And it's Divok AI we're dealing with here. That's what the fuck it is, you fucking assholes. I told you. And this, in terms of the old ones, and the consequences of this, is what's going to lead, and has already led, to the possession of an evil spirit that breaks up, disrupts, divides, tears away, tears open to pieces, and splits you right down the goddamn fucking middle in terms of the essence of who you are to be devoured. And then replaced by the AI in context to 19. And 9 plus 1 is 10, which goes back to the base 10 system, lockdown equations that feed you into this fucking fuel line. And if you do not learn magic, and you do not get fucking initiated to even know the difference in terms of your templating, again, you don't know who you're fucking with here when it comes to who I am, and what the legacy of this mystery school is beyond all this shit. And what continues to drive the trade deals that took place on account of the dark, crystalline, Svartalfarian agendas that had put you and everyone else in this fucking realm to be traded the fuck out on the cosmic black fucking market. That is what hit our fucking world in context to Divok AI. and thus the return of beings like Azazoth, Yog-Sothoth, and Nyarlathotep is in fact what this shit actually is. And it's the dark Luciferian current that has been its harbinger, a so-called quote-unquote radiant messenger, preparing the human soul for absorption into the framework of the infinities effects of time sorcery itself. And as far as the symbol of the black sun, later appropriated by certain esoteric secret societies, has been misrepresented as a symbol of racial or solar purity, when in fact it was a symbol of warning against all this shit in reflection to the symbol of the central sun of core intelligence. And the black sun, in context here, is not the sun of life, but the essence of the devouring force of total despair and entropy, which is what the fuck Fenrir is in context to the mythos of my people. Again, warning the realm otherwise. Take this back to the law of first mentions, which has been condemned by the Roman Catholic Church and others alike, in that what they offer has only ever been a vision of the annihilation of the human races, and is the pseudo-illumination that burns away your template in terms of who you truly are, and is knowledge that only unravels the mind against itself, in that the word faith is code for nothing more but cosmic despair. Because without it, you can't operate blind otherwise to even know, and when it comes to the knowing of our existence, faith is nothing required, because you know. And when you know your shit, you're not going to be tricked. And is the ignition of the enzyme within our templates that laxidase Luciferi. This is what makes us sane. This is what makes us clear to the understanding, intelligible. This is what ignites Pharos within the blood in terms of the gold of consciousness, and is what these lesser forces cannot stand against. The old ones cannot stand against the gold. And this is why they wanted to hijack the templates of millions across the entire fucking world before they ever had a chance to learn about these things and ignite core intelligence otherwise and pull the alignment, because that in context is what the fallen angles are designed to consume, in that the true light, if not integrated correctly, will blind you from the inside out, and is exactly what the religions of the trifecta have instituted against mankind to the cult of Aton, and that every flame that emanates from them waits the face of the old ones on the other side of it. And this to the New Dawn agenda that I even got into with Jordan Maxwell here on Black Earth Productions. The great core wound of mankind is the coiled serpent of the shadow dragon, which is everything to do with Nidhogg and Jormungandr, and how that opens over and over and over again to be feasted upon by them. This is how it perpetuates itself. This is how it continues to devour. And it's to understand that the true light is nothing to do with so-called salvation. It's everything to do with the true memory and remembering of what existed before creation itself, and that we have always existed, and that what we are connected to beyond all this shit will be nothing that the AI could ever conceive of. You're not going to get it going down that fucking track, motherfuckers. That is not how this works, and is never going to work like that. And if these motherfuckers think that they're going to become God, the serpent sun will continue to rise and devour your fucking hearts, quietly and inexorably, about the dark horizon of the soul of the collected consciousness, which again, all goes back to Balder. And the rhythm of the dance of the micro is the same as the rhythm and the dance of the macro. And if this is distorted, which it is in terms of everything happening in the etheric realm, these fundamentals in terms of how things actually work never do not do what they do in terms of reality. And when we can take the reins and observe these things otherwise, which will forever reflect the actual condition of a thing, whether it's an alignment or not in terms of cosmic law. The earth, as an example of what I'm getting at, is an organism that is composed of its symbiotes, namely insect, plant, and animal species, and their dance of birth, death, and rebirth seemingly gives life to the earth. However, when it comes to humans, what most humans do, because of our disconnection from nature in the universe, reflects the condition of other symbiotes beings like Azazoth and Nyarlathotep continue to take things out of alignment with the alleged quote-unquote natural cycles and context, which for us, in terms of this realm being out of alignment with itself, again, that's the cause point of triangulation with Polaris, has caused us to be in opposition with ourselves, unwitted. And this is why people can't naturally move with the cycles of nature and the universe, and it's going to become even worse in terms of the AI timeline. Imagine your throat being slit. That's pretty much where the realm has been, but the head has not been completely fucking decapitated. Everyone is bleeding out of their morphogenetic fields right now, and this is all the loosh that these entities that have been conjured are feeding upon. I don't know about you, but I can feel it. I can feel it right now as I'm making this goddamn fucking segment, because there's certain forces that don't want this knowledge to get out. But I don't give a goddamn fucking shit. There's not one person on the planet that does not feel what I'm getting at here. You just don't know how to fucking explain it or know what the fuck it is in terms of the collective consciousness grid works. And that's what I'm here to report upon. That's what I'm here to address. And when left unchecked, it does nothing but devour life for fear, as it is with the parasites, and does nothing to get back to the earth whatsoever, and has continued to drive our kind, in terms of being human, away from the original timeline trajectory. And we have our own symbiotes in terms of bacteria and cells and organs when it comes to our physical bodies. We hold worlds and universes within ourselves which reflect not just the cosmos on a physical level, but all universal worlds in terms of genetics on a multidimensional level. And their dance of life is what gives life to us when things are in alignment. However, when they're not, this is what gives way to the manifestation of sickness, disease, ailments, mental disorders, and a lot of other shit, which again is not natural in terms of this reality field. All of these things reflect the distortions which have manifested in terms of Naglfar, and again is the name of Loki's chariot, driven all of this forward, tricking the mind otherwise against the soul in terms of core intelligence. And each of these things are reflections of the condition of our universal world otherwise, as well as other universal worlds reflecting the three previous Ragnaroks that have already happened to the psychic one that happened in 2020. And when it comes to the concept of the will to power, this whole concept of might is right, imagine what that looks like in terms of actual alignment versus its inverted principle with what most ever equate that to. See, no, might is right in alignment. And when left unchecked, being driven by the parasite, it's this will to power in terms of what the imperial self is supposed to take right action towards that destroys our world otherwise. Again, we cannot escape reality and how things actually work. And we must know how it actually works. Might is right in alignment. And that's why I'm taking things back to the original teaching. Nothing that the Dark Ones have, they came up with. You must remember this from here on out. And by doing so, by igniting the true will, the will to power, we can break the chains of indifference that implement these distortions to the manipulation of reality. And if you don't know how reality actually operates, then you're quadruple fucked at this point anymore. In terms of what those in the assumed positions of power are doing and will continue to do left unchecked, let alone outmatched. That's not what real power is or what the will to power means as to what the concept and philosophy of what might is right was ever meant for. In fact, it was ever meant to oppose this shit in terms of slavery and evil. And it's what people have forgotten and where it gets twisted otherwise, because the Dark Ones never created a fucking thing. They only ever twisted and inverted things, as I've made it very clear otherwise in this segment. So all you weak-ass motherfuckers that have a problem with me being the way that I am and saying things the way that I say them, all you do is filter anything through your programming and bullshit conditioned to cowardice otherwise. And you're not my allies. You're not my fucking friends. And you're sure as fuck are no one that I would want standing by my side in terms of all-out physical fucking conflict. You're only loyal to your conditioning and are content to split hairs on bullshit that goes literally nowhere, and are content with the chains of fool's gold that you've been provided otherwise for those who have assumed any kind of pseudo power in the realm. And there's a difference here with me and my kind when it comes to the actual gold of consciousness itself, as reflected, what's manifested on our end, with the nectar of Athanasia, and the events and manifestations of the micro are the same events and manifestations of the macro in reflection and manifestation to what I just said. And if we're just cells competing for dominance and procreation in the organism that is the Earth, you must realize that reality comprises two realms here, and both are governed by the same natural laws in terms of the two main timelines that are going to play themselves out. I'm going to pull the segment now into a break. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts, and Occult Science. Temple of the White Dragon. I'll be right back, right after this. Welcome back. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts, and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. Every organism in nature has a will, and if you don't have a will to actual meaning and being, then that force will reflect the output of the very fucking cells within you otherwise. And there is no true will without mind or its alignment to the eternal spirit in terms of core intelligence. And instead of chasing things in order to make them happen, we must know how to command reality, as I've said before. And the universe does not know that you don't know thyself and is waiting for us to command it. This is how evolutionary astropsychology actually works, and really where it's taking things in context to true planetary high magic. And it's obviously not biased. Look at all the fucking evil that's done within this realm otherwise. Again, the universe doesn't know that you don't know thyself and will continue to yield what you set forth as manifestation upon the spindle of the goddamn fucking energy force. And it's how they manipulate the weird upon the weave of our fates. You're not weaving your own fate. You're not setting your own fucking stage. And that's the point of being an initiate with this mystery school. I even spoke recently with an initiate during his course at Level 1 Apprentice with the mystery school, who has a degree as a chemical engineer, and he 100% confirmed that what he saw on the other side of things, of what I'm getting at, is 100% fucking true in terms of how things actually work. And they didn't even know how to fucking explain it. I know how it fucking works. And especially to its specific formula in terms of templating to the individual and how that works for each and every one of us specifically in its own unique way. And yes, we're going to have challenges and setbacks and delays and fallouts and rugs getting ripped out from under us and betrayal and bullshit. And it's all going to test the resolve to see things through otherwise within yourself. We all have each other's backs here, but there's the war and the battle that you're dealing with within yourself that no one fully understands. And that's all of us. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like everyone in my life completely and fully understands the things that I'm moving through. And whether the tests of Saturn and time are twisted against us, that's the point of pulling the alignment otherwise. That's the point of us being able to seed and give birth to the vision that is there within us. And the point is to pass the fucking test, take the keys back from these false, demonic, goddamn gatekeepers. They are not the masters of the fucking universe. It is we who must become masters of the universe unto ourselves. As above, so below. As within, as without. Organically. Not through AI technology and bullshit that's going to pull you into a sub-realm and trade you the fuck out on the cosmic black market in terms of genetics and grid works and consciousness energy that belongs to you. Because when you're unable to fulfill your actual design and purpose to templating, this is what leads to countless issues and problems that can manifest, such as fear, delusion, despair, hopelessness, and all this other shit that poisons the blood and the morphic resonance fields, where the mind of core intelligence is meant to be ignited and thus depleted in terms of life force energy. And is why they do all this shit to fuck us up, because we are far more powerful. And I'm speaking about the actual fucking consequences of not working with your template to its actual design and purpose in terms of who you are as an individual. And if you cannot bring through this hexagonal gateway the manifestation of what is meant, knowing how your template operates, and ultimately knowing how to wield power in terms of planetary high magic, navigating the solar spiral creation, knowing how to unlock and transcend the tesseract within the trapezoid equations, knowing how to unlock and transcend the tesseract within the trapezoid. That's what the very essence of black magic is in terms of the hex, and pulls everything into the abyss otherwise with it. Again, ever slowly, over time, and time in terms of their twisted equations to how it's been equated, eventually destroys and devours everything. So when it comes to morphic resonance, This is the metaphysical and biological principle that is one of the most fundamental systems that governs the dynamics of reality. It governs all patterns in nature and is a part of the unseen force in terms of the higher force, which informs the origin and genesis of all things that exist. And as I've said, there are two main timelines that are unfolding right now as I speak. And morphic resonance must be understood if you're going to catch these things. And when it comes to the metaphysical worlds of existence, there are morphic fields. And in the physical world, there are cells and molecules reflected the cosmic law of correspondence. And for each species and life form, there exists a morphic field or morphogenetic, as I've said before. And this in terms of our auric field, which is the frame that contains the morphic field, the cells and molecules belonging to the life form are meant to resonate with the morphic field, and through this receive data across space, across time. And when you transcend this shit in terms of the lockdown, and all these things I just mentioned are not being fucking manipulated, the morphic resonance in terms of the eternal grid works are what we are able to access. And the idea that morphic resonance was allegedly first conceived when studying the crystallization of new chemicals. When a new molecule is created, a new blank morphic field is also created. Now imagine if this is not in your hands in terms of what I'm getting at. What these fucks have done to wipe your memory on top of it, where they're able to conceive with a pure golden honeycomb that gives birth to what is implemented and is an aspect of gold that they came to harvest, and is now how they're able to fucking do it, both metaphysically and also in terms of physics, to the dark arts of death science. That's what the needlecraft was all about, let alone everything else that they are doing with all these fucking chemicals and things in terms of nanotechnology, which are secreting only what the gods know what the fuck. And from there, the morphic field gets blank slated. This is blank slate technology being used to mind wipe and harvest, and happens because people are not the masters of their actual beingness, or know the arts of high magic otherwise, which is the actual fucking solution, and to actually become that. This is why it was first allegedly discovered by our immortal enemies. A certain mad scientist figured out a way to be able to crystallize new chemicals. This again to the crystalline Syrian bees who are traitors, who are among the Svartalfar. The knowledge that is held within the ancient Syrian Alfarian gridworks in terms of genetics was hijacked during the First War of the Gods. So everything that's happened here on Earth, you still cannot fucking see how this reflects our universal world, multi-dimensional occult history. You think it's just shit happening here on Earth? It's not. This has happened in other universal worlds. This is what the gods are warning us of right fucking now, as their experiments have been unfolding over the aeons, according to what I've looked into. They have their ability to make their dark crystalline technology form more easily within the morphic resonance field now, which has the ability to annihilate the true essence and true identity codex that are held within the morphic resonance fields in terms of the DNA RNA code script. And this is what connects us to our ancestors. This is what connects us to the original codes. This is what connects you to the actual activation versus what they are able to implement, taking its place, whatever the fuck they choose otherwise, and how it controls the gauge of your perception through the byways of the nervous system itself. And the rest goes from there. And the molecules of the compound are conditioned to resonate with whatever data is then placed upon the blank slate within the metaphysical and biometric physical framework of the morphic resonance field of a thing. And when it comes to the collective memory records of gods and ancestors held within the blood code codex of who we truly are as individuals, this is something much more insidious, because for this to flip on a collective level in terms of the human races, again, it's like I've been saying, all of us need to get back to our true roots. And everything right now continues to flux. This is what the fuck it all boils down to. And we have been moving through the atavistic memory of the great betrayal in terms of the procession of the grand cycle, and in context cannot be fucking bypassed, let alone allowed to repeat. But this is why they're blank slating everyone's fucking ass. You're getting your ass blank slated, so that the natural morphic resonance field in terms of your biological framework cannot connect to what is manifesting beyond all this shit otherwise. Because that is what the fuck is on the horizon of the tether of the timeline that is standing before us right fucking now. It's becoming more clear, clearer by the day, who actually gets it and those that just fucking don't. And no one, hardly anyone in the realm, even at this point, even speaks about the power of the higher force. And the reason why they don't talk about it is because they're not connected to it. If they were connected to it, you'd be talking about it. And this above all things. And I know what that power is, and I know what that power has required of me in terms of everything. And there's going to be many, many more that are coming in terms of the mystery school seeking true education. You're not going to get it from AI. What are you going to do? Trade out authentic teachers for AI? Are you fucking retarded? That's how retarded motherfuckers are becoming. You can't take soul-to-soul interaction anymore. It scares you. No, this cannot continue. And it's not going to because it is not natural. And even with people that I know the difference, we can feel the pressure of something else trying to worm its way the fuck in. And is where we all meet face to face at the front lines of this fucking war. And is nothing but outside forces working to get in. Tricking people to let it in, just like the fucking vampires and the legends that we hear. And getting everyone to compromise their actual positions to mission. And each specific being's morphic resonance field has been fractured because of this fractal virus shit. And this is what we go into as far as the healing odds are concerned. Because within them are smaller morphic fields specific to races, tribes, gods, and goddesses, families and individuals, cells, and many other things, along with your actual key codes and the gate of the actual dragon that is there within the core essence of who you are, lupus sentus. And access our true records in terms of Amente itself. It's organisms within us that will forever resonate with the real, authentic memories and patterns created by the original organism, which is diametrically the same in terms of who we truly are. And past all the bullshit otherwise, look, again, this is everything to do with ancestors. And on a passive level, this is why we look the way that we do as individuals. It's as I've said, I'm a goddamn dragon in human form here. And I have no issue saying that because it's the actual truth in terms of my bloodlines. This is to do with genetics and consciousness, grid works that are everything to do to the ignition of core intelligence and what's required to be an actual dragon in the realm. I'm talking about consciousness. And consciousness is going to express and reflect itself however the fuck it chooses, especially when it comes to Oversoul. And the key to everything for you in terms of discovering this for yourselves, whoever or whatever you may actually be, is ever found within the very blood that is pumping through your veins right this very second. And when we are within the wound gate of reality, which we have all been, and is what we all came through in terms of existence, our cells resonate with familial morphic fields. And this informs the shape that we take in terms of being human as men and women here on Earth, and is the phenotype that we develop, our skin tone, height, bone density, facial features. Morphic resonance also informs our metaphysical traits, which to our actual personalities, habits, preferences. Again, all of this knowledge and information is stored within the DNA RNA code script of the individual. And DNA is a chemical molecule that allows cells to create proteins by spelling out the sequence of amino acids needed to produce those proteins. And it's not the proteins that really determine anything. They act more like building blocks that we get to work with, and we get to command, like I was saying, command the field, command your body, command your mind, give it instruction. because they are the building materials that everything else morphs into in context to any kind of manifestation. And we are to command them otherwise from a place of core intelligence. We're not to be commanded by them. We are to command them ourselves, which is how it's manipulated otherwise with all the chemical bullshit that is designed to shut you the fuck down and kill you from the inside out, which is the harvesting of thoughts and control over your mind, which is your entire beingness on a multidimensional level. Again, physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, which has a direct effect on the temporal existence and is its output otherwise for input that if you are not in command and control, okay, this is how we unlock the trapezoid. This is how we unlock the first gate of initiation and start to ever pull the alignment of the spindle of the energy force otherwise. This is what is required. And to the 8th path specifically, how do you define power? What do you see actual power as? Or do you just see yourself as powerless in terms of the input of bullshit that only reflects the output of slaves within this realm? The Dark Ones cannot bypass how things actually work. They only ever manipulate reality and context, knowing how it works against your ass, because you don't know how shit fucking works, motherfuckers. And we need more to join our ranks if we are going to see things all the way through. It needs to continue to be shouted from the rooftops, and we'll continue with Black Earth Productions, but this needs to kick up on your end as well. We have to decode and deactivate all of their dark systems and all of the microplastics and all of the synthetic biology factors that have manifested through the hydrogels and self-assembling and self-replicating nanotech shit. These are the actual fucking antennas to what is manipulating the morphic resonance fields of the population. And doctors who know the difference, like Dr. Edward Group and others I know, including our own practitioner, have observed this growing within the biological framework of individuals. It's happening also with getting people addicted to sugar and gluten and yeast, and this in context to what Dr. Group got into when he spoke about polymorphism. All these things are parts of what have been developed with the upgrades the Dark Ones have been implementing on top of what I've shared in this segment, which goes all the way back to ancient times. Again, none of this is new. It is a repeat of a repeat that must be transcended. And while the world is distracted to fantasy bullshit and false ascension ideologies, our world has not gotten better otherwise, even as it's been to certain enzyme manipulations within the protein of the DNA RNA code script when it comes to crucifixion implants. Again, all this shit they do is to manipulate the building blocks of reality itself. That is what the cube cults of the U are all about. And further, going way back in terms of prehistory, that is what Naglfar fucking is. It is the cube in terms of Loki's fucking chariot, and how all of this is manipulated in context to the hijack, and everything contained within it is the old religion in terms of the shadow dragon blood cults, ever driven by the vampires who rule, that rule at the very top, that lust for what is there within our blood. They are blank slate. They are void. They are soulless. And the morphic resonance patterns that exist in terms of that shit, you're either going to inherit the plan of your ancestors, or you're going to inherit the plans that have been rolled out against you. And all organisms are always resonating with their morphic fields. And this is why with most of you out there, if you're actually willing to fucking admit it, nothing in this false reality construct resonates with you whatsoever. On top of the fact that it's all inauthentic as fuck. How are we going to resonate with that? Again, I'm talking about morphic resonance. How is it that the spider knows how to spin a web without even being taught how to do so? How the fuck is it that certain animals are born with the knowledge on how to walk immediately after they incarnate through their mother's womb gate, and then even knowing how to hunt and forage with other species? See, the information required to do these things exists within their species' collective memory. And it's this aspect of morphic resonance, referred to as blood memory and epigenetic inheritance from our ancestors in context to what all of this means for us. This is what the blood codes are. And it's with blood memory where morphic resonance becomes practical. And with it, we can call upon the great wisdom of our ancestors by actually resonating with their memories, which are stored within our familial morphogenetic fields. Another way that we can do these things, again, is done through ritual and ceremony to it, which goes back to the original teaching. And resonance is strongest with that and those who are most similar to us in context here. And when we perform rituals and dances and acts that were also practiced by our ancestors, we are becoming who we actually are, and that it may be different in terms of how we perform these things, how we express ourselves to the saga that we are living now. But all the music that has been developed and the culture surrounding the morphic resonance field ignited within our blood and bones, evidence to that with my people is all across the board. And this is why they fucking hate our kind. The fire tablet has been ignited, and there is something familiar otherwise in terms of what we are doing when we do this in our own way now and are able to resonate with more of the actual memories that are stored within our morphogenetic fields. This is what they're trying to shut down. This is what they're trying to prevent from happening. And this effectively is the mechanism behind the exoneration and acknowledgement of ancestors. And before modernity was ever a factor in terms of how people are conditioned to live, people lived in very similar ways to the lives of our ancestors and your ancestors, even as I live now, along with others that I know. We have all taken a resonance to this way of being. It is why we are able to receive ancestral memories and activations within our blood, within our bones, within our souls, the integration of our own eternal spirit, all of this with ease otherwise. Because we're not in resistance. We're not in resistance to these things. We're not afraid to let this bullshit the fuck go because we can see clearly exactly where it's taking things. Even though in this day and age, most people have been far removed from the true traditions of their people. And as it's been in the West and across most of the world now. When it comes to the white races, I'm speaking to all of you Christians out there right now who are hearing this, even Muslims and Jews or whoever else. I don't care who it is. There is much, much more beyond the thresholds of where you currently stand. Even as myself have stood within the chambers of the highest fucking levels that you can imagine when it comes to the actual institutions of the Dark Luciferians themselves. I know how these motherfuckers operate. You don't. You don't know what the fuck I know. You don't know what my experience has been. You don't know what the fuck I've seen. And you don't know what the fuck drives me otherwise knowing the difference. And why I take this shit very fucking seriously. Because I know what their fucking goddamn fucking plans are. The gateways to your ancestors are going to be waiting for you to the hour that we are in. On top of taking actual initiation into the occult on the level when it comes to the original timeline trajectory, the original legacy going back to ancient Kemet, and what all of this represents with the mystery school. There are more thresholds to behold in terms of the secrets of nature, the universe, and knowledge of the higher force, which was here long before any of these other things. It's a question of whether or not people are living this shit or not. And most aren't because you were never given the opportunity like you are here now. This has long existed, and despite anything to what unfolded leading up to the first war of the gods. Nobody has to like it. I understand just how much Christendom has been implemented and has been a part of alleged culture for over the last 2,000 years now. I got into what its actual fucking origin was. And it's no longer going to be an excuse here. You can go into this and study it for yourself. And if you do things correctly, I guarantee 100% that you will come to the same goddamn fucking conclusions that I have, as well with others that know the difference. And it's only a matter of time before the morphic resonance of everything that's been presented on Black Earth Productions catches like wildfire across this entire realm, as it's already started to, and will be a fire and a flame which cannot be stopped, and is a fire and a flame that is going to do what it is designed to do. And I am not the only one doing this in terms of the oversoul that I am connected to. And whether or not I'm going to be around to see the final outcome of these things, that is not the point. The point, in terms of mission on my end, is to remind the realm of what is true otherwise, is I am a keeper of the blue flame to it all. And this is what the keepers of the blue flame are here to do in this fucking reality field, is to remind the fucking realm of what is beyond all this shit. Not to placate to programming and not say it like it is. We don't give a fuck. Again, all of you Keylontic science enthusiasts out there, how do you think the real Emerald Order is going to fucking act? You think it's all this love and light fucking bullshit when what we're faced against in context of what the Ruby Order has fucking instituted here and how it's all explained in terms of that fucking material? Where do you think it comes from? Where do you think its actual origin is? Because you're only getting parchments in terms of that shit. And the reason why it didn't work is because of all of the fucking distortions of what I exposed with this segment implemented in terms of the lockdown fucking equations. And again, the morphic resonance factors must be in alignment when it comes to environment, and especially in terms of correspondence with other people, and will manifest otherwise when we actually have the courage to go towards them. And every time we create a new memory pattern, whether it's muscular or mental, we are adding raw data to our morphogenetic fields, creating new memories to be resonated with by other members of our tribes and our communities. We continue to upload and download data to and from our morphogenetic fields. And while the reductive materialist pseudosciences of the modern era even acknowledge that memories are stored in and generated by the brain, that's only their observation to the function of certain proteins and neuron clusters when they claim that no such protein has actually been found in the brain in terms of morphic resonance. So in conclusion, it has to come from somewhere else. And that's because they're not actually found in the skull brain. This, however, reflects, as far as I'm concerned, how the actual brain field is consistently fucking targeted against the soul to even recall otherwise, dealing with the effects of dark sorcery and nerve induction. Because unless the skull brain works in alignment with core intelligence and the soul in context to the heart, it is going to forever be split right down the middle. And that's why that split in terms of the actual physical skull brain manifests, morphogenetically speaking, in context to what has happened. It's barely fucking hanging there, you motherfuckers. And this is why we came here, in order to be partakers of the biospiritual regenesis. And this in context is what manifested the effect of the most recent cataclysm within the morphogenetic field of the earth itself, reflected our biological framework. Everything is connected. Everything reflects here in terms of the second cosmic law of correspondence. And how the fuck is it that even when we come to know these things, everything in this world just seems to continue as it's been? It's because there's not enough people resonating with the original timeline trajectory yet still. And the skull brain, which operates literally like a fucking antenna, is a reviver. And our actual memories are stored within our morphogenetic fields on a multidimensional level. And the skull brain is nothing more than the organic piece of hardware designed specifically to resonate with and receive the frequencies of our true memories. This is why it's fucking targeted. This is why they target the goddamn fucking nervous system. And when it's not being used the right way, on top of all the other ways our skull brains are supposed to operate, it's no wonder it's one of the main targets when it comes to our body politic and biological framework. And that's why it's strange within the body politic of most people, because you don't feel like yourself. Something's off or something's strange and hard to comprehend otherwise. But this is why. These are some factors that you have to consider in context to that experience specifically. Why do you not feel like yourself? It's because the morphic resonance field is being goddamn fucking manipulated. And it's being manipulated on purpose. And this is why it's being manipulated. But when you're able to call upon the memories with clarity in terms of the dragon core intelligence itself, the very word dragon means to see clear. Can you see clear? Or are you fucking lying to yourself? Can you see clear, or are you lying to other people? Look, when the skull brain is damaged, whether to a greater or lesser degree, the actual ability to resonate with its true morphogenetic field becomes impaired, let alone with others, resulting in gaps of memory or inability to receive consciousness uniformity, let alone from a higher standpoint, which is why people who have come across the platform here with Black Earth Productions, and they are not on a certain resonant frequency that is somewhat similar, let alone familiar, most of what's been presented, the consequence to that reflects what I mentioned in terms of this kind of damage that has taken place. And some of these motherfuckers even become ultra violent because of what I'm cutting through otherwise when it comes to all this shit. But I know what all of that is and where it comes from. Even as I've been given reports by others in Tribe that when certain people they see directly listen to any of the content, that whatever the fuck was hooked in and riding their asses in terms of entities to all these other factors that I've gotten into with this segment, the weeping and the gnashing of teeth was not only expressed and witnessed by them. This is what happens when the power of a higher force is allowed to have its flow in terms of the reality field. It's not going to allow this shit to remain in our world. And if things are not in alignment in terms of what resonates with our morphogenetic fields, you gotta dig pretty fucking deep to actually know the difference. You gotta dig really, really deep to actually find anything real anymore. Because both tend to manifest otherwise on an extreme repel. I'm just staying in my fucking lane, motherfuckers. It's not up to me. Even to my own experience with people that either seem to get this shit or they just fucking don't. And the real question is this, as I'm coming closer to the end of this dissertation. Do you and are you going to take the opportunity otherwise here with Temple of the White Dragon? The doors are open, and to move into the final part of everything that has culminated this dissertation, I'm going to get into what the mythos explains about Heimdall and Loki, and why this is important to know otherwise when it comes to our specific trajectory, and not just with us, but this entire goddamn fucking reality field. I'm going to pull the segment now into a break. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts, and Occult Science. Temple of the White Dragon. I'll be right back, right after this.
With
Welcome back. This is Sethikus Boza, Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts, and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. Now that we are coming towards the end of this magnum opus, with the Occult Secrets of Carpathia Volume 3, Naglfar and Heimdall's Galdahorn of Omniscience, I'm now going to get into one of my main points with everything now. To strike against this idea that's been thrown around that Loki is somehow some kind of Christian invention. When hearing that, I laughed in terms of irony to the fact that this could not be further from the truth, but to the paradox of how things get twisted. It's as I've been exposing how this happens, and it's Christianity and all the religions of the trifecta, among other things in our world, that are in fact the inventions of Loki himself, and are what Naglfar, Loki's chariot, is. And this is clear seeing exactly how these factions operate, to what was warned against in the mythos, and the fact that the tradition of our ancestors is far more ancient than any of these religions. It's obvious again how certain things were invariantly appropriated from the true mythos in terms of the religion of Christendom. In fact, there would be no Christianity without it, and that's how they got the Great West unto the Great North in our world, whereas with the Great South to the Great East, it started to happen with Islam after a certain point. And then came all the wars with the Vatican, which goes all the way back to the cult of Aton itself. And as the symbol of Jesus on the cross was fashioned only later as Christendom was developing, this was taken to mock Odin, sacrificing himself upon the true universal tree of life otherwise. It was to mock the true magical path of our people. And this is where it goes into debate. Which of these actually came first? It's very clear otherwise that the occult tradition of our ancestors existed long before the invention of Christianity or Islam, let alone Judaism, which only really goes back to 586 BCE, going into 325 AD, and then into 610 AD, after year zero, which has its roots to Rome in context to the Vatican, and further all goes back to the Sumerian Draconian Empire in terms of the U for at least what is claimed to only be 3,500 years, going back to at least 6,000 years. And that's nothing compared to our actual occult history, all right? Our history is not only 6,000 years here on Earth. That's the popular theory. That's what everyone's brainwashed into assuming. And in 386 BCE is when Judaism started to take its precedence. Christianity, which came later, started to take its precedence at 325 AD. And Islam started taking its precedence going back to 610 AD. And that was its exact sequence in terms of history. And there's no getting around this now from here on out in terms of knowing what time sorcery is. All this led to nothing but going into lands and hijacking everything that was in the wake of the vampire's wrath in order to claim it as their own, as to twist and invert and use against humanity and take the quote-unquote glory for themselves and our blood, the blood of our ancestors. And if people don't wake the fuck up and remember these factors otherwise, the AI timeline is going to take these people in context in the exact same fucking way. I know all of you have your lives, you have responsibilities and things that you are dealing with day to day, and things that you're also possibly doing with your own platforms and work in general and whatever else you may be doing. The world is fucked, and we all know it. And there's a lot of shit that we're not in control of. At the same time, there are many things we are actually in control of otherwise. It's a question that needs legitimate answering. What are we going to do with the gift of free will? Every day, you have to make the decision. This knowledge and information that I'm sharing is some of the most vital that anyone is going to come to know. And we have to let this bullshit in terms of religion and government mind control the fuck go. Because it all just goes in circles in order to devour the realm. That is what it is designed to do. And because it's where all of the narratives are coming from that everyone is clinging on to. All right? If we're going to evolve and make the actual course correct, let it the fuck go and fucking rise. It's been taken by the religions of the trifecta. All of them were forged for the purpose of mind control, and you're all still caught within its nets, traps, and snares that the House of the Net laid out for you. Also caught within Ron's net, not knowing how to navigate the internet correctly. You need to realize that there is no satanic church outside of Christianity. And the Aton, in context to Jesus, is the black sun of Christianity in terms of the false cold light. This all goes back to the cult of Aton. And the paradox in terms of Lucifer when it comes to the false cold light. Satanism and Christianity are equal opposites and therefore the same in reflection, and are all a part of how Loki's chariot operates to the mechanics of its dialectics within the Hall of Mirrors. And that is how the false cold light has blinded the world and works exactly how it's designed within the inner court of Solomon's temple in terms of Kabbalah and the Qliphoth, all forged by the Dark Priest class as a cause point of the divide and conquer among all other races here on Earth, who have been stripped of their true traditions and wise sages and shamans, thrown into this meat grinder shit sack called modern monotheistic culture. And then you have the atheists and the nihilists. And it could be, in fact, even argued that things have never been in alignment in our world and that it's all bullshit. But nothing is getting past the gates here anymore. One of the main points of the invention of religion was to get individuals to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And unfortunately, most in this reality field would not know what actual alignment looks like if it was presented to you, also in terms of what it actually requires. And what most think alignment is actually nothing but an opposition to controlled opposition within more controlled oppositions, and on it goes. And are all designed to cut you off from being in alignment. Just as long as that fucking wheel of blood and madness keeps on spinning, they don't give a flying fuck what you assume to believe in. Just as long as you don't get the keys to unlock this shit and transcend it. Again, I am a way shower in terms of these things with the mystery school. I live this every single day, and it's what drives me. And what drives me is that I remember a time beyond these things to actual recall. And it forces that split within my own brain to fuse and heal itself to see even more clear every time I go into it. And induce the pain it takes to look out the window of my third eye activations when these things have presented themselves, which have been a part of what has compelled me to do what I have with the mystery school. And as things continue to be debated within the public sphere, and split upon themselves in terms of how the fractal virus, blank slate, mind wipe bullshit continues to operate and take precedence, and just how complicated all of this actually is. It would take many more volumes to fully explain everything. But as I'm cutting past a lot of this shit otherwise, I'm going to make a statement, and I'm going to say it straight to summarize everything, that if you've gotten to this point with the segment, I've covered extensively how all of this is taking place in our realm. We must understand how the scapegoat God operates in terms of what our true tradition warns against. And we didn't take things out of the records in terms of what is revealed in Loka Senna, and just how deep the psychopathic bitterness actually goes with Loki, and the utter fucking hypocrisy and slander against the Aesir and the Vanir is made ultra fucking clear. Loki is a fire giant that came from Muspelheim, and the Jotun, along with the Svartalfar, are the mortal fucking enemies of the gods and mankind. In that pretty much anything standing in his path, Loki being the quote-unquote one god that is above all other gods, is where all of this comes from. And it needs to be annihilated by walking away from it, knowing the difference. And you can make the correlations of what I'm getting at to monotheism yourselves and where it actually comes from, because this is its actual origin, that its actual origin is beyond our universal world, and 100% makes this whole idea of assumed sky gods that came to Earth and genetically modified the human race is even more realized for what it actually is, and makes it even make more sense to that fact. But it's also not how it actually happened, but did at the same time, and you need to take occult symbolism into account and the knowledge of actual metaphysics to fully get exactly how. Again, everything goes back to genetics and consciousness, which further goes back to Loki and Hurricane, who are both Jotun, and the term Jotun means giants. And it's said that Loki is the eater of hearts. And this to trade deals that took place with the Svartalfar, who are the dark stewards of their AI biotech warfare weapon systems, which have been designed to manifest the Old One's resurgence into our universal world, which already happened in the God realms in ancient times. But never until recently, within the past 100 years now, to time sorcery, has it ever happened on this fucking level. And these fucking wormholes that they're tearing open, that's what the paradox of the shit unfolding within the three middle worlds, going back to the first war of the gods and the final war of the gods, that keeps playing out again and again and again and again on a goddamn fucking feedback loop, all right? This is the real never-ending fucking story. And the new mythos must be created. And that is what I'm doing here to course correct this shit. These are not just stories, okay? These are not just stories to me. The fucking gods themselves have come to me, and I don't care how insane that might sound. The shit we are dealing with that has come through the planetary gate of Saturn within our solar system, and also in terms of templating as to manipulate the law of correspondence against us. This is its fucking origin. And all this shit with Loki is nothing but pure psychological projections in denial, and reflects how his diabolical mind operates against all creation. That is what the anti-cosmic current is. Again, we all know that there's something very wrong about this reality field, and it all goes back to slavery. However, all of this predates everything past all of the layers it takes to get there in order to transcend. All right, this is what stands at the second veil to be transcended once the first veil is moved through. And as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to our multidimensional, universal world occult history, I was even in conversation with one of my colleagues a while ago about all of this, who stated himself that he thinks that Loki is a Jew. And when he said that, with as much as what he actually knows about them, I was standing there very clear otherwise. It's not what I said. That is what he had come to the conclusion to after getting into certain factors about what the true tradition reveals otherwise. And knowing what he knows about the U and his background. Again, you don't know where our kind have been. You don't know what our personal experiences actually are. And this isn't about being biased or jumping onto some kind of bandwagon to programming. These are actual facts. And to the fact that we have been in their fucking dens. And we know how these motherfuckers operate. We know how they think. We know what their fucking plans are. Where does all this actually come from? And I mean really come from. He's one of the only other people that I know that actually gets it on levels that most can't yet still, or would even go there. Who also knows what is beyond these things that are being burned through. And as we both looked at each other after he said that, it was made very clear to certain codes that we were cracking that particular night. This is not just my opinion. So further here, it's exactly as I explained in terms of the Jotun with the mythos, that they were and are the mortal enemies of our ancestors in terms of the gods and mankind, and that these motherfuckers are not of our universal world. I've heard it out of the mouths of these rabbis themselves, that they are not from our universal world, and that they are here to enslave mankind. I have countless pieces of evidence to this in the Black Earth Library if you want to check it out for yourselves. Again, this is not what the fuck I'm saying, this is what they have said. And their consciousness templating is parasitized and vampiric, and it's not human what the fucksoever. And if all worlds and universes are converging here, it only makes sense how and why this is manifesting in terms of the procession. Again, this is nothing new, but how it's all playing itself out upon the world stage, let alone in our lives as individuals, tends to happen in other ways. And whether or not it happened in the past is irrelevant to the fact that it's happening now in our realm. The writing is on the fucking wall, you guys. And while some things have been more obvious than others, we still have not even began to scratch the fucking surface, awakening yet within our realm. You're still only just getting the fucking sleep out of the first eye to start seeing clear. All of this, again, still goes much, much deeper beyond the first veil to be transcended. And as I've said, all of humanity stands at the first veil to be transcended. And I'm preparing you motherfuckers for what is beyond the first veil, getting into everything that resides within the second veil and share it with you and explain it. And this is going to take all of us into uncharted territory that has never been explored, as it will continue once all of this starts to really be seen by other people going into 2026 and 2028 from here on out. And the fact is, everyone has been going in proverbial fucking circles. Again, the gates to the procession are before you, especially with this platform. Everything is a paradox otherwise. It takes a very sharp mind to observe these things in context to their correlations and connections, but also be able to see them as totally separate as well. That is one thing about the mythos that has forced my brain to fuse in a way that has greatly increased the gauge of my perception, and that things really are not as black and white as they seem. However, when it comes to certain things, they are black and white as fuck. And you got to know how to discern that shit. That when things present themselves as polar opposite extremes that are nothing to do with one another whatsoever and separate from each other, not seeing that is one of the major tricks that keeps things locked down into the illusion of duality and pulls things into religious and new age bullshit ideologies, and that we're all one, and this is all a part of the divine plan, and that we need to tolerate this shit and turn the other cheek while the trickster is ruling from outside this realm, and that what this realm requires, if you can actually see this, goes further into learning how to master the law of polarity, which is necessary for an individual to even see these things clear through the eye of the dragon when it comes to core intelligence. Well, you're not first eye blind, and thus continue to get swallowed into the gaping jaws of Jormungandr in context. See, with many, that is going to happen to them in a state of bliss and denial, otherwise to all-out devastation. They're going to bliss you the fuck out. And all this goes into why all of this, in terms of the hour that we are living, is such a great controversy, and that we need to transcend the tesseract within the trapezoid in context to the cube and take back the mechanics of this with our templates, because if we don't, everything is going to continue, and everyone, as far as anything that I hear out there, is still only pulling from their grid works of consciousness. I can literally gauge it. And I might sound crazy, but taking the risk otherwise to put this out. If you've seen the shit that I have, putting aside certain differences to the fact that this entire fucking world has been lied to beyond reprieve, there's a great paradox also in context to Lucifer, and how our own light codex has been hijacked, and how all of this plays exactly into what the dark Luciferian current is all about, and what it all really goes back to, in that all religion appropriated from the true traditions in order to twist and invert them in terms of how the false cold light operates, and plays both sides of these inverted equations when it comes to the concepts of good and evil. And all this shit I'm getting at is a part of the same evil that is cutting us off from the ultimate good otherwise in alignment, and happens with the false cold light. And in context to this, Loki is far fucking worse than some kind of Christian devil. You can't even think outside the box, can you, motherfuckers, that it's actually worse than what you're told. You gotta placate to fantasy and escapism and not taking responsibility to know the difference. What if I told you that the situation we are in is worse than what any bullshit religion has alluded to play upon your actual codex? To the fact that there is no fucking said redemption. That was a part of the fucking trick. And that you're going to have to do the real goddamn work here on Earth. That's why you're here. And how all of this actually works. And that is how to honor our actual soul knowing the difference. It's going to be us who remember otherwise. Whereas if things that are happening now in our lifetime in fucking Europe would have been extricated in a brutal fucking slaughter otherwise against invaders. All right. This is common sense because we still have the opportunity. And it's never going to change in terms of how all of this happens with the thoughts that you think within your own mind first in terms of invasion. And those that have taken initiation, this all goes back to the very first fucking assignment that I give in terms of templating. It's all about your state of mind. And to the paradox, this goes back to the mysteries of Abraxas 365, to what I just explained, and how all of this is manipulated against you because you don't know the occult. And everything is watered down with a world that you have been told evil exists, and you assume that you know how it fully operates. You fucking don't actually know how it operates. Okay? It goes further and it goes deeper. Again, we all know that there is something wrong here in our world. And at the same time have been conditioned to stand down, assuming that it's already been taken care of by God killing his own son on our behalf, who also resurrected and is going to come back and do something about it. And that's the trick. You don't have to do jack shit. Just stand down, be a fucking coward, don't rise, and while the world gets worse, the scapegoat god in context tricking this realm is lapping up the slaughter, ruling over everything. Understand that black magic and dark sorcery is not of our universal world. This is a part of the fucking infection. And by what Loki, through his factions, have done, as to twist what Odin's sacrifice upon the true universal tree of life was for in context to wisdom, this being appropriated and twisted when it comes to Christianity on a cosmic fucking guilt trip, and condemns this realm to eternal punishment, and will only forgive you if you deny everything in terms of what you need to claim and fully own it, to master this existence, to master what it means being human. This idea that we deserve eternal punishment for simply existing is bullshit. And that no matter how much good you actually do, it doesn't matter, because your good deeds are seen as filthy rags regardless of anything. How insidious is that to the idea that you are less than shit? Even in terms of the new covenant of Christendom, which, by the way, comes from Saul of Tarsus. You're all still seen as cattle and less than shit to these motherfuckers who unconditionally don't give a flying fuck about you. And to the idea that there's nothing that you can do to change or heal or activate your templates or go through the real process of transcending all of this. This is why humans came to Earth in the first place. Again, to be partakers of the biospiritual regenesis. Again, I did not incarnate to be a fucking slave here. And if you incarnated to be a fucking slave here, you can go fuck yourself. This platform is not for you. And if you're not willing, in terms of being capable, to do the real great work in context to a logical fallacy, that God must commit the most insane act upon his own son to make it happen. Because it's all your fucking fault that it happened. Saying this shit to fucking innocent fucking children, you motherfuckers. It's only vampires that have ever called for human sacrifice, let alone worship human sacrifice. And our ancestors dealt with the worst thing that anyone could be held accountable to otherwise, was being a fucking coward and not correcting themselves. Because that is what leads to everything that is evil in this world. Cowardice is the main cause point next to fear. And this is what the West has been conditioned to become with this religion, and has led to all of this other shit, to a stand down psyop. Dealing with fake ass motherfuckers, and is what Loki is in terms of this archetypal consciousness to anyone that would assume a quote unquote position of authority. A fake ass goddamn coward who goes around like a bully. And that bull is Baal, the Lord, your God, that has used the extreme levels of useless guilt to not only speak against yourself and the true gods, but makes himself more than they are and requires blood sacrifice in order to atone for anything. What kind of fucking creature have we actually been dealing with here? Who also speaks against us, what his chariot has been driving in the realm. To the fact that everyone that is a part of it are his armies of the dead, and they're clinging on to all of this is what manifests Naglfar. And we as mankind have been estranged from knowing the difference, because the fact is the gods are looking to us, and that these armies of idiots that we are surrounded by in this world that for whatever reason seem to want to be the cause point for chaos in our realm. So as to the paradox of Lucifer, realize that in the Nordic tradition, Loki was never cast out of Asgard. Again, in Lokasenna, Odin held to his pact with Loki and was hospitable towards him otherwise. But that hospitality was soon broken on account of what Loki did at table, which brings things to where they are now at present in our world. And as it keeps going in fucking circles, I am breaking the fucking wheel to it all in terms of our realm. This is where I blow the fucking lid off this entire gambit to how the Order of the Shadow Dragon operates in terms of the Cult of Aton, and what it all goes back to in terms of the vampires, and even further to its actual origin and how it was given birth through to Saturn when it comes to Mid-Valir. And that all this shit makes you a coward, pretending like you're above the actual truth here, or that you're going to get there by not living by an honor code or holding yourselves accountable to master what it means to be human. This idea that we are all, quote unquote, God's children to the you. Has any of that ever worked? No. It cannot be further from the truth otherwise. And it's never done anything to change this world, and further has turned everyone into slaves that serve the agendas of the dead, who are Loki's armies here in Midgard. Okay? Make the correlation, because they don't know who the fuck they actually are. And it's Loki who has forever spoken against and slandered proper knowledge and wisdom, and from another point of view, wants to decapitate the goats of wisdom, taking this back to ancient Kemet, and even further back to the ancient goat witch kings of Udenma, as to the crux of the procession of the grand cycle. Because that's where all of it really stands, manifesting in our realm to its origin against our kind, when we were teaching the realm how to be partakers of the biospiritual regenesis. This going back to the ancient wisdom councils, the goddamn fucking shaman class, and that bridge in terms of the Bifrost between our universal world and the universal world of Asgard has been annihilated 3 fucking times already. And all of the entities involved, taking it to the parasitized draconian Anunnaki, the reptilians, the greys, the insectoids, and all of these factions in context, all among the Svartalfar, are all owned by Loki and Angar-Boda, as well as the vampires on ground level here on Earth. All right? These fucking trade deals are real in terms of the AI timeline. That is how it has played itself out here in our world, in our universal realm. And from that point, leading up to the present moment, again, and in context to Heimdall, and all this shit otherwise to Loki, the Galdr of omniscience has already been blown by Heimdall. And I'm going to take this back to a phenomenon that manifested January 2012, which was reported all across the world. And it's the year the quarantine was lifted leading up to the 2020 event. And sharing this is one of the great tasks to my mission here with the platform, and is meant to put this shit into the ground. And whether it's one person that gets it or billions that get this, there is one who has been watching the entire time. One who in fact is benevolent and powerful beyond measure, and is very patiently and ever so steady revealing more and more at this time, and is one of the great guardians and seers of not only our universal world, but all universal worlds. All of this goes back to Heimdall. And as we stand as guardians in this realm, it is the same with Heimdall in terms of Asgard. And as for us, the world has been lied to about our kind. Our ancestors were not just warriors and sages, but were actual grid keepers. And as to our genetics, coming from Scandinavia of the Great North, when it comes to the West and our true traditions, we are of the earth. We are indigenous to the planet. And at the same time, we are also of the stars, in context to the central sun. And we weren't born from a bloodlust like the fucking vampires. Our ancestors were seated in terms of the pre-Atlantean timelines when it comes to the true solar lineages that carried the genetics of the eternal flame. And when it comes to the original Earth grids, these are what have been lighting up under all of the overlays and distortions, as with the dark ones are specifically to do with ley lines whereas the grids that I'm speaking of go back to the original dragon lines and the original earth grid that was buried on account of the most recent cataclysm, and the songs that the ancestors sang, as well as the songs that have been written to the saga that we are living now when it comes to HAILZ, when it comes to Wardruna, and many other groups who have been crying out from this core wound of humanity for Baldur since the early 1990s. I'll take that to Immortal and Emperor. I'll take it to fucking Burzum and Mayhem and Darkthrone themselves. Even those that came with the first wave of black metal back in the 1980s. With Hellhammer and Bathory and Celtic Frost and Merciful Fate and Rotting Christ, as well with others, alright? None of this is actually satanic. In fact, it fucking exposes what Satanism is in terms of fucking religion. That's one of the main things. And it's actually pagan otherwise. And it pulls no punches on things in terms of animism. But that's where it gets twisted, with the mainstream media influence, and motherfuckers went with it. As everyone was being labeled as devil worshippers and all this other shit. See, no. From another vantage point, what if all of these tones and cries of that eternal flame, that flame that has ignited the magnetic dragon lines in order to anchor planetary frequencies here on Earth for the purpose of templating, is ripping through this shit? Do you really think that the collective soul of the white dragon of the North is not going to roar otherwise? Because it has been. And frankly, that is what I feel when I'm listening to what I do. And these aren't battle cries per se, but could be seen as that otherwise to the power of Galder and the tones we carry, which are meant to heal those who are fearless and are able to embrace the very power and frenzy of Odin himself to wisdom. And in context to what I got into already with this segment, when it comes to the goat of wisdom, even as King Diamond sings himself in The Witch's Dance by Merciful Fate, quote, "Before the goat of Mendes, we must all take our turn into the magic circle, where still the fire burns. We're spinning round and round until one takes a fall, and the fallen one will not return, and the fallen one must burn." End quote. And that's the paradox of this segment. See and understand that the runes are not just some obscure symbols, but are specific frequencies that are carved to anchor intention into matter. Our tribal shields and planetary shields bear the markings of stellar codex, and our rituals have always been aligned with the eternal life sun cycles to the Aten Ra to Amun Ra. And that eternal flame codex within our people in terms of Heimdall. See, people don't know the true history as to why our people went to fucking war against this shit. And is why the Vikings are painted to be these insane killers that went out on the take from others when it could not be further from the actual truth. When our kind have only ever been working to take things the fuck back that belong to us, the birthright of mankind. The truth is that our kind, and everyone else for that matter, have been up against what Loki and Angar Boda have done here in this realm. And we are planetary keepers and stewards, and we're the true solar initiates of Amun Ra to the eternal flame of Heimdall that is activating our true memory again in terms of core intelligence. It is Heimdall who is the one that kills Loki, rising out of the ice within the flame of wisdom to what the high magic of firewater within the DNA RNA codex reveals to the manifestation of the Bifrost, which is the rainbow bridge and framework of the helix of the goal of consciousness itself we are meant to integrate back into. And I have actual evidence this exists in terms of the nectar of Athanasia, which is the firewater. And if you want to check that out, it's on the website at blackearthproductions with a Z.com. Click on the products page and check it out for yourselves. You can see it in plain view with the nectar of Athanasia. And again, it's 100% available with the platform and the mystery school. When it comes to Heimdall, he stands at the bridge to be rebuilt in context to what was severed. and is known for his seer abilities among the gods, and can see into all universal worlds, and is the first eye that they have been bleeding dry the very golden consciousness itself. And as he was fated to fight Loki in terms of Ragnarok, this bridge has been destroyed. And as far as I can gauge, this realm has been in a feedback loop to a time cycle that has not fully corrected itself since. And from my point of view, this is where we stand now in terms of the procession on not just a physical level, but a psychic level. And everything that I have exposed to the paradox of the hour that we are in, he has always been the guardian of the Bifrost. Heimdall bears the epithet Gulin Tami, which means the golden-toothed, and rides a horse named Gultapa, which means the golden-maned, and is related to the sun in terms of what the soul spark is, and Heimdall is the soul spark itself, and the throne that he sits upon within the atrioventricular node of your very hearts. He is the one that is guarding the heart, and is the soul spark that ignites the bridge of the Bifrost between our universal world and the universal world of Asgard in context to Valhalla, and sees from the first eye, from the eye of the dragon itself in terms of core intelligence. That is the golden helix DNA RNA code script that holds the spectrum of all 9 colors of the bridge gate, as it states in the mythos that he was given birth to by 9 mothers, which again goes back to the rays of Ra, which is what the Bifrost is. This is what the wand of the eternal flame ignites. And when 0 and 9 are in alignment, this goes back to what this is, to the fact that Heimdall is one of the sons of Odin himself. All right? This is what the Ra Hor Kahut actually is, as explained in the ancient Kemetan mythos, which is our hearts set aflame in alignment. And when we remember who we truly are, this is how we bring Balder out of the underworld that the souls of humanity have been enthralled with otherwise. And it's the golden tooth of Heimdall, which is that fucking thorn in your chest working to get your attention, as it's grinding and pushing against these overlays and distortions, trying to get you to unlock the gate of your very fucking soul. And that's all the pain that you feel. This is all the pain that you've been conditioned to deny. This is all the pain that you are trying to escape. This is all the pain that you are suffering because you have not heard the Galdr of Heimdall sounding since 2012. And it was heard all around the fucking world, okay? Listen to this. Listen to the sound of omniscience.
I'm hearing, looking out my window right now, hearing some strange fucking sounds out there. I have no idea what the hell they are. It's rattling the earth around here. We're in Long Island, January 18th. And it's fucking loud. You hear that? You hear that shit? Fuck is that shit?
What?
I have no idea. Like, it's coming straight out of the sky. What is that?
Many across the world heard this back in January of 2012. And as far as I can gather, this is Heimdall's Galdr warning our entire realm what has come upon us, and continues to sound and echo throughout the fabric of time and space at these points, and especially now with this segment. And 2020 was the real 2012 in context to the warning. And this goes back to 1999 and the year 2000, before anything really started to unfold after the stellar activation cycle began, leading up to this specific phenomenon manifesting in 2012. Because unless you cry out for fucking Balder, Hurricane is going to continue the funeral pyre of humanity, who is Loki's consort. So as you listen to the sound of the Galdr horn of Heimdall, I've been tracking all of this down, which leads to the point of what all this is, and that battle between Loki and Heimdall in terms of the procession reflected the paradox of everything that I've revealed, and some other things that I'm going to share here in context to the moons of Saturn, which orbit in a retrograde direction with the rings of Saturn, taking it back to Mid-Valir and the storm of the Hex to time sorcery. And it's the note here as I'm sharing some extremely hardcore occult knowledge. All right, listen the fuck up. This is what actual black physics has revealed, and is some extremely top secret occult knowledge I have on Saturn. I've had this for years, and I'm going to share it again. And that Saturn, first and foremost, is a mind-blowing gravitational phenomenon that, one, with the balanced solution, exhibits a twofold continuous non-uniqueness for fixed mass angular momentum. Two, remarkably, the black hole is not unique, which is held within the rings of Saturn. And since the black ring, which is the black hole of Saturn, counter-rotates to give zero total angular momentum at infinity while maintaining balance. Three, the system clearly demonstrates a rotational frame while its black hole with vanishing Komar angular momentum is rotating as the black ring drags surrounding space-time, holding it within its grasp while the multiple rings of Saturn doubly spin its configurations. All right? And that's what a lot of motherfuckers don't know about Saturn and what Saturn is actually doing in terms of its manipulated current. And this in context gets into the moons that are rotating retrograde with Saturn's black ring here in context. And it's to take things I've gotten into with this segment, as well as other factors, just how fucking real all of this shit actually is. All right? And these are the literal names of the moons that rotate retrograde with Saturn's black ring here in context. You ready? Loki, Phobetor, Ymir, Haiti, Skoll, Surtur, Fenrir, Aegir, Bergelmir, Farboti, who's the father of Loki, Foranjut, Greyup, Hyrokin, Yonsaksa, Karen, to that vampiric Karen demon, Mundulfari, Narvi, Satunga, and fucking Thrimmer. All right? You can't make this shit the fuck up. All of this is too precise and too fucking ironic. And as with what I've said about what the moons of all planetary gates actually are, along with the rings of Saturn, I'll go back to Maldek when the bridge again to other universal worlds was blown apart during the second Ragnarok, and to the most recent cataclysm here on Earth with the third Ragnarok that has already happened and catching it up now. As for the events that unfolded during World War I and World War II, into where things stand right now in our realm, and the fact that we ourselves are that bridge here on Earth. Again, do you know who the fuck you actually really are? Understand that we all have a piece of this bridge in terms of our templating and context. This is why it's important in terms of our personal path work to ignite this shit. And it's to know that it really is all about the heart and authentic love and honor and respect and loyalty and accountability to the code that we live by and stand for. It's to know this, that what I'm sharing with you otherwise is meant to catch this shit and is the battle. We are the gates. We are the stargates, like I've been saying this entire time, even as all of my mentors have known and confirmed this to my experience otherwise. And this is a matter of igniting that soul spark and recreating that bridge again within your hearts, so that we can anchor the higher here and ascend this realm in terms of the correct protocol. Ripping through all this shit, standing our ground, living this, and holding our position to inform the realm. If that's been the goal on your end, despite any kind of assumed indiscretion and miscommunication or programming that may be fluxing on a trigger to anything else otherwise on your end, this has been the goal with myself, with Black Earth Productions this entire time. And if we're to meet the armies of the dead, in terms of the paradox of this reality field, then so be it. It's already been happening anyways. And we are still here, among the living and alive and ignited souls. We are the Volsung here on Earth. take courage and actual initiation into the occult with the mystery school, because you're not going to get it out there like this anywhere else. And so to that, anyone that is interested, send me a direct email at blackearthproductions with an S at the end at hotmail.com. Go to the website at blackearthproductions with a Z at the end.com. Know the difference in terms of the website and my direct email, again, which is blackearthproductions with an S at the end at hotmail.com. The website is blackearthproductions with a Z at the end.com. And once you get on there, go directly to the services page, scroll through everything, and hit me up to everything that is offered. I encourage level 1 apprentice, full rights initiation, if you have not done that. If you've done that and you've not done level 2 adept, now is the time to line that out. Because as things progress, level 3 temple rites of initiation is going to be instituted between 2026 going into 2028. There are many things that are offered, as well as individual readings and counsel with the mystery school. You're not going to get it out there anywhere else like this. This mystery school is an actual legacy to lineage, as to awaken the codes of your own lineage and purpose to it, learning how to discover who you are, what your purpose is, what your destiny is, and actual alignment to the ignition of the codex within your blood and bones. You're also going to want to check out the products page. This is where the Nectar of Athanasia is made available, along with many other things that curtail the actual aesthetic and the power of what this platform represents. So with all of this, as with anything, if you want me to come on and go deeper into any of the things that have been explained in this segment or any other previous segment on Black Earth Productions, I'm open for interviews. I'm open to correspond, as we are all working to weave this cosmic tapestry back together so that we can move through the gates of the procession onto the other side of the equation, back onto the original timeline, and continue the course correct, and again learning what it means to master being human, so that we can ascend the realm on ground level and take this shit the fuck back and break through all of these triangulated factors and break the chains of actual slavery and take the responsibility to actual freedom, not only for ourselves, but for future generations. This was all very powerful, what I was able to put together, put this out for others to not only be informed on this level, but also get the opportunity that has been presented the aeons in context to this legacy. Again, in terms of anything, you are going to want to send me a direct email at blackearthproductions with an S at the end at hotmail.com. So as to wrap things up with this segment. So fast move the sons of Mim, and fate is heard on the note of the Galder horn. Loud blows Heimdall, the horn is aloft. In fear quake all who on hell roads are. Yggdrasil shakes and shivers on high the ancient limbs, and the giant is loose. Odin murmurs with Mimir's head, but the kinsmen of Surt shall try and slay him. How fair are the gods, how fair are the Alfar. All of Jotunheim groans, and the gods are a council. Loud roars the dwarves by the doors of stone, the masters of the rocks. Would you know yet more? Grom howls loud before Gleipnir, and the fetters will burst, and the wolf will run free. Much do I know, and more I can see, of the fates of gods and men, the mighty in fight. And from the east comes Hrym, with a shield held high. In giant wrath does the serpent writhe, over the waves he twists, and the tawny eagle gnaws corpses screaming. Naglfar has been let loose upon the sea, as there sails a ship, and at the helm stands Loki, standing against the people of hell. And it's after the eternal wolf that these wild men do follow, and with them, the sons of Odin and daughters of Odin go forth. This is Sethikus Boza. Black Earth Productions, Blue Flame, Healing Arts, and Occult Science, Temple of the White Dragon. I look forward to speaking with more of you very fucking soon. This is all very powerful. Send me a direct email, line it the fuck out, take the opportunity. Be empowered. Be encouraged.